Okay, we are streaming. We're going to see if this connects to the studio, and it seems to be doing so. And hopefully, the image will show up, and we're calling Aristides. Okay, and that starts a call, which on Microsoft Teams is a little different. And taking a look again at the studio, and tonight's image is showing up. An illustration I made at request.
Wow.
Hello, my dear engineer. Okay, we are live streaming now, so I'm going to start sharing
Yeah.
screen. Let's share screen and see if that works, and see if I can figure out. Let me see. Screen sharing is on a different window that opens up when I call you. Then I press the share. Then here we are, dear sir. So here I'm sharing screen. And what do we do to bring other people on? We go to this little button here, correct? This little add button? Is that the case? Start a group chat? No, we go to the infinite
Uh,
call. That's right, we scroll down. Then we
yeah.
go to infinite call, and let me see if I can find that. Should be the one where it says meeting ended, but I'm just going to scroll and make sure. So first we see names. There's T. Tank Berry, who contributed 300 United States dollars. God bless him. T. Tank Berry, you have no idea how you saved myself. Here we have the infinite call. And we are, just by tapping that, I go to Meet Now. Really? The tapping it alone is not enough. I have to go to Meet Now and click that, correct? Right?
I think so.
Yeah, we'll get used to it.
Try
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So, and that puts Aristides on hold, and he has to join the call. So that will happen next. So, okay, we did this pretty quickly. Let's see if we have. It looks like the desktop audio is registering as soon as he jumps back on the call, and with that, we're going to go into monologue relatively quickly, unless a number of people join us. We have feedback already from people. Let me move the. There we are.
Still here?
Yes, yes, and just speak again so we can confirm that you're registering on the online broadcasting software.
Okay.
You are.
Please,
You are.
please confirm. Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do, do
Excellent.
the fix again.
Yes, and I'm just going to go to the studio now. And we've already gotten. T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brother 100." Douglas Mark says, "Loud and clear." And T Tank Berry says, "Aristides Crystal." Excellent. So, again, we thank T Tank Berry for his $300 contribution. He slid that through the door slot while I was sound asleep. As I said, I don't really sleep, I die and reanimate. So I woke up to find the $300 left at the foot of my door by T Tank Berry, who's the one individual who does that. And believe me, T Tank Berry, your contribution has saved the day. The fund drive for tonight is for $500,000, but you've contributed 300, so you've more than made half the fund drive already. And it was a bad month, and I'm not quite sure why this month was so bad. I'm not really spending that much, so I have started treating myself to going to my favorite Chinese restaurant, which I've gone to for years. There's been large breaks in between times that I do that, but I have to have some comfort food once in a while just to make certain that I balance out those meals on wheels that I eat when I'm otherwise not at the estates. So that can't be taking up too much money, and I have the taxi vouchers as well, which should be saving things. But it was just a bad follow-up month to everything that happened last month and to our preparations for what we're going to have to pay for renewal of services that hit in June, which is going to be the Bluehost hosting of my website, as well as probably renewal of the Google engine, which I have to pay $20 a year, which is, it's still pissy, but it's like pissant shit. But that's because I use up so much space in the cloud. He says it's your war. All of everybody. He's giving all his money. T Tank Barry. Everybody do emulate that. It is your war. You have to fight it. And I do hold a lot of the solutions to the problems that we are experiencing, and because I know how these problems happened, I know why we're here. So in that sense, more than anyone, I can help to get us out, because there's very few people who have that knowledge of how we got here. So all of that being said, T Tank Barry saved the day. We're going to still campaign for 500, just for the sake of making certain that I have spending money and money left over towards renewal of services, including the $300 I have to pay once a year to renew my Marine Corps life insurance. And all of this hits in June. For whatever reason, it all converged in June, which is bizarre and has nothing to do with any significant date or memorial. So it's just how it worked out for whatever reason. So with that in mind, we're still going to campaign for $500 just to make certain I have money towards that 3 days in between paying rent and my check being deposited. And as well, having some left over towards the expenses that I've mentioned. Okay, that's been stated and articulated. As for the questions regarding the illustration in tonight's thumbnail that is embedded in live stream, I painted that for the Blood Boys as a expression of White Knight into Harvey Milk Day, which I will articulate in some detail as we go into monologue, simply to give people an idea of Harvey Milk's faults and flaws. He was not a good person. He was indeed a very malevolent and evil person, but he has come to represent gay rights. And his death was one thing. His assassination was one thing. But the man who murdered him, who was no better, was set free. And as a result, there were the White Knight riots after the person known as Dan White, who killed Harvey Milk. So our dear friend Mr. Aristides has placed the Please Contribute link. So everyone do follow up on that, and let's raise as much as we can. We've got some input from dear Amy Como, whose family is going through tragedy. I also want people to understand that T. Tank Barry has rendered his contributions despite his own significant challenges, and his whatever he wishes to share, he can share. But I do want to say that he is going through some recent family tragedies of his own. So everyone, please maintain him in thought and prayer, as we shall Amy Como, whose boyfriend, Tokyo, is undergoing a CT scan today, has already undergone it, and I have no idea what the results are, but I suppose she's sending them to me or messages about them. And Toke's mother is probably, I don't know, she's in a real bad way. I don't know how to describe it. So again, if she wishes to come on and share something about that, she's more than welcome. She seems to be able to communicate through Microsoft Teams, so she should be able to join the call. Hit the phone icon, Amy, and you can join us and roundtable for a bit. With that, we're going to turn towards Aristides, and he will conduct the blurb. Again, the White Knight riots is the anniversary of what happened 46 years ago. I will go into some detail you probably never understood concerning the connection between that and the Jim Jones mass suicide in Guyana, which happened effectively at the same time. And it was all connected, believe me, it was all interconnected. So I'll go a bit into that. All of this centered on San Francisco. So the illustration hopefully comports the gravity of these incidents, the gayness, the mass suicide, how can you portray the mood in San Francisco at that time? The way I did hopefully convey something. All right. I was alive at the time. I was young, and yes, I used to walk on rooftops. That was a common thing. It was where we would conduct our drug deals and organize various things that we were doing for the Chinatown underworld. Okay, all of that being declared, articulated. Not that many concurrent viewers at the moment, but they're growing. But we might as well, for the record, get on the record Aristides' blurb, and we can always repeat it later. So, dear Aristides, I turn towards you, and I'll review Our Lady's messages. Let me click on that while you go ahead with the blurb, dear sir. Turning it over to Aristides. Thank you.
All right. As you noted, I already put the PayPal link in chat. Please find that. Try to put it in periodically. If you can't find it, if you're only listening audio, if you go to PayPal and just search in the search bar Douglas D. Diedrich, you will find him quite easily, or you should. And as soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up, upvote. Actually, I'm just doing it now because I forgot. And also make sure you're subscribed with the subscribe button. Even if you've done so in the past, please check that it's still there. Sometimes it becomes unsubscribed for whatever reason, nefarious or otherwise. And make sure the notification bell is on. It is handy to get the little pop-up on your device in case you get busy. You know when to join us, but just in case, or in case the stream gets cut off and Douglas has to restart. It takes a while to reboot all of his devices, his router and everything, or modem, or whatever you want to call it. So just hit all those, please. And in order to do all that, you will have to have an account with YouTube. If you go under your account settings for your main account, you can actually, for me, it's under Switch account, and you can make channels. It'll say, have your some little option there to add channels, which are under your main account, no extra login info or anything. It's not another account, but each one of them is its own identity that can do a separate thumbs up. So I am going to actually switch now and do another thumbs up. So far we have, well, that was number 8. And then just remember to switch back to whichever one you want to normally use or communicate with. So let's see. That being said, also as far as thumbs up, after the program is complete, underneath the window, comments will be enabled. This is not the live chat, which can be seen on probably chat replay, depending on your display. But underneath there will be comments, where Douglas will always pin a comment, and please like that as well for similar reasons. Let me check the last one. Oh, I didn't do that either. So okay, I did that. It's just basic, contact info and stuff. But also please like any other positive comments. Is that one Brooke? It looks like it. Right?
Yeah. Is she on or somehow? What?
Oh, no. The last program.
Yeah. That's Brooke. Yes.
Yep. Yeah. I won't say what the name is, but can't miss her there. And maybe we can get an update, at least from what you know, what she's doing, or
well, at least we know she's alive.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Thumbs up if you're alive. Or comment. Yeah. So all that, and also another thing you can do is grab the YouTube right out of the browser window, the youtube.com or similar link. That will remain the same, but for both the live and afterwards, and so you can save that, post it somewhere, send it to somebody. You can start a note sheet there with the date and that link, and maybe some notes you want to come back to. That can be handy because there's a lot of very long programs, so it's nice to have a reference there and hopefully share with someone. So please consider doing that. What am I forgetting?
I think you're doing great. I mean, by the way, the incoming messages were from John Doe, who is, of course, our Microsoft Teams name for T-Tank Barry. I do want people listening to understand that when our man Aristides said he wouldn't read out the title for Brooke Gibson's a little channel on YouTube. It's because it's just long. It has nothing to do with his like he doesn't like the title or something, or he doesn't find
Oh,
it palatable. It's very long. It's
or yeah, privacy. We don't want it.
Oh, well, I mean, that's kind of an absurdity because I mean, she publicly entered a comment under that.
Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah, so it's hardly a private. Yeah.
you know, don't give anybody extra ammo.
By the way, so the comments entered by John Doe, who is the Microsoft Teams name for originally the Skype name for our dear T Tank Barry, who made such an incredible contribution that literally saved my sorry ass this month. He provided an incredible photograph of Jim Jones in Redwood City, California, which I was afraid, not knowing who the guy was, when I looked at it. It is a younger Jim Jones, and but at first I thought it might have been a younger picture of. I'm sorry. T. Tank Barry's father, who I don't think I'm giving anything away. There was a public obituary. He has recently passed. So since there was a public obituary, I can acknowledge the fact that there's been a passing. I'm not giving any names away. Not giving any names away. So it's like that maintains some security for the family of T. Tank Barry. There's plenty of people who die every day, and there's plenty of obituaries. But such being said, I wanted to ascertain with T Tank. I wanted to make certain that was not a young picture of his father. So I hearted it initially, just thinking that might be the case. But no, it was Jim Jones, which I don't know why. Forgive me. I know there's something wrong, but I find this young picture of Jim Jones incredibly funny. I don't know why, but it's just very strangely funny to me. And one thing, in case I forget to articulate it, because I have been chastised by. It's funny. I don't get approached by normal listeners about this sort of thing, but my son and the Blood Boys chastised me about when I went into deep analysis of the Captain America 4 Boring New World. That when I went into deep analysis about that, and of course, as I've said, that should not be named Captain America. I am sorry. That is simply the character Falcon, which they've made a movie about, claiming he is now the new Captain America. And it's deeply offensive. It is deeply offensive because it's one of these things where it's like, okay, you've developed a successful brand. People are going to want that product, and they're going there. Marvel Comics is probably one of the few first pioneers in giving people a product they never asked for and simply do not want. And they shove it down their throats. So if everybody's been going to buy a certain kind of car, and you change the car radically on them and make it a different form of propulsion, a completely different frame, and just give them something like that is completely 180 degrees antithetical to their aesthetic that your brand has succeeded on, but you decide, no, I want them to love this, I want them to like this, and you force it on them. I'm sorry, it's just at that point you're insane. And Marvel Comics is batshit fucking crazy, and they've done that with Captain America. They're just giving you something totally different and saying, this is the new product line, and I'm sorry, you're just going to have to accept it because we're like the state. It's like the state. It's like suddenly they're a dictatorial state, and this is what you're going to have to live with because the dictate, the new edict and mandate has come out. Such being said, the Blood Boys were chastising myself about not getting to the fact that there was a undercurrent theme that I did not mention, that I neglected to mention in the film, and that was about the Tuskegee Airmen. There is an undercurrent theme in Captain America, Brave New World, where you've got Harrison Ford playing the Red Hulk. The theme is the Tuskegee Airmen. And of course, this is portrayed by one black man whose name and the actor who portrayed him I do not even remember. I don't remember the name of the character or the black actor who portrayed him, but he portrays the Tuskegee Airman analog in being the first man to receive the super soldier injection to become Captain America, which was all retconned into the Marvel Comics universe so that the first Captain America would be black because they want to blackify everything. And it's awful. It's just awful. And it's no longer just being inclusive of blacks. The blacks are put in a superior position, as evinced by the concept of Wakanda, which is black, as most technologically advanced culture on Earth, which in and of itself is not the offensive concept. It's simply that in their universe of Marvel, it is part of a thread or a narrative that blacks are superior, are intrinsically superior to all other races on Earth, as evinced by their blackifying every character, including their most salient, their most iconic brand characters like Captain America. Okay, so such having been said, the other factor as to why I just completely compartmentalized and then bleached that from my memory was because it was, even though it's an integral part of the film and a pivotal part of the film, because that character winds up being brainwashed to try and kill Harrison Ford as the president of the United States, which you would think would stand out in my mind, especially in light of the assassinations I'll talk about in Monologue concerning the fact that Jim Jones was connected to Harvey Milk's assassination, along with the mayor of San Francisco. You'd think things like that would stand out in my mind. Assassinations are obviously important. That's why they happen. But it didn't, because there was this other minor character who was... There's three minor characters that look exactly alike. One of them is the black first super soldier, who is the Tuskegee Airman analog. The other is this Latino or Caribbean character who is obviously half black, perhaps Jamaican or Puerto Rican, and he plays one of the minor villains. And then the other one is the villain himself, the super villain, who is green and looks like broccoli, and he looks distressingly, with all these bumps in his head, like the Tuskegee Airmen, which may have been intentional because some of them, not the Tuskegee Airmen, but the Tuskegee experiments in radiation injection into blacks, which were also part of the Tuskegee experiments that resulted in Tuskegee Airmen. That's a long story, but it's all historically true. You can look this shit up yourself. Tuskegee Airmen, Tuskegee blacks injected with radiation, who wound up with horrible deformities. Huge cysts developing on their heads that looked horribly like human broccoli, which is what the villain looks like, who's green instead of black. And I'm sorry, he looks like broccoli, and they're all black. Because in the Marvel Universe, everyone ultimately is fucking black. And it's like, they all look like they were the same fucking actor. I'm sorry, but they're all different actors, but it's not that blacks all look alike. That is not the case, but Marvel makes it so they do. I'm sorry, all three of the black actors, it's like the black, even the Three Stooges are iconic because you can tell them apart. Hey, there's the fat guy. Hey, there's the skinny guy. Hey, there's the crazy guy with the Einstein hair, like he stuck his finger in a socket. But it's not like they had the Fro Natch black and the giant raisin black and no, they all look like the same fucking actor. I'm sorry, it was awful. It was just awful. And so I just skipped that entire part. But yeah, there's a Tuskegee Airman thing. Maybe someday I'll go into like a reverse microanalysis of that, but there's really no point. It's just so bad. So, okay, so that having been said, some incredible photographs being brought to my attention by John Doe, who is, of course, T-Tank Barry, and these include Jim Jones, which, again, I find this distressingly funny, and please don't let me forget. I know I'll forget along the lines of my forgetting Tuskegee Airmen. The majority of Jim Jones's church and the majority of his victims were black. And I'm sorry, so we got a picture of him here surrounded by all these rainbow kids, like it's Wee Pals or Rainbow Coalition shit, and then we've got another one of him playing with little monkeys, which is obviously what he thought of all of these people underneath his thumb. But he got all these blacks to literally worship him. And I'm sorry, there's a horrible humor to even be found in the mass suicide. I've got a photograph of all these dead bodies in front of me, provided by T. Tank Berry, and I'm sorry. There's just images of the Kool-Aid mascot just running around screaming, "Oh yeah!" among all these dead bodies. That's all I can think of. I'm sorry. Yes, I know. I need help. So, all that having been said, it's just too much. We'll go into this a little bit later, and he's probably provided me some other. Oh gosh, this one's great. It's a poster for a film. Probably one of the actors who was in that horrible Captain America film, Lawrence Fishburne, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. Jeff Goldblum is here, so it's a black guy and a Jewish guy. Deep cover, yeah, and it's like, yeah. There you go. That's the ultimate buddy film. There's hardly a Jew on earth that would want a black sitting next to them on the bus. Okay, all right. Having vented myself and damned myself in the eyes of millions, we're going to turn back towards the fact that we got to check up on. Okay, so we've got confirmation through Google that the YouTube is live. Which comes right away, but I just checked on it just now. Let's take a look at the numbers are up. They're high enough. Vicky Johnson says, "Hello, Douglas. Kisses to Vicky Johnson. Love you, honey. Love you dearly." And with that, let's turn towards whoever's on the call with us now, see if anyone else has joined us. Aristides is on mute. See if I can go back to the call. If I look at another image sent by John Doe, I know that's just going to send me into, fits of laughter again or something. So let me kiss Vicky Johnson first. And in the interim, call Aristides on again to the stage floor just for a second to see if he can. Oh, Jesus, that's right. Have this little thing here that I'm trying to, the sandwich that I did. I just want to get a few burner calories into myself. So I'm hoping we can get a little bit of a roundtable going so I can gnaw on that without people hearing it, because that's the most offensive thing in the world. Just finish.
Who's even can we get people on? Like, who's that's still a little bit of a problem because it's not.
Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to send you. I'm supposed to send. It's my fault. I'm supposed to send Aristides phone numbers of people so that he can send them text messages to come on. Maybe I should do that. Okay, I'll do that after call tonight. We've got a little while before the next show. But they'll be joining us soon. They did so before. All right, let me say hello to Vicky, and hopefully we can talk her to come on at some point in the near future. You're always welcome to join us in Roundtable, dear Vicky. Let me make certain that I've got my message to her entered. Oh my God. Love you, Vicky. And with that being said, let's see now. Let me check these images by our man T-Tank. And probably what I could do is just go into a bit of analysis of the day, the infamous day, which it was today, that was White Night, and then give people the whole Jonestown Massacre connection trip. Let's see now. Looking for the call. Okay, then click into that. Click into the images, and here we are. Patricia Ann Hurst. Poor dear. And let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, it's amazing. How does T. Tank Berry know so much about this? He's like, he knows where to look. It's incredible, the images that he digs up. It's T-Tank, you have an incredible skill or something. It's amazing to me. But he digs up images that are oftentimes images I've never seen. And one of them is the Chronicle. Oh, by the way, forgive me my ignorance. I feel so bad about this. There's a Asian woman here with a cigarette who I vaguely remember. I hearted it because she's a sister, so to speak. Meaning in a fellow ethnic. Who is she? Is that not Anime Wong, is it? Or someone, anyhow, he's also got a Chronicle headlines of the shootout in Los Angeles, the fiery deaths for the Symbionese Liberation Army. that is relevant. It is very relevant. So thank you for reminding me. And also it's like the same day. It's too small. It's like it's something taken out of microfiche or something. This image, and so it like needs to be viewed under microfilm for you to actually render it legible. But you can see the headlines. 5 died in these flames. Fiery deaths for SLA. This is the headline of the San Francisco Chronicle. Shootout in LA. Police trap terrorists at second LA hideout. Cinque reported among the victims. And on a sideline it says, India joins the atomic powers. So at that time, India was becoming part of the nuclear club. Illegally, as is Pakistan, illegally by United Nations laws, by international law, the nuclear powers of India and Pakistan should not exist. But who cares? Anyway, they're only pointing at each other, so who gives a shit? Again, there's some things that you have to be brutally honest about. And here we are, White Knights, Black Paradise. This is with let me see, back when Black Woman of the People's Temple Movement, the culture and politics of the Jonestown era, and the problem of organized religion. Of course, this is some woman named, this is the 11th or 7th, hard to read, it's very small, annual Two Cons lecture, to what? But this woman is obviously, her name's Sikivu Hutchinson. Looks like a very potentially, Sikivu is a very unusual name. I'm not going to guess at her ethnicity, or maybe I should. You're almost obliged because a name like that invites it. The person wants to, with that name, or their parents certainly wanted them to get attention. And it's bringing attention to something. So the person is asking you to acknowledge an identity. And if they maintain that name, because, face it, when we become adults, we can always change our name. And if she hasn't changed her name, that means she's accepted that identity. So if she was born with that name, Sikivu, which I highly doubt, she probably took on that name, and her original name she was born with was probably Mary Susan or something like that. But she chose Sikivu. Either that, she was born to Black African parents with a strong sense of identity. She's then going to be probably half black. She looks very white, but looks caramel colored, maybe a touch of mocha. So obviously some ethnicity there. But when she says the problem of organized religion, okay, I'll get into that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. This is the Kool-Aid. This is the Kool-Aid that they are hitting you with, and it's like bullshit. It's like Jonestown was a communist organization. They were not religious. Okay, so Patty Hearst was I know. Wdy Yoshimura. Thank you, above pick. Okay, thank you for that. I needed that identity ID. Okay, so Wdy Yoshimura was the first picture that he brought up, and so I appreciate that profoundly in Ethnic Sister. And here we are with Jonestown's Temple teenagers, and they're overwhelmingly black, along with a couple of whites whose parents were so fucking communist that they just felt that the white was the oppressor. They were Marvel Comics readers. You know what the problem was? They read too many fucking Marvel comics and just said, it's time to blackify, which is like what Marvel Comics, that's their whole fucking trip. It's like, anyhow, Temple teenagers looking forward to a bright future in their new home. Most of the young people pictured here were living in the ghettos of San Francisco and Los Angeles. Young ladies wearing Lion's Head t-shirts are members of the Jonestown Drill Team, one of many performing groups residents have put together. And the majority of them would wind up dying, killed by the black adults who were behind them. By the way, if that sounds like, how could you say that, Douglas? It's not Jim Jones wasn't going around passing out the Kool-Aid himself. By the way, yes, for all you assholes out there, it was not Kool-Aid. It was actually an even cheaper variant of Kool-Aid that was, I don't know, was practically like I don't know, Ajax or something, except it was flavored. But it was like that's how fucking cheap this son of a bitch was. He couldn't even kill the kids with high quality shit. Well, not that Kool-Aid's high quality, but you get my point. It would have been higher quality than the shit they got, which was just powdered sugar with some food coloring at it. And it was the adults who passed that shit out. Jim Jones couldn't do it all himself. He just gave the order, and the adults were overwhelmingly black, so they killed all the kids first because that was the order, because the kids were not going to kill themselves. So
it was Flavor Aid.
Flavor Aid. Thank you.
Great Flavor Aid. I'm looking. It's just on the Wikipedia.
Thank you. I'm gonna put tears on this photograph of all the young children, because that's horrible. I mean, that's like all these children would wind up dying. It's like there's no words. And here we are, old black woman with the big I believe in Jim Jones, and then they were gone, which is, I'm reading that out loud. Teenagers of People's Temple from high school to Jonestown. And number of whites, of course, like I said, all raised on Marvel Comics. Blame Marvel Comics! There is a connection. I'm not lying. That's not exaggeration. There is a connection. Now, in all fairness, that was before Marvel really got on the trip to any, but they were already beginning. They really were already beginning. They were beginning first to blackify their villains. The first one was Molecule Man. Molecule Man incarnated. He was looking for a body. He got atomized or molecularly disintegrated or disassembled. Molecularly disassembled. So he reassembled himself in the nearest body he could find, and it was some poor black wino. Seriously, that was in the comics. Micronauts. It was in a Micronauts issue. And then he wound up, which was, by the way, based on a Japanese toy line, Makuraman, or Microman. And then the Americans somehow cooperated with the Japanese. It wasn't a ripoff. It was a co-op, where in the West they sold it as Micronauts. And but they had a advertising campaign behind that was unprecedented. They made it look like it was sophisticated or something. I'm so sorry. Gotta laugh at this. It is horrible. There's some comments that were made by some people that for anyone who says, "Oh, this is horrible," Douglas is laughing, relating these horrible stories. Honestly, I want to thank Aristides so much for bringing up the facts behind some of what I was searching for from memory. But Flavor Aid was, that was something I can't even remember now. Oh, here we are. There goes that stupid Stan Lee and all these, Stan Lee, of course, is Jewish. So it's a bunch of Jewish people with an agenda to blackify the white race. That sounds awfully conspiratorial, and it sounds like something a neo-Nazi would say, but just because they're extremists doesn't mean they're always wrong. So yes, this comment, let me see if I can, okay, this one, that'll be perfect for it. It is, no, I think there's something better for it. I feel obligated to answer emojis to the comments of our dear friend, and let's see what goes here. There we are. It's like this one's good for it. And alright, so that having been taken care of, we are going to turn again towards seeing if there's any new in the live stream. Got fairly good numbers. 38 minutes in. We'll see if we're joined. Oh, Holly Kiefer, for those of you who were asking about her missing last episode. She has been dealing with a friend visiting. She has a friend visiting. And so... Then he sends me the Kool-Aid. Is there a name for the Kool-Aid mascot other than the Kool-Aid Man?
I don't think so.
It's just the
just the Kool-Aid Man. Yeah.
There we have a picture sent by T. Tank Berry of the Kool-Aid Man, Yeah, remember Jonestown. Remember Jonestown. Yes, he's and like I said, all I can think of is him running through the pile of bodies, screaming, "Oh yeah!" breaking through doors, breaking down walls and shit.
You saw this meme, or you just imagine it?
It's it's just something that when I was young, that was always running through my mind whenever they brought the subject up. This was the giant Kool-Aid mascot breaking down the doors of Jonestown, walls, breaking through the walls, oh yeah, and everybody dying and shit. Like anyhow, it was just this awful image that always cropped up in my head. But I'm sure that the meme has been generated by other people. Obviously, I'm not the only person who felt that way. But yes, but it's kind of like a bad rap because, like you said, it's Flavor Aid. Wasn't Kool-Aid, but nobody remembers Flavor Aid. Does that company even still exist? It'd be interesting to know, but it's not important. And there we are, Flavor Aid with Jim Jones. I mean, he keeps hitting me with this stuff, and it's hideously funny. So they got a button here with Jim Jones and the Flavor Aid ad, and then there we are. There it is. There it is. Oh yeah! He found a cartoon of the Kool-Aid Man among the bodies. Yes, and all. And he found it. He found it. He did not generate that himself through.
No, I didn't. No, it's amazing what you can find just with Google.
Yeah, so that was Aristides. We credited Aristides with what he found, and that's incredible. I am impressed, and thanks to this is the one of the few wonders of the modern internet is that we can find these things, and I'm going to try and find a emoji that does it justice. But I guess this is just the best one. Okay. Oh, so all of that being said, I guess what we'll do is just kind of start in on that topic since we're already in it, and then we can move on through other subjects after maybe a roundtable later, and we'll get that going at the moment somebody else shows up. And here we are. Another John Doe found T-Tank Berry found another with vitamin C Flavor Aid with Big Jim on it, which is actually what he was called. There was also a action figure line called Big Jim, and I don't know whether that was inspired at the time that Jim Jones was at the height of his popularity, which, believe it or not, he was extraordinarily popular while he was alive. And only you would think that it wouldn't be because Big Jim was kind of like a archetypal, we would call it these days almost toxic male figure of action. Like Big Jim was just this action figure based on He-Man, like not He-Man the cartoon, but masculine men who fit this stereotype of action figure men, where they meet each other in bar fights and decide that they're going to take on evil together because they got nothing better to do with their lives, and that's okay. But they're like not your normal action figures. One of them was like they were. One of them was a Native American. One of them is, see if you can find those action figures. Big Jim. Native American, an Asian with an iron hand, a literal iron hand that he would use to, of course, karate chop things, and Big Jim and his wolf team or something like that. Their mascot was a wolf or something, and that was around at the same time as the Jim Jones phenomenon, and everybody called him Big Jim, so it was just weird. And that brings us to the weirdness of the whole topic. So with that, check into live stream again. We got good enough numbers to get started. And so one of the homework assignments I assigned to the lads, my tutés, was a book published 6 years ago titled Cult City, which I asked them to write reviews on, and myself, since their reviews have already been turned in, I can now publicly provide my analysis, because that way I won't be doing their homework, since they've already done it. But the book is titled Cult City, and it's about San Francisco, and its subtitle is Jim Jones, Harvey Milk, and 10 Days That Shook San Francisco. It was published by a weird little publishing house called ISI Books, just one letter short of ISIS Books. And it's 257 pages at $27.95 back in the time that I purchased it, which was around, 6 fucking years ago. So that would have been 1978 was the Jim Jones massacre. So it was 2018. And so these days it costs you about $36. Is it worth it? At one time, I would have said yes, but because I've been forced to reread it in assigning it as homework to the transfusion affiliates on the estates, the Blood Boys, my primary source of food, they convinced me to reread it, because if they were going to be punished with it, I had to be too. And it was on that rereading I did research into the author, and I can no longer recommend the book in good conscience. However, it has to be, again, through my analysis, I will articulate what I'm saying. It has to be referenced, but it cannot be considered the sole reference. However, it must be considered probably the primary or preeminent reference, the foundational reference for that subject, because the rest would be like that one woman delivering the lecture on organized religion. It's really the primary counterpoint to all the left-wing bullshit, that the Marvel Comics bullshit that is out there. It's hard to describe. It's like Star Trek. You love the character, or most people love the character, or they used to, back when we had, a more homogenous American society, and Captain Kirk was representative of the salt of the earth. And you might remember that all of the astronauts that they portrayed in science fiction at the time, the 1970s, the 1960s, you've got this is not by the same guy, is it? 10 Years That Shook the City? San Francisco, 1968 to 19... No, this is a different book, so I'll heart that. And 10 Years That Shook the City, that's a 1968 to 1978. That looks like a excellent companion book. They should probably be published between the same covers as, like, counterpoints to each other. Because this book does need qualifiers. But you remember in the 60s and the 70s, Planet of the Apes, all of the astronauts portrayed in that film, the TV series that was inspired by it, the Star Trek, all of the astronauts were salt of the earth. They were all farmers' kids. The character of Captain Kirk came from some rural farming community. They were all supposed to be your archetypal white plowman, the white plowman American, anyhow. So with that kind of, how would I say it, concept of the astronaut, that they were the salt of the earth, the ultimate in Americana, just like your pure American, country boy, this wholesome country boy kind of image. What was the point I was trying to make with that? It was something to do with Cult City, the book, and City Lights bookstore, where I wait for my cab after I'm done with my chiropractic. I'll heart that, even though that's of a mind of all of these stupid left-wing kind of culture centers that have polluted the mindset of America with... they've even got a... what do you call it? The Beatnik Museum. Nothing against it, of course, but again, for most people who don't get it, that was like a incredibly gay culture. That was like the first outing of gayness in America. The first real public outing of gayness in America was the Beatnik movement. By the way, I don't mean to start sounding like Michael Savage. It's not my intent here. He was a Jewish motherfucker who lived in San Francisco, and uh, okay, should I answer that? It's like okay, all right. Um, this is like connecting. What happened?
Are you there?
Yeah, yeah. What happened?
I may have inadvertently hit something and left the call.
Okay. Well, we're still streaming, so yeah.
Yeah.
And but I was going to point out that Michael Savage was a San Francisco radio show host who was and he blamed everything on the beatnik movement because that was the first gay outing, and he himself was involved with the beatnik movement. He himself is gay. Oh, Sammy Romero has joined us. Thank you so much for your contribution earlier, and thank you so much for all your contributions, of course, and the electric blankets and everything else. How are you doing?
Let me ask something. Sam, did you just get a ring or a call of some kind?
Yeah, you called me. I got the ring.
Okay. Wow, because I inadvertently left, but then when I tried to rejoin, I think it tried to call everybody, but maybe we're on to something of how to call everybody.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So that was divine intervention. Go on. Yeah.
Well, maybe because obviously, I'm a full-time dad.
Yeah.
So maybe I can pick up the phone to at least confirm that the calls are coming in.
Excellent.
At least I can do that out of courtesy. But
Thank you.
But no, I'm right now. Literally, I'm running errands with the kids, so I can talk for about a good 10 minutes.
Excellent. We're so happy to have you. Give us whatever kind of update you feel comfortable sharing, please. How's your your own status?
My status is great. But the one thing that is very interesting, obviously, I lost my sister.
Yes.
Last September.
Yeah.
And my brother, my twin brother, keeps letting me know that my sister keeps visiting him.
Wow.
In dreams.
Okay.
And they have conversations in dreams, and it's just a very very interesting because he tells me it's like she's never left.
Wow.
So she's very much still part of our lives. It's just I think a lot, especially with him, he definitely gets more communication with her through dreams. I just think it's just very interesting.
Yes, to say the least. And I take it that this has been very positive for him in general, that he takes comfort from this.
It does. It's just when he tells me, it's almost like you and I are talking. It's very much. It's nothing. The feeling or presence of her is not something bad. It's just obviously she's not here in the physical. And they really do have conversations, and I'll talk to you about that in private.
Of course.
But it definitely, I think it goes into what you talk about when I hate to mention this, but it's just the reality of Dr. Aquino. He may not be here physically, but he definitely is here metaphysically in the sense of in the spirit, as far as he's definitely still here. And I say that because obviously the opposition and the influence of what's going on with the Red Russian insurgency and just the chaos that's going on. And at this point, to me, sometimes it's you try not to focus so much on that as much because people, in other words, the dominoes are going to fall where they're going to fall. It's if it's not one thing one week, it's another. Yeah. Obviously, I heard the news about Joe Biden having prostate cancer, and in my opinion, I think they probably already knew that. I just think they just decided to release it.
Interesting. Now. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because if anybody ever paid attention last year, in just the last couple of years, it really did. You could tell physically he was just very much going through something. And like anything in government, things get released sometimes by accident.
Yes.
Sometimes stuff wasn't meant to be released, and it's just how you spin the narrative. And it's just it's a testimony that everybody's human. Everybody is susceptible to, illness. It's just, I think in his part, I really do think he was probably already aware of it. It's just, they decided to release that information. I don't know, it got leaked. But I really haven't had a chance to listen to your transmissions as far as your monologues, because obviously, my hands have been full, but I will make time to, to at least.
What did I just do? Shit. Did I just hang up? Oh God. So that's did I just get myself out of the call? How do I get back onto it? Okay, that was brilliant. Okay, we're still streaming. No, but I'm dead to the call. Okay, so how do I get back on it? Fuck. Okay, that's so we've got to be cautious about all of these images that we're bringing up here. Okay, so somehow I hung up the call, and we go back on because it doesn't allow the other people to get on. So we need me to call Aristides. Fuck, what did I... Ooh. What? Whoa. Okay, so we're still live streaming, right? Okay, so I guess what I need to do is... hopefully the Microsoft will... There we are. Okay. That was brilliant. I'm being sarcastic about myself. Something happened where... Okay... Something happened that should not have happened. Microsoft Teams is now reloading. Maybe they're updating? Or somehow... okay, so we are now... now what I'm going to do is press Meet Now and join the Infinite Call.
I'm laughing in the background.
Yeah, well,
okay, so what happened was I do want to warn T-Tank Barry, thank you for these images, but we got to be careful when you blitz them like that. I'm not quite sure what happened, but when I'm trying to click on the notifications, something happened where I closed the call.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I didn't know if it was me or you, or I was just, I was, yeah.
It might not. It may. I don't know. It might not have been me. I'm just saying that while I was hitting all these notifications, then the call closed. So I'm not quite sure what happened.
Yeah. But I'm not sure either.
But
I was doing.
Yeah.
I was doing other stuff, and I'm not sure either.
Yeah, but we're back on, and what Sammy was talking about was Michael Aquino, and so please, by all means, continue. With that conversation. Is he back with us, or is he off now? Is he off the call now?
I don't see him in here. Weird.
He said be right back. He said be right back. And,
he left.
And T-Tank says all apologies. No worries, T-Tank. Just be careful when you're blitzing the images like that. It may have had nothing to do with it, but I was clicking on the notification and then suddenly the call ended. It might have been that I somehow hit the wrong button and ended the call, but hopefully Sammy comes back on with us, and he did make a point, and hopefully he comes back on for a conversation, because like I said, I can then turn towards the rest of this the sandwich. And just make certain I have calories inside of me to burn. Go for wood, as what I call it. These are like they're calories my body doesn't do much with, but it's better than having nothing. Now, what's also weird is the electric blanket. Okay, that seems to be going on well enough. San Francisco is just going to probably at some point I'll have to take a short break, and hopefully we have someone to roundtable with Aristides during that period of time. One way that he found to call everybody is that since we might hang up the call and he'll call me back, or rather he might leave the call and call me back, and that'll ring other people, right?
But I'm not. It's
not sure
something
if
like that. But then why didn't that happen before?
It may have happened before, but nobody responded.
That could be. I was trying to look around, and there may be the way we were doing is one way, where everyone is in the we'll call it the chat, the meeting, and hits the call, but there may be another way to direct call everyone. So if so, then that's what we want, because we want it ringing people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, actually ringing them so that they feel, that they know they can answer. And for all of you listening out there, because we got a good number of people listening now, we're at good numbers. For all of you listening out there, if any of you happen to have participated in the roundtable before, just again tell them what to do. Aristides, tell them what to do to get on the call. Click that icon.
If you're in, you have to go to the. If you are in the
infinite call,
most of our people are in it. So
regulars, most of the regulars.
I renamed it a little bit so it's easier to see on a short display.
Good.
Join DDD infinite call, and you go to the. Let me see. You hit the little phone thing, or you hit meet now. Hit anything that says it has a little phone icon, or meet now, basically, depending on your device.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And still figuring it out in there. Yeah.
No worries. So again, we might as well dive into elements of Monologue at this point, some analysis, and all right. So the book that I brought up is basically it goes deep into the untold story of the intersecting lives of the Reverend Jim Jones and Harvey Milk. It was published 6 years ago to mark the 40th anniversary of the Jonestown Massacre and Milk's assassination. We do have someone joining us on the call, I believe, or I had an echo there for a minute. And that's...
Disregard.
Okay.
That was me.
Okay. Yeah. Now, in the allocation of glory and disgrace, as in the distribution of federal largesse, one principle in America reigns supreme: the cruel sovereignty of politics. So, let's start with a quote. Here's the quote. A complex view of history must necessarily reincorporate in it lovely and creditable things, simply because the record attests to them, as well as to venality and hypocrisy and vulgarity. It is clearly true that the reflex of disparagement is no more compatible with rigorous inquiry than the impulse to glorify. That's from a lady named Marilyn Robinson. Marilyn spelled M-A-R-I-L-Y-N-N-E. Marilyn Robinson, in a book titled The Death of Adam, which was a complex philosophical subject in theology and later on evolution. If men evolved and different races evolved, what race was Adam? And did Adam exist after these other races, the prototype races, quote unquote, as they used to be thought of in terms of Darwinian evolution? Something, of course, people don't dare talk about today. So, The Death of Adam is the title of a book that is subtitled Essays on Modern Thought. That was published by in New York, by Picador Press in 2005. And the quote's from page 26 in that publication. So it's interesting because they're talking about modern thought and probably go back into evolution and theology and the conflict in between the twain, and hence the title The Death of Adam being part of that long-running controversy, which then petered out after the evolutionists got the upper hand. Regardless, don't drink the Kool-Aid. Now, this year's most conspicuous books on politics aim to solve the big problems: the polarization of the electorate, the future of democracy, the personality of Donald John Trump, or rather the pathological personality thereof, Now, valuable and necessary though some of these have been, I found a narrowly conceived study from over half a decade ago the most memorable. And just because it's memorable doesn't mean it's recommendable. For reasons that I've already articulated, it is recommendable, but with qualifications. And this is Daniel J. Flynn's 6-year-old Cult City, which is a contra-revisionist history at its delightful best. Contra-revisionist meaning that it's counter to historical revisionism, which is indeed a bad thing. And it does this via a fast-moving dual narrative that flips history on its ear. The harrowing events that marked a dark line in San Francisco are seen in a different light, but it's powerfully done. And it's an account of the briefly intertwined lives of Jim Jones, the cult leader who in November of 1978 induced more than 900 of his followers, overwhelmingly black African Americans, to join him in an act of mass suicide. And Harvey Milk, the gay rights activist and San Francisco city supervisor, who was assassinated along our mayor by a former colleague just 9 days after Jones's death. So picture yourself in San Francisco in November of 1978. The Reverend Jim Jones, the darling of the San Francisco political establishment, orchestrates the mass murders and suicides of 918 people at a remote jungle outpost in South America. Days later, Harvey Milk, one of America's first openly gay elected officials, and one of Jim Jones's most vocal supporters, is assassinated in San Francisco's City Hall as his mayor, our mayor, was taken down with him. In a period of 10 days, the Golden Gated City by the Bay had become the nexus of mass murder and political assassinations. This horrifying sequence of events, the mass murder and suicide of the People's Temple in Guyana, and the murders of Harvey Milk and George Moscone, paralyzed a city and shocked the world. Almost immediately, the lives and deaths of Jim Jones and Harvey Milk, and collaterally, I am so sorry and sad to say, our mayor, George Moscone, I should say our late mayor, of course, became shrouded in myth. Rather, the correct thing to say was Jim Jones and Harvey Milk became shrouded in myth, whereas George Moscone was either forgotten entirely or was, believe it or not, and this is actually the case, conflated, literally converged in the minds of mass media with Harvey Milk. There's no way to describe this. I've literally seen in print news articles since that time in which they reference George Moscone, the gay mayor of San Francisco. And George Moscone was anything but fucking gay. I personally knew, in fact, got my job as a Department of Defense librarian. In other words, this woman ruined my life. Leanne Prifty, who was the unofficial lap secretary, was the word. Basically, the City Hall employed whore who serviced under the table George Moscone. So this was like, this guy was not gay, but whenever they reference him, they'll say the gay mayor of San Francisco. Poor son of a bitch, if they remember him at all. Now, I do want you to know, I've read book reviews of this book, and I cannot find a single fucking one that even mentions George Moscone. In fact, he's not even mentioned in the book. It's like the mayor of San Francisco was killed, but no one remembers him. All they remember is the gay supervisor taken down with him, who most people think was the mayor of San Francisco. How is this possible? But this is the world you live in. And as for the other myths that developed around the people that are remembered, Jim Jones, and the fact that the majority of the people who died with him being black, the fact that this was a CIA prototype operation, a test run to see if they could get all the blacks in America to kill themselves by giving him some white messiah who said, I can lead you niggers to the promised land. And they said, it's white God on earth. And they knew he was God because he hated Jesus and said instead, communism is the way to go. And they all followed him to the ends of the earth, literally, and killed themselves because he gave the order, along with a bunch of white people reading all those Marvel comics. This is a test run to see if they could do this to all the blacks in the United States. And the first test run was so radically successful, they said, let's give them Donald Trump. That's the ultimate punchline of all this. But as for the myths, to hide all that developed around these characters, well, as for Jim Jones, the People's Temple was a fundamentalist cult that engaged in mass suicide when threatened with government intervention and member defections, while Milk and Moscone were the victims of a right-wing nut who abhorred Milk's sexual identity. The truth is 180 degrees different and more complex. The distortions and omissions have only piled up since. So as Mr. Flynn writes, whereas chroniclers whitewashed Jim Jones before the events of November 1978, they whitewashed Harvey Milk after them. Not the English I would have used, nor is it very proper, but anyhow, 40 years later, this book corrected the record to the extent that it could, bearing in mind the flaws of the author, which I will articulate. It was the product of a decade of research, including extensive archival work and dozens of exclusive interviews. Cult City reveals just how confused our understanding has become. In life, Jim Jones enjoyed the support of prominent politicians and Hollywood stars, even as he preached atheism and communism from the pulpit. Indeed, because of the fact that he preached both those ideologies in synergy, is why he became the Hollywood darling and was on the road to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. In death, he was transformed into a fringe figure, a fundamentalist Christian, and a fascist. But of course, the go-to slur. In life, Harvey Milk outed friends against their will, which endangered their jobs, their lives, and the safety of their families. He faked hate crimes that never happened, and falsely claimed that the United States Navy dishonorably discharged him over his homosexuality when he was one of the original Navy SEALs and received a military pension and full VA benefits, which, as someone, myself, who was dishonorably discharged, receives none. Indeed, I've had my records erased so they can deny I was ever in there, with the evidence being documents found by California using an AI deep dive so I can have the word veteran printed on my ID card, and the fact that I have the Marine Corps life insurance, which I could not have if I was not a United States Marine. That's why I have to renew it every year. It's one of the only bits of evidence that I have. And I have to, of course, dedicate it to someone, and at present it's dedicated to Brooke Gibson. And, well, she is worth her weight in gold. The enemy hates her as if she were the second coming of Christ, for whatever reason. And this son of a bitch, who lied about what I have to go through in reality, Harvey Milk, in death, he's honored with an Oscar-winning movie that was given an Oscar just because Sean Penn plays a gay guy and Hollywood is fag as fuck, and they flame out and just give you awards for being gay or playing gay. Anything that promotes the gay agenda. And he's given a California state holiday. He has a United States warship named after him. Not to mention a federally issued national postage stamp that you can lick before you place on an envelope. His assassin, a blue-collar Democrat, who often voted with Milk in support of gay issues because there was a secret tryst going on between them, is remembered as a right-winger and a homophobe. All of it. Pure and utter bullshit. And you're telling me they can't lie to you about winning World War II? The fact that they lost? And of course, the fact that they'll suppress me at any price, to any extent, so that you don't know your military lost World War II? That their first Navy SEAL was a faggot who drove young boys on the streets of San Francisco to suicide? But the story extends far beyond Jones and Milk. The author Daniel J. Flynn vividly portrays the strange intersection of mainstream politics and murderous extremism in 1970 San Francisco, the hangover after the high of the Summer of Love. In recounting the fascinating intersecting lives of Jim Jones and Harvey Milk, Cult City, the book, it tells the story of a great city gone horribly wrong. But first, to quote, in the San Francisco Bay Area, you can see the young beset and preyed upon by vultures, wolves, and parasites, dope peddlers, pimps, lechers, perverts, thugs, cult mongers, and ideological seducers. Everywhere you look, you can see human beings rot before they even ripen. He's talking about the young kids that turned into chicken hawk whores or child prostitutes. Rot before they ripen. That's not from Daniel J. Flynn in the book Cult City. That's far too erudite for him. This was written by a trenchant and prophetic Eric Hoffer, a San Francisco native, in 1968, the Summer of Love itself. 10 years before what the author Daniel J. Flynn calls the 10 days that shook San Francisco. The years covered in the book brought to our attention by T. Tank Berry, titled 10 Years That Shook the City, which looks like a book that I need to check into. And maybe even ultimately assign as homework for the lads. So we definitely need T. Tank Berry to be bringing these things to our attention, and I thank him for it. Again, that's 10 Years That Shook the City, but edited. It's an anthology. San Francisco, 1968 to 1978 is the subtitle, edited by Chris, I can't even read the name, Carlson? Chris Carlson with 2 S's. That's unusual. Edited by Chris Carlson. Okay. Fuck. I'm scared to press the button. All right. So it may not be. I'm pretty sure now I didn't hang up that call. The call was hung up by something else. At any rate, those 10 days after those 10 years, and the subsequent shock that followed, unfolded this time 46 years ago, in November through December of 1978. By that I mean it was this time, 46 years ago, we got the resultant White Night riots as a result of releasing the assassin scot-free of both our mayor and this gay guy who became known as the gay mayor of San Francisco, even though he was just a supervisor. He was basically, another book does it justice, he was basically the mayor of Castro Street, the gay district of San Francisco. Well, one of two. Polk Street, within walking distance of myself, is another. The city being so small, of course, you might as well just say it's the Mecca, which, of course, it is. There are lesbian neighborhoods in San Francisco that are different from the gay ones. And by the way, let me see if I can, okay, go to the call here. That's the button to push. There we are. Yes. Yeah, as he says, white trash piece of shit scum. Yeah, when it comes to that idiot, Harvey Milk. He sent a picture of Harvey Milk laughing his ass off. I'm going to respond to that with a puke emoji. Yeah, or just at least the sick face emoji, because the puke emoji is so fucking repulsive. Okay, and with that, checking in the live stream again, seeing if there's good numbers are holding. We're maintaining people's interest. So, Americans nationwide, well beyond the strange confines of San Francisco, struggled to absorb one of the weirdest set of circumstances in their nation's history. It was then that a surreal pair of deaths took place. The bizarre Jim Jones and his cult, which produced the mass murders and collective suicide of 918 people at a remote jungle outpost in South America, and the murders a few days later of San Francisco's mayor along the... Oh, I'm sorry. Is this someone else in the call?
Sorry, just me.
Oh, Holly?
Okay. Oh, yeah. Keep going though. This is really good.
Oh, bless
just
you.
Just getting here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Love you dearly.
We'll break later. Yeah,
oh, okay.
You run.
Oh, yeah. I'll when I need to break later, I'll let you know. And I'll
yeah.
Well, we're glad. How about just a short status update, situation report on yourself? Everything okay?
Staying alive. Me and the Bee Gees.
Oh, I love you. So, honey, how much of it did you hear before you jumped on call?
Nothing.
Oh,
nothing. But the first sentence, and I'm down for.
Oh,
the Jim Jones thing.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Don't forget to review it later then. And and what about Amy Como? Oh my God, I didn't even know she was on. She was so quiet about it. So, Amy, before I dive back.
Hi, Amy.
Yeah.
I don't know how to use this.
You're on.
Oh.
You know how to use it. You're on.
I guess I couldn't figure it out.
How did you get on?
It's a lot the same.
Yeah.
It's a lot the same as Skype.
Well, and it goes over the hour, or you paid to make it do that.
Yeah, he goes over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to pay $10 a month. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Yeah. Yeah, but Amy,
that's why I thought we were going somewhere else. Anyway, Jim Jones.
Yeah, but no, Amy. First, you. How about you before Jim Jones? Put yourself before Jim Jones. Don't be like his cult members. Sure. Yeah. so tell us, Amy.
This is my first step in bolstering my image. I'm a total wreck. What are you talking about? I'm like the best gypsy I've ever met. I'm always impressed with my own ability to just adapt and carry on. Okay. I did get bolstered. I got bolstered today because I ran into an old friend who just like on the fly got married, gave his grandmother's rings to this lady. And so that made me happy. I was really glad that somebody was with that dude. So that was good news. That's the thing I'd like to share with the world is that people are still getting married. Men are still giving away their grandmother's jewelry.
That's great. And do me a favor, and if you're comfortable sharing whatever you can share, how did Toke's scan come
We don't
out?
know. We don't know. No, it just happened, so could be anything. Could be this, could be that. Could be, aliens abducted him and took part of his brain. I don't even know.
Why are they taking the scan? What prompted it, if I may ask?
He's been sleeping a lot. And so we were going to switch some of the prescriptions. But I was asking some questions and nobody had a good answer. So they're like, hey, why don't we check and see what we're medicating?
What's in the space between those ears?
Yeah. And it's incredible. Like, he is very astute, and it was all his formulation with his primary care. He was like, I've had several head traumas and nobody's even looked. Like, they've never done anything. They've never checked ever. So, I mean, he was in a car wreck and hit a moose. That was like major head trauma for him. And a lot of our friends say that he hasn't been the same since then. And I can't imagine.
Think about the moose.
I know, the poor moose.
So is he going to get an MRI or something? Is he going to get an MRI and look in there?
We're not talking about MRIs anymore. No.
Okay.
Yeah. I had.
Wait a second. I want to know why. Why aren't we talking about MRIs anymore? What's going on with that?
I guess I haven't been, pretty much doing my boots on the ground for the medical mafia investigative deep dive that we're doing, but I changed everything to Pennsylvania, and I ordered another MRI. It's been 10 years of people ordering MRIs for me and then nobody doing an MRI. So I wasn't very hopeful. But it was like really hard for Token, his mom, to watch how they like lead you into thinking you're going to get the scan, and then they don't. And then they're like, well, you could do it and pay out of pocket. And I'm like,
oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, just like that. Yeah. And get yourself a ride on SpaceX.
5 figures. Yeah.
Get yourself a ride on SpaceX while you're at.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
So what and his mother, are you comfortable sharing some updates about?
That's just a bad situation. We all need to pray for her. She's not doing very well.
Please tell us what happened.
I was there for 4 months, and she's just at that point.
It all happened when you left, then. You're telling me the moment you left is when she broke her hip.
Yeah. No. Why? I never said she broke her hip.
Oh, what did she do?
I said she fell. That was a great leap of assumption, but no.
Well, that's what they usually do. I mean, it's not so much a leap of assumption.
No, this is a strong woman. This is a strong German woman. Her maiden name is Sepich. Mm-hmm. Did I point that out?
That's right. Her maiden name is Sepich, which is the family name of Dracula. Yeah, which goes back to Romania and, of course, Moldova and all the rest of these nations that, for those of you who don't know, Dracula's mother was Moldovan. But he was, of course, not Transylvanian. He was Wallachian. But yeah, all that being said, it goes back to Wallachia. So yes, so she's related to Dracula ultimately. Yeah, and
perhaps.
So yeah.
I mean,
well, she's got the surname.
I would never
surmise.
I don't know.
She's got the surname, and it's not that common. But
it's not that common. But like her father, which is where she got that name from, is one of 4 boys, and they're all military. So I don't. Yeah. And yeah. Anyway.
So are you back in Vermont?
Yes.
Why?
I just got back.
Why?
Because it's summer.
Yeah.
No, but
I need some maple syrup that isn't old and yucky. Need my fresh maple syrup.
There you go.
Honey.
So that's pretty much why I really just couldn't deal with all the Pennsylvania maple syrup. It sucked.
But the moment you left, she falls on the floor and as you said, it took...
No. She's perfect. She had people coming. We had a set up for home care.
Okay.
But she went back to the hospital and it just it's out of control. It's no good.
Didn't you say it took 9 people to pick her up?
That was the story that we got, and it could be that it was 9 people you know how they transfer with the blanket, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm trying to think about it in the most humane terms. She was in the hospital when it happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did they let that happen?
Exactly. I know. I don't know how much I should say. It's just one of these stories about how people go in the hospital and things don't go well.
Don't go to hospitals if you can. That's
I know. And we tried to keep her out for so long, and I feel really bad. She's only got 2 kids, like there's just like it's him or her, and it's just really hard when things don't go well, like what should we do? She's she's no longer lucid, and his sister is dealing with it right now because we were there for so long.
Yeah. Will she get some rehab time or straight back home?
We're trying to do that. I guess she's not really stable yet, is what I'm imagining.
Because it buys you time.
Well, but also it doesn't sound like a bad idea, except that it seems like they really screwed up when she was in the hospital. When we were there, they missed a lot of things that should have been dealt with.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what we're finding out is like his sister saying there's this, and I'm like, well, those things don't just happen. Like that must have been going on last time she was in there.
Uh-huh.
So it's really rough. Yeah. It's really a rough situation, and I appreciate anybody just hollering out happy Mom's Day to everybody, because like this is hard watching somebody you care about just,
and it's like you can't trust anybody.
Yeah, like people just. So like they were coming to the house and they were getting paid $450 through her insurance to be there for an hour, and they were there 8 minutes.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the
what
last
a racket.
one.
Why didn't your sister why didn't Toke's sister report them?
I mean, this is all in the last week, Douglas. Like, I mean, you know how the reporting goes, like you report and then you keep reporting about more stuff because nobody did any due diligence on the first report. So it's and
the last thing they will never do is apologize.
Never
because
admit.
That's the liability. Never admit. Yeah.
Right.
So that's hard.
Now, just to be practical in these matters, I didn't know Toke had a sister. I thought that when his mother dies, does not the house go to Toke?
And then the sister. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
Well, it's just
they divide it?
There's the 2 of them.
Both kids.
Yeah, they share. Yeah, it was the same setup as my parents had with me and my brother, and I just was like, nope, it's all him.
Does he get along with his sister? Does he get along with his sister okay?
She manages a lot of his issues for him. Like,
good.
They still get along. They still talk. They're still fairly civil to each other.
So being realistic here.
Battle.
So being realistic here, if she passes, then Toke's sister, along with himself, can share the home. It's not very big, but could both of them live in it comfortably with yourself?
No, it's just a mess, Douglas. I can't get into this. It's just a mess.
What about yourself? Why did you not tell me about your birthday? You let your birthday pass without letting me know.
I was eating too much cake. Couldn't you see? Couldn't you see all the cake I got for my birthday this year?
Not from here.
She was in a stupor.
Yeah. A poppy seed stupor. She gets to eat poppy seed fucking cake.
A cake stupor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us about this, honey. Yeah.
Lemon poppy
It's my
seed.
kind of stupor.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. I was looking at myself in that picture going, how did I master frumpy old lady so well?
I did find it hard to believe that was you. Yes, that does not look like.
I look a lot different, huh?
In that photograph, at that angle, I said, surely that was Toke's mother. I said, surely that was Toke's mother that was eating the cake, right? I still believe you're joking with me. I still believe you're joking with me, and that was Toke's.
I'm not. Toke took that picture of me, and I can't believe how frumpy I look. I'm sitting there eating a birthday cake. Just like ridiculous. I just look ridiculous. I look so silly. And you know what I did for my birthday this year is I sliced into a salamander at work.
Wow.
That was my big birthday day at work.
Tell us about this. What is going on with that? Was this to eat it? Which I wouldn't blame you for. I mean, they are a delicacy in China. I mean,
should have grilled it all up. There were so many. It was like this area that I'd been neglecting at work, and I went over there and was trying to just tackle some of this creeping ground cover, and I'm like clipping at it, and I cut into the salamander. I'm like, oh no, head injury. He's a goner.
Oh God.
And then I started looking around, and I'm like, oh my God, there are salamanders in all these pots. They're everywhere. And then I went home.
Well, that's kind of a good thing, I think.
Yeah.
They're going extinct here fast.
Yeah. So I'm glad that they're propagating elsewhere. I love salamanders.
That's a nice thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How did you deal with the rest of them? How did you deal with the rest of them?
We threw them in the dumpster, and they took them away. That's how we dealt with that. We can't have, like, the whole area is like a showroom. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't have, like, plants full of creatures out for sale.
I don't understand. What put them in a dumpster, though? Isn't there some place you could have taken them that would have been more, like, where they could continue to breed and prosper? I'm
sure the dump is going to be the best place for them. They're fine.
Okay.
They're fine. They're fine. There was plenty of them. They're not suffering.
Okay.
I had to remove them. That was my birthday this year.
Well, that's incredible. I mean, that's an incredible birthday gift. I would take that as divine. That's quite the experience, and it's good. It's as Holly said. It's fortuitous and propitious. It's a good omen. Continue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All I really wanted to say tonight, so that you can get back to what you do best, and I am really loving your thumbnails lately. I think that they're showing like a very. It seems like you're just getting into a real like identity with the forms, and I just see that you're just being really creative as far as like what you're presenting, and I really want to promote that, and I want you to feel like you can, use this change of venue and all to explore some more options on how you want to broadcast, what you want to do. And I feel like last show, I have not been listening. I'm very busy, but I noticed for the last hour of the last show that your closing on it was very professional. So good for you. I really liked the way that you were just like, you know what? We've done enough. Good night. And I felt like it was sort of like that guy that, good night and good luck or whatever he would say, right? That you needed a sign off. Like that it was very good, very, very well executed, but I wanted to be like, oh, Douglas kind of needs a sign off.
I like it.
And then he could just throw down whenever.
Just Thank
be like, you know what? Give the sign off and be out.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. No, that's delightful, and I appreciate your listening to what you do. Everybody, remember, whether it's Holly or Amy, that if you want to catch up on the old shows, they are time stamped. If they're not time stamped, then that simply means the entire show was essentially a round table. So when I do go into monologues, they are time stamped. So anybody who's trying to catch up on the monologues, just go back to the old shows and review the time stamped areas. And I encourage that for, anyone who wants to. But Amy, I really appreciate your coming on and sharing. I know these are not comfortable subjects, and I'm still rather shocked you went back to Vermont, and I'm not quite sure I like the reasoning behind it. The maple syrup addiction just strikes me as just odd. Okay, that's just odd. It's
All
like
right,
I could
also like.
yeah. Okay. Go
I
ahead.
thought we agreed that like we kind of just dropped everything and left, and that it would be impossible to not come back and deal with some of these other issues, like the lift, the property itself needs to be maintained. Like it's just like you can't just drop everything and run away. Like there's, I'm an adult and I have years of my life that are collected in different places, so I need to collaborate and bring it all together. But I don't see us as moving to Pennsylvania, the two of us. Like,
Ever, I guess.
Ever.
Because what was it that was so bad? Was it the bureaucracy, the fact that you can't file for public support of any sort very easily, or was it any better or worse?
Or living in a city.
Yeah, I think mainly it was the city. It was just the number of houses and people, and just I really missed like my empty road with only trees, like just trees everywhere. It's better. That pretty much was what it broke down to, was like I think that he's better off here for sure. And
Psychologically. But doesn't that create a problem? Because it creates a problem in the sense that if they find something on the scan, then he has to coordinate with a different state's healthcare system to deal with whatever
that's why they've never. That is the issue. Like his mom and his sister have tried to help him relocate, and that's never been possible. Like the states do not cooperate like that.
Right.
So
Sucks.
and in some ways it might be easier to move to New York or New Hampshire, but in other ways, I feel like there's got to be like some, like it's never going to sort itself out like in a timely way. Like it's not going to be like tomorrow we wake up, we have a house with running water. That's not going to happen.
Well,
like there's going to have to be like transition period so that we can establish ourselves and then deal with what we've already got going on here.
I guess I want people to know a few things. We're getting a notification right now that the meeting will end in 15 minutes, that this meeting has a time limit of 60 minutes. There's a reason for that. The reason for that is because what had happened was somehow things got discombobulated when we hung up, and then Aristides called back, and then I called back, but somehow we're on Aristides' time as recognized by Microsoft Teams as opposed to mine. So what I'm going to do is call Aristides back, and I'd appreciate it profoundly, for the sake of my being able to take a break perhaps later, if that comes up, while both of you ladies still grace us with your presence. I know Amy can't possibly stay with us too long because of her sleep. She falls asleep pretty early. But Holly might be able to stay a little bit longer, and we'll see how long she can stand. But basically, I might take a break later, and if so, I'd like one of you here to bounce off with Aristides before it hits too late. But in the interim, I want you both to know that we're going to call you back by trying to do what we did last time, which is we're not quite sure what we did. We're not quite sure what we did, but when you hear that ring or look out for it, respond and do what you did to get on this call again. So this helps at least everyone practice.
I had to actually call you. Like it was letting me in the chat, but I had to hit the call button, and then I was kind of like a fish out of water. I didn't know what to do next.
It did it without bothering me with any...
Yeah, but that just seems to work. It says call all, and that's scary, but you just hit it anyway, and it opens right up for me.
You know.
Okay, yeah. See, and
Yeah.
then like, yeah, just finding like your mute button and like
Right.
navigating. It's almost like Skype. It's
Mhm.
not all that different.
Yeah. No.
Mm-hmm.
But
No. And that little phone is all you get, though. You don't get a join now green button like you used to.
Right, right. But
Right.
it helps us all to practice and get more used to it so that this becomes
does.
easier with time. And and I'll explain to other people our failed experiments with other venues and give people the details behind that privately. There's no point in boring
Okay.
everybody with all the technical stuff. But obviously, to maintain some level of communication security, we have to talk about that privately. And that should be obvious to regular listeners as to the security issues that we're dealing with. I am obviously a person of extreme interest, and I'm not flattering myself. Aristides and anybody who's known me and worked with me regularly, especially the men, I hate to be, how would I say it? It's just the way it worked out. It's really strange. We had a few women, like, this is why Holly loved Lena Shea to death, was because Lena Shea was one of the boys when it came to technical issues and was really the pioneer behind my website, which I have to renew at the cost of $300 next month. Obviously, I'll dicker it down to hopefully a little over 200, but we got to prepare for the worst. At any rate, I do want people to understand that it's no sexism on my part, but it's very seldom you get women who are very familiar with electronic communications per se, to the point where they're comfortable with literally setting up websites and stuff like that. So Lena was one of these people who did that, but obviously had issues with being basically an asset who was assigned to do what she did, and did everything she could to sabotage everything later. And this is just regular. For those of you, again, who think this is indulgence or paranoia, Peter Moon, whose real name is Vinnie Barbarick, was simply a personification of this. He was somebody who was assigned and did everything he could to waste time, set up ambushes, demoralize, and produce nothing. And all the while that he was on, there's a pattern with all of these people, is that they all talk about everything they're spending their money on, and it's always just shit. It's like with Peter Moon, it was like, a lava lamp for his Moroccan-styled living room, and shit like that. New cabinets, constantly hiring private contractors for renovation of this money pit of a 6-bedroom estate that he owned. And he would talk about this endlessly every episode without acknowledging the fact that I was basically on the verge of homelessness and that I'm not making rent. So there was never a dime or any monetary contribution to myself to sustain this program at the very least, or to prevent me from being homeless to host this program. But he'd go on about spending money for whatever he wanted, always quite casual in nature and having to do with aesthetics in life, as opposed to necessities. The same way with other people who have been on Team Dietrich, that I will not name at the moment because situations are still in development there. But there are other people exactly like that, and they're ultimately always assignees. Ian West was another good example, who was flashing big wads of money bills and had money to spend on whatever he wanted, even though he claimed he was robbed or lost his home, etc. Somehow would wind up in a new home. That would just be like, somehow he gets, how does this happen? It's not like he was going
on
out
a Waffle Hut salary.
Yeah, on a Waffle Hut salary. Yes, thank you. It's like, and these people are obviously paid to hook up with myself and get on the show and proceed to sabotage myself, oftentimes by embarrassing themselves in various ways to detract from any credibility with myself. But it's, this is quite normal and quite the norm. So obviously we're not having that phenomena with Amy and Holly, but before both of you, we try this experiment, which will be rendered necessary as soon as this call ends, which could be any second. Just remember, Amy, that Holly can understand everything you're saying. Please don't ever refrain from calling Holly privately and asking her for advice, because without giving anything away about Holly's situation, she is a care provider. She is a professional care provider. So she's very familiar with bureaucracy, mostly through California, of what you're contending with, but still, the states, I'm very, again, just very, how would I say it? We won't, obviously I don't mean to pry publicly and we won't go far with it. I'm just trying to express the fact that from a practical level, obviously I appreciate the fact that Tokyo needed his head examined, quite literally. The fact that you will now be unable to follow up on it by going into a different state where his information, whatever they find out, may not even be expeditiously transferred is bizarre to me.
Well, and I thought you couldn't get the thing in Pennsylvania anyway.
Well, for herself.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
For him,
No,
the procedure, they kept promising and promising.
Oh, okay. Then they finally
For
did.
years
that
and
was
years.
me.
That was her.
Oh, okay.
That's her.
Okay.
And that's with the
That was
MRI.
me.
Then what he's getting
Yeah.
is just a CAT scan, which is actually not as intensive, and that's why I asked why not an MRI. But I understand they do the CAT scan first because that way if something shows up on the CAT scan, they can opt for an MRI. Does that make sense? But they can't do that if you can't coordinate between states. It's very frustrating.
Well, and his mom and his sister are very supportive and they care about him so much, and they don't expect us to just jump and go down there again. Like, they know that like summertime is when we can do stuff here. So
yeah, and he may benefit from it.
Yeah.
He may benefit from getting out of town and getting on your patch.
Okay. Now, before
Nothing
the call
is
closes, I
changed.
want to bring both of your attention. Before the call closes, I want to bring both of everyone's attention to everything Aristides is entering in the text box. Everybody, please go to the text box. Amy, Holly, and hate to interrupt like that.
No, I'm sending that just to you.
Oh, just to me? Okay, so to initiate the call, but everybody can see this, or just me? Okay.
No, I'm
So
just
to
saying.
initiate a call with everyone in Microsoft Teams, you can either start a new chat, a group chat, and initiate a call from that chat. Well, we'll just go with the
I
infinite
can
call.
put that in there too.
Okay.
I just don't want everybody trying, simultaneously
Yeah.
say there's no. You need to be the one to initiate the call, which is why
Right.
I'm trying to target.
And then
you.
my phone rings and I answer and it's all good.
Right.
We're
We've
trying
done
to
that.
get to where somehow there's a way for it to ring everyone, which would be ideal. We thought we didn't have that. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it doesn't.
Okay.
Right. Well, because you can have them just join the meeting, which is like basically could mean like basically join chat, but no, you want it to call them. Right?
But when I initiate the call, their response is to press the little phone icon or the Meet Now button on their behalf. What do they do?
I think you're not initiating a call. You're initiating a meeting.
Right.
That is not necessarily a call.
Okay.
But as I remember,
Got
it came over my, phone dial pad screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, but what he means is
one
in
night
my
you called.
case, I'm not initiating the call because the call is infinite. The call is like in waiting.
That's not even a call. That
Yeah,
is
it's a
just
meeting. It's a meeting,
chat.
right? So
It's a
so
chat
that
or a meet, right.
so when
So if you just hit meet now, it may just be inviting them back to that meeting, but it's not a call, which is why I'm trying to. Hopefully, we can differentiate and call everyone.
Got it. Okay, so
Because that happened. Remember, we could only get in the chat and not past it.
right. So the way to understand it is that, or the way to comprehend it is that when this call ends, then I simply call Aristides is what I'll do. Share screen, go on to the infinite call, which is a meeting.
Yeah.
At which point I press the Meet Now button, and that
No. Well, if you look at my, don't just press meet now. Do the little drop down next to it.
Yeah, and then what?
That's what this is. This one I sent you.
Yeah, do
is
the little
where I
drop
hit the
down,
little-
and then press call.
I hit the little.
Then press
I hit the
call
little. I hit the little drop down, and then I took the screenshot because if you just hit meet now, that could be one. It does a thing.
button. Okay.
But if you hit the drop down and then it says audio video, and that links to the other picture I sent you, where it says options. Two options that are called 1 and 3. I cut out another one. So I think it's two different things. So you don't even necessarily have to call me separately.
Well, I'll do it anyway, so we can share a screen and go over this. Yeah. 'cause-
I suppose, but if you're okay enough doing it, just
well,
go into
we
infinite
may
call.
get to the point where we'll ultimately we may
Okay,
get to that point ultimately where I'm okay to do that. Hopefully within a few transmissions, but this is awfully this is horrible. This is horrible,
Right.
but we'll make it work. This is just okay. Even what you're describing is so counterintuitive. People are obviously not seeing what I'm seeing. So he sent this to me in private messages. This is useless. I mean, this is just. I mean, yeah, Aristides is doing his best.
It's not that bad. It's not that. It's
that.
Just
It's
understanding.
that.
It always seems that way with a new thing.
Yeah,
It's like just understanding what the difference between what they call a meeting.
So
calling them.
it says one is using group chat and one is using Meet Now.
Right.
Which one is the one that I'm doing?
No. The chat's always there. Meet Now, like a meeting is not a call. Is basically
right. So the meeting's not the call.
When you hit Meet Now, that no part of that says you're calling anybody. You know, so what you want to hit the phone like thing to make it like try to call them to initiate that.
We'll talk about that when we start this over.
Right,
I'm sorry, it's awful. This is awful. I mean, this is like there's
not
not even a.
just-
It's not even you know, one thing that Aristides is doing admirably, and this is a, you know, this speaks well of him, is he's trying to explain it in such a way that I understand it, and engineers have a tendency to do that. Just remember, the people that the engineer is speaking to just need to know what buttons to push. It's like a pilot.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, a pilot in a jet fighter plane dealing with the, you know, what he's dealing with is just operating ultimately at a fairly monkey-trained level. He's just responding with, you know, levers and switches that he's monkey-trained in his primate brain to respond to reflexively, whereas the engineer
Well, when you
comprehends,
hang up,
you know.
take a few deep breaths. You know, take a few deep breaths.
Well, that goes without saying. Thank you. Yeah, that's.
And begin again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like so. Yeah, Aristides is trying to get me to that point. I understand it, but yeah, it's just not. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just the information he's provided. That's pretty bad. It's the best he can do. It's the best he can do with what they're providing. It's you know, but here I'll share it with you. It's no fault of Aristides. See, I'm doing a screen share right now. So if we go on to the call, and they'll probably cut us off the call in just a moment. Here we are. This is what he's sharing, and this is just. I'm sorry. It's like okay, so drop down. Then drop down says Meet Now, video call, audio call. All right, which button do I push? Yeah, see that there we are. So the meeting has ended, and I knew it would do that as soon as I started sharing screen. And so we're going to start all over again. Deep breaths, like she said. There we are. Then that gives everybody a time to adapt to the fact that the meeting has ended. And then I just pressed the wrong button, maybe. I pressed the Microsoft, so it starts it over again. And it's at least one thing we know wasn't me with my responding to T-Tank Berry's images that caused this. So it gives us a chance to train. This is our training through all this, but everybody gets to participate, which is the bum rush of it. All right, we are now going to call Aristides, so that I can switch to the. We hope he responds. There we are, dear sir.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'll go to share screen in just a moment, and so let's do it now. Here we are, and now that I share screen, then one thing that people need to know is whenever I share screen, it takes me automatically out of the call, and it gives me the background of whatever's behind the call on screen, whatever screen is up, which, you know, at this moment is various background pornography behind the studio. So if I go back to the call, here we are. Then we go up to looking at what you showed me. It says here, Meet Now. Is one of the things I can click. Let's see if that's on this call.
Where is it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So.
That.
So
okay.
this is the call you and I are on.
No. Yeah. You don't want that one. You want to go to the infinite call thing.
Right. Okay. So that means here we are, and see. Yeah. So I have to go to the infinite call. So let's
Goes
see
that
now.
one right there. No. It's right, it was right under mine.
There we are.
Join,
Thank
I changed it. Join DDD. Right.
Yeah,
right.
infinite call there.
Go to that.
There we are. And then go up to meet now and click the little hash mark.
Drop down.
And which
and
one?
Then audio call.
Audio call. There we are.
It'll
That's
probably
right.
put this one on
hold. Right. So that puts him on hold. And that calls everyone. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
So that calls everyone. Yeah, that's the one.
Wait,
see, that's the one that calls everyone. Then Amy answered, and Holly answered.
Yes, that's. I think it's two different things. So yes.
There, we found it. That is the secret. That's the secret. Yeah.
And it put my call on hold, so I immediately just hit hang up.
So this
and then you were calling me.
So this is what I'll show everyone is going back to the call. This is what I see now. See everyone? Can you see the screen share? This is what I see now, and I'll make that larger. See, this is what I see.
That's what I saw before, right? That's how I figure out two different things, and it'll time out on all of them if they don't answer.
Yes. See, it's
at least it rang.
Yeah. So to everyone else that's calling right now, it's calling Sammy Romero, who's on with us. Sammy's joined us, so do say hello, Sammy, if you have a moment there. Yeah, and there we are. And it's calling, but it's not everyone. It's not George Knight, and it's not. Oh, because you don't have their phone numbers or something.
No, I don't know. I don't know. It should be everybody.
There's a 17-person list.
Yeah, is it got up there?
It's just not showing them all.
Okay, it's just not showing them all.
It should have called everyone,
including those people. Okay,
I believe so. So.
All right. Well, we now have Sammy Romero, Holly Kiefer, Amy Como, Aristides, and myself. We now have essentially 6 people on this call, or 5, 1, 2, 3. And the 6th being the assign A. I'm sorry, what's that, Amy?
6 plus the squeaky chair.
No, 6th is the assign A, who's always in on the call that we've spoken of at length before. Sometimes we actually hear them. Maybe that won't be happening on Microsoft Teams. It was definitely happening on Skype. But sometimes we would hear them breathing or making strange, comments under the breath. Literally, we would hear them mutter under their breath at times. Just myself. It's not just voices in my head. It was also other people heard it, just to reassure our listeners of some modicum of sanity still being possessed by myself. But all of that being said, the number of people on with us now, they will provide me a buffer if I need to take a break sometime soon. Other than that, we seem to be going strong right now, so we'll return to it. Before we return to Monologue, is there anything anyone wishes to bring up? Anything in terms of recent events worldwide? Since we've covered the personal topics pretty thoroughly to the point where it was maybe even invasive, which I apologize for, but obviously people care and we want the best for certainly the people who care about us want the best for everyone on Team Dietrich. So I don't think Holly is comfortable sharing much of anything, but environmentally in your world, for a return to Monologue, everything seems to have settled at least a little bit. You're back to eating fresh green vegetables and fresh fruits and vegetables or something like that, I presume.
Oh, it's a whole long, horrible thing. Test results are coming in and they are very grim. And
where do you even go to find them? Where do you go to find them?
It's a nightmare. Oh, citizen groups that got up on Facebook and shit.
Okay.
All by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Aaron Brockovich came, because of them.
Okay.
There's people at varying levels of public activism about it. And there's all levels of ways to get involved. And it's a very grim prognosis. Very grim. Because at this point it seems unstoppable, and they're supposed to fire up Elon's side June 1st.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so after multiple fires. So, I mean, the last fire he had shut down Highway 1 with the miasma for about 7 hours.
Yeah.
And, the whole thing all around the world, it's such a nightmare. Is Sammy here?
Yes. And
Let's hear from him.
Well, he's on daddy
Yeah,
duty.
my shit's
so
boring.
he's
Okay. He's
yeah.
mute. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
mute for a reason. He's got kids that are a handful, and I'm happy
Mm-hmm.
for him though. He's
Oh
definitely
yeah.
he's definitely
Oh yeah.
I mean I of course if I had 2 kids I'd kill myself, but so,
I hear you.
but he understands having 2 kids will kill him soon enough. So killing himself now would just make it quicker.
I'm sure they benefit from his care.
They benefit from his care, yes. But
Yes.
yeah, but does the adult benefit from the...
Well, that can make it worthwhile enough. I mean, there's no going back with it.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure. Holy shit. Yeah, that's I'm not even gonna bother to even try to imagine. So
I thought about something weird hit me one day.
yeah.
There's at least 10,000 ways to die,
Okay.
but only one way to be born.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't, nobody ever, kill themselves by crawling back up their mother. That door is shut. one time pass into the world of the 10,000, And so that always just gave me a little shiver. You know what I mean?
If I wasn't depressed before, I am now. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but
What
the
the
dichotomy
fuck?
of it.
I mean, with thoughts like this, why do you not kill yourself? Jesus fucking Christ! That's like I don't want you to, but you get what I'm saying. Jesus Christ, how do you not?
Well, that's why I always said longevity ain't my thing.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Well, your
So
argument against killing yourself is that there's only one way to be born.
Yeah.
That's it. That you're here. That's it.
Yeah,
You
there
don't
you
know
go.
what comes next, but you were born, and why would you decide to take charge of not knowing, not having how do you know? How do you know after you do this that things will get better? What if it doesn't work? Here's the real catch, right? You're gonna do something awful to yourself because of something that's going on in this current situation, and then you do something and it doesn't work and they bring you back, and now you're in a wheelchair and you can't move anything but your eyes, and you can't do anything for yourself. You're dependent on others to do absolutely everything. Like,
yeah.
how do you know?
Hey, I'm an ancestral Catholic, so even if I believe in Catholicism or not, I'm afraid to do it
And before
because I might be damned.
Before I go back into monologue, honey, what about your what about the new pope? Thoughts on the new pope?
You
did
heard my rant.
Well, did you hear
You
my
heard my
review?
rant.
Did you hear my review of the new pope?
Yeah, at least you probably spoke on him more than once
Yeah, that's correct.
over the last couple of weeks. So yeah, I caught a good bit of it here and there.
Good.
Like I say, I thought Opus Dei would get another Benedict in there for sure.
No,
And it seems they have not.
That's right. He's very...
Which is very interesting because I'm not sure how to interpret it, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of all places, of all the, places you'd think less corruption would show forth, it's them, the Catholics, Roman Catholics. So I'm just mystified by it and not
Well, I hope you're appreciative.
and grateful.
Yes,
I am grateful.
Good.
I am grateful. Now, even Francis was hard on the nuns.
Right.
And Benedict was just wiping them out, man. But it took him a long time to loosen the fist on what they were doing to them. Even in the whole recognized convents and shrines and shit, they were just start choking them out. And they raiding their treasuries. They were literally burying their stuff.
Wow.
To literally had burial catches.
Why?
So that Benedict couldn't get their relics and
I
gold
see.
coins.
I got it. Okay.
But these are nuns, the ones that actually help people.
Right. Understood.
Physically. At least these days, they don't have a good history, which we know.
Well,
But like you say, in Henry VIII's time, Catholics were crazy and evil, but wipe them out. There's nothing.
Yes, thank you.
There's nothing.
Yeah,
For
thank you.
nobody.
Yeah, true.
Which is what we're seeing again with big tech.
Yes.
Nothing for nobody.
Yeah, and I'll get into that tonight. So thank you. And
I
Doug,
was going to say, I hope you will. Yeah, go ahead.
Amy?
Go, Amy.
I want to know if Doug wants to take a break before starting monologue, because I have probably another 10 minutes before I have to deal with my situation here.
Jesus, I hope that's not negative. I hope you just mean that, before you need to go to sleep. Something developing right now? I mean, is...
It's not even...
Well,
it's nothing to do with any of that.
It's later.
It's very late, and I have, there's nighttime things that I have to do, stove-wise and chores that don't make
that
it...
far north. You're getting like a 9 o'clock sunset, aren't you?
Yeah, it was
almost
pretty early, but I couldn't...
I thought that was late. That's amazing. 9 o'clock sunset, at night.
Yeah.
It's after 8.
Well, it's 11 p.m. where she's at right now, right, honey? Amy?
Right, but I'm saying generally.
Yeah.
You're way up there.
Well, it's pitch black right now. Amy, I don't feel like doing anything right now to relieve myself in any way, so you can take off whenever you wish, but I thank you for that offer, and I appreciate that profoundly. I want you to know I took advantage of my asking questions about your personal life to finish that little sandwich that I had, so that I had gopher calories to burn.
Sandwich.
A little sandwich. Yeah. Tell us.
Oh, it's just one of these things that, the goober Pacuan Meireles used to make fun of and say, I can't imagine anybody buying these $6-7 sandwiches, like we had a fucking choice in San Francisco, but they have them up at the corner.
That's a bargain.
Yeah, no shit. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
15, 18.
Yeah.
And the chocolate bars. Oh my God.
Yeah. But that's what we got at the corner store, and that's what I had purchased yesterday for today, just so that I wouldn't have to run up or heat one of the Meals on Wheels things before transmission tonight. Yeah, so it's there you go. It was a avocado turkey sandwich with sprouts and an onion, some little things in it. Yeah, it was nice. Very
wholesome.
Yeah, very wholesome. Very very tiny piece of cheese in it that is so thin. Oh. It's like somebody just spread it. Yeah, but there you go. It
showed it the package.
Yeah, it just is what it is, and but it gives me gopher calories, and that should last me the rest of the night. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that profoundly, and I love both you ladies, and we'll say goodnight to dearest Amy. We love you, and we care about Toke, and we care about his mother, and he is, after all, one of the line of Draculas, and it's just sad it's come to this.
Well, as the problem is getting recognized, you'll see there'll be things to do that help. Now, they say lion's mane is amazing in this capacity for brain injuries.
I have
know about that?
Sir, of that I put in the water sometimes.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. I
Very
do like
good.
It's so fun to do the mushrooms. I found some Horn of Plenty the other day.
Oh.
It's so gorgeous. I should put that in the chat before I go to bed. It was so beautiful. I was like, I can't believe I live in this place where I can just go out in the yard and get food.
Forage. I'm glad you're tucked up there for a while. Chill out. From all the Pittsburgh winter. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna send that picture I gave to Douglas about me getting a new image real quick. But
you and the cake? Oh, good. I'm glad. I was curious.
Birthday cake.
You can't shock me, girl.
And
I'm doing just the same as I did during COVID, like subconsciously. Hoarding vodka, hoarding ice cream. COVID made me wild for ice cream. It's the weirdest thing. And again, I quit it a couple of years, but boom, Trump gets in, and the next thing you know.
The coconut ice cream. It's a coconut milk ice cream.
Yeah.
I got onto that, and I can't do the dairy anymore. It just doesn't give me the same.
Very good. Yeah. I'll try it.
Creaminess that the coconut has.
Yeah.
I wonder where I put that photo now. I'm looking some more. I'm continuing to look. I can't believe this.
What did you?
Anyway,
you just said something. You said something. What did you just say?
Yeah, you have it already. It's not news to you. It's not. You've seen that one. You're not impressed.
I'm still convinced it's not you.
It's such a shock.
Now, see, come on.
Wait, this is it. This is it. You put it in the call.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, the one of Toke's mother. That's Toke's mother. Yeah.
That's Toke's mom. No, that's Amy. That's Amy getting fat on some lemon frosty cake. Loving it. Totally cool with it. Don't. Whatever it is, I got cake. I'm a Frenchie with cake.
Well, let me say something here. Here's the thing of it. I was going to say something about this. For me, every time somebody enters a picture, all I get is the word image. And so, yes, Amy, I got this image, but they don't open. And so I'm wondering if it's some kind of setting on my side that I'm not seeing that says accept photographs.
To look at the picture, you have to like download a file or something? Is that how
No,
that?
it's just saying image, which is weird.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
like, you sent something, the Harvey Milk came in as a website kind of thing. But there's no picture.
In other words, the links provide sometimes an image that links in, but the images are just not translating via the cell phone that she's using. I do, however, notice that this is actually a different photograph in the sense that the photograph Amy originally sent me was like a close-in or a kind of cut. Yeah, she cropped it. Okay, so this is the full photograph, and so it's but Amy, we love you dearly, and I do want our lovely Holly to know that when it comes to this particular photograph, Holly, you'll probably be able to see it later if you find a way to just jump in on the infinite call on your free time on a computer. If you're able to do so on a PC, where somehow your Microsoft Teams should be easier to download or something, then you'll find it easier. It's probably something that manifests far easier on a PC medium than it does on the call, even though we probably have maybe these people have more advanced cell phones. I probably would get what Amy gets because I have a Medicare cell phone. No.
There's a reason for this.
Okay. Well, you'll figure it out.
And I'm going to send you the screenshot so you can see what I get. So I think I can do it just like this. Yes. Okay. I want to send. How do I say yes? Share. Okay. Sending. It's weird. I never saw anything like that before.
Really?
And so I'll talk to Aristides or something. Yeah, that there's no JPEG with it or anything.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So
That's
there's
all you get. Just that.
Yeah. That's sad.
Image, a website thing. And there's no way to activate them all the way from the beginning.
On the phone, I see that.
Yeah.
I saw that. I noticed that too when I go to the chat, right?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, one of them, the last one is popping up. I don't think they may not.
That's the one I sent.
Oh, you sent.
Off a
I don't
screenshot.
know why they are, but I would try this. Go to the top. Go to the top versus join DDD Infinite Call, and then if you get like kind of the header page of the whole thing, then it'll have. If you look down, it'll say have photos there. You can scroll through the little gallery of photos. It's showing them there, but it's not showing them all for me in the chat.
Oh.
I don't know
Okay, so
why.
now if I'm on the chat screen, not our screen, I'm looking filter. No, that's
you have to
not
go
it.
in the chat. Right. I don't know why it's
But-
not. I
Yeah.
don't know why it's not doing that. I don't. But you
I'll
can
look
see them
into that.
if you go to the
Chat.
if you're.
Here's
like-
activity. No,
No.
just missed calls.
No.
Okay.
If you're at the chat page and then you click on the name of the chat at the top, it'll bring you to like kind of basically a summary gallery page for the chat.
Huh.
And then you can see.
I wonder if it'll do that in the call status message. No.
All right. Anyway.
I wonder if it's a phone thing. Yeah.
No.
All right,
No. Well, I
bummer.
don't know. I'm seeing that too until I go to the other whatever you call it I just call it a header or whatever, but it's like not the chat. It's
Yeah. All right. I'll work on it.
Yeah.
I will work on that.
Okay. And you're all.
Oh, I might have just found it.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah, I did. Photos.
Open the image.
Brilliant. You're a genius.
Tell us what you think of Amy. It's just pure sexuality that just radiates from that image. I mean, it's like, oh man, it's just beats porn all to hell. Just like, I don't even need to cruise anymore. I just need to put that image up on my wall and just stare at that when I pound my put at night. It's like, it's like every man's sex fantasy come true. Yes.
I'm trying to tell you, listen, this is who's on the phone.
That's so.
We love you, Amy. We love you.
I'm trying to be, I don't know.
You know, with the this guy keeps the cosmetics industry going. All she did was forget to dye her hair one month. Give her a break. She's having her birthday in her goddamn pajamas. It's not a crime.
Get that outfit. It's like
You would too.
Get their outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Killing salamander outfit. That's what that was.
Yeah. She's in her sweaty work clothes on her crappy birthday. And now you're cracking on.
Oh, I love you, Holly.
Hey.
Oh,
Go fix your makeup.
The two of you need to be a comedian team. The female word being
Really,
comedian.
Amy, we could do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
comedians. Yes.
On
And
it.
OnlyFans.
hey, like, oh, by the way, which state is it? Is it Sweden? It's Sweden. Sweden, they're like putting OnlyFans girls in jail. Believe that
Oh.
shit? Yeah, it's
Huh.
yeah.
And
They used to be so
women-
liberal. They used to be so fucking liberal. They were like, porn was like it was like that. Now they're like, you do OnlyFans, they're putting you in jail. It's like it's bullshit. So something's gone terribly
What
wrong.
about the guys?
I probably the same thing, but there's just
the
not that
men-
many guys just don't usually do OnlyFans, not because they're different people. It's simply because guys don't usually get any response that makes it worthwhile to do OnlyFans.
True.
Oh
Yeah, no, I don't mean the performers, but like management of the site and all that.
yeah, that too. That's also a factor.
And I mean, is this a morality thing, or are people running rackets like hacking? And
It seems to be one of those vice crime
doing
issues where they're
crimes.
just like going Puritan or something stupid like that to me. But
Really?
yeah, which is
Like
just,
an overreaction to revenge porn, although a strong reaction is
that makes
warranted.
sense. That's the only
to that
thing.
shit.
That's the only thing that would make sense. By the way, we've just received an image of an incredible fungus from Amy. This is not something
Oh
on her.
yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah, it's not on her toes. I assure you. It's what is this? It's a what?
It's
Wow,
a horn of plenty. It's totally edible. There was a
that's
bunch
a
of them,
beauty.
and I caught
Wow.
off 2 so that I could check the spores and try to identify it. But it's totally edible. Toke does not like it when I forage food, though.
Why?
He prefers sandwiches from the corner store. He does not like.
Well, save it off. It just means more for you. Just means more for you. Serious. Fucking.
How would you cook it? How would you cook it?
What I did
Fried
was
up in butter? That's always good.
Yeah. Always a good start.
Yeah.
butter, and then I tried to turn it into a mushroom cream sauce, but my cream had turned off, so it curdled.
Oh, the pain. Bummer.
Oh.
That sounds delightful.
Doesn't eat
That's the
it.
kind of mushroom I bet you could get beautiful spore prints off of. And
They
can't
were
you
white.
grow more with the spore prints?
Wow.
Or
I see
actually,
from underneath.
I took the bigger one and kind of like seeded it on some brush piles, so hopefully it'll just spread.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
I know, just slamming mushrooms around on piles of wood,
Right.
just banging them, get all their spores on everything.
That's
Hopefully it'll
right. Very good.
That sounds horribly obscene.
to the picture of me and think of it.
Oh.
That's why they're together, honey. You gave them both in a row. It has its own implications. Now, without I mean, you don't need to speak of this at all if you don't feel comfortable about it, Holly. But you had a friend visit recently. I hope that came out well.
Oh, we had a lovely night. Lovely evening.
Great.
Very good. Very good.
First time you saw
Very,
each other
very
in
good.
decades, or just years?
Not that long, years.
Okay.
And I'm missing out on a really fun thing this weekend for good reason.
Oh.
And so it was a little bit bittersweet,
Wow.
but it's the right decision for now. So
Okay.
there you have it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus, I hope you're not making any sacrifices that are unnecessary. But like you said, you seem to have balanced this out as to, what you're missing.
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Boring to go into the deets, but
Okay.
yeah, it's a thing. Changing things change, and
Right.
so we'll see what happens next.
So was her change in appearance as, shocking as Amy's?
Nobody's shocking. I mean, God. I mean, I really try to avoid mirrors.
I didn't hear a response.
But you catch it. You catch it every once in a while. You can't help it.
Yeah.
And so that shocks me enough that
Yes.
nobody else surprises me.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes me feel a commonality.
Yeah.
Because now that ship has sailed, largely, are we nothing? Are we worth anything? And the mocking and fearing of old women is as alive as it was now as in medieval times, I swear to God.
Yes.
In terms of social acceptance and the only one who's not a couple at a party and shit like that. I mean, it all
yes.
sucks and it's real.
It's so true.
So what the fuck? Just
Yeah.
gotta bite the bullet,
Yeah. Yeah. Things are changing, but go on.
the technology now is amazing, but it costs. You got to be rich to look rich anymore, unless you're, so stringent and healthy in your life.
No, it's true. It's just it's hard to be a human being. It really is. It's just.
Oh hell yeah!
It sucks. It just fucking sucks.
Especially when it's cake.
Yeah.
I missed it. What was that? What was that?
It's really hard to be human when you have cake.
Yeah.
What gives you
Yeah.
cake?
Oh man, it turns me into a monkey. Beating my chest. More cake. Or unfortunately, in my case, ice cream.
Yeah.
And I mean, I have a gift.
Yeah.
I have a gift I can't indulge. Inventive, beautifully presented ice cream sundaes.
Yeah, that's what she's also hoarding the vodka
Could
for.
I make a living?
Yeah,
Yeah.
these vodka ice cream floats that.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be a little spicy, don't you fear. With the Buddha's hand at cello, oh God!
shit.
Like a coconut ice cream, the coconut milk I'd serve with a mandarin sorbet. Oh,
Shut up.
and a mint leaf and a flower. And special cookies.
Delightful. Yeah.
Fortune cookies.
Art.
This is going to talk about Gaza.
Oh, yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
get back to that.
That's why we have those little reveries, so we can face it
Yes.
again.
Everybody's coming over to Holly's house for ice cream sundaes.
Oh, man. No, I'm going to face it.
We're
The
all invited.
stain on the greatest stain of humanity in my lifetime, and I've seen a few. The soul of humanity has a sword right through it, man. Or like that tarot card with the guy down with, I don't know, 10, 11 swords in him.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, God.
God.
All right. What
Oh.
are we going to talk
Yeah.
about?
Sorry. Forgive me for having to have you thought there. I could do the other thing. And frequently do.
Yes. Oh, well, that was delightful, and of course, I'm so glad that we do have an opportunity for these. This is also what people listen for, is these delightful little forays into our humanity, and
Well, and I'm grateful to know Amy
yes, we all are.
Yeah.
in this
Yes.
weird online.
What was that? Weird, and then she got cut off.
So
You glitched.
in this weird in this
What? Damn, they
fine way.
weird aunt.
So I'm grateful to know her, and I'm
Yeah.
grateful to you.
Yeah,
Is it
by the
still
way,
doing it?
I'm not
I
making
don't
fun
know
of you.
why.
They literally glitched you out every time you said the word aunt. Like aunt, yeah, I take it you mean in auntie sense, like she's your
No,
No.
not at all.
Oh,
I
right.
said I'm grateful to know Amy, and
Mm.
I credit you for that. In this
Thank you.
weird online way, is what I was saying.
Interesting. The moment you said that is
Because,
when
you
it
know,
glitched. Got it.
ordinarily we'd be hanging out at the farmer's market or something. Those times are no more.
No, they are.
But we get to know people from all over the place.
Yes.
All over the place.
Yes. God, I wonder if the
So
farmers.
there's something in that.
Yes. True.
Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I believe the farmers market
Okay.
is still active in the Civic Center of San Francisco. I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't been there in so long. But it was still active before COVID, and that was one of the last times
Uh-huh.
I really was down there. But I think I was down in the area one time and caught a glimpse of it. So, or
Good.
yeah. So should still be going on down there. But it's very sad. It was very, very fucking sad. It reminds me of my mom. My mom used to go to the farmers market. Oh, anyhow, what a, bittersweet memories, and but I'm again glad to have you ladies bring out the humanity in us, and again I'm finally noticing, as Holly brought to our attention, a number of people in the call who did not show up on the calling, like little I don't know what you'd call it, just what they show us on the screen. And so the number of people in the call now still has Amy, and I'm glad we were able to hold that little discussion before Amy checked out for the night. But we love you dearly, Amy, and thank you for joining us. And you have yourself a blessed day. You now know how to get on the call and be on the lookout on the nights that we're holding transmission to jump onto bandwidth with us. And but you were already pretty good at handling the Skypes, the Microsoft Teams that replace Skype. So
And if you guys decide that one other thing works, I'd rather do that one. I'm not into the whole Microsoft whatever.
we're
Don't
Well,
not.
nobody is. It was a desperate move. Yeah.
Well, it's it was, but in the sense any other move would be equally desperate and equally,
Yeah.
in the end, just as stupid and clunky as Microsoft
Yeah.
Teams. I assure you.
Yeah.
We were investigating some other things that might still be open, but it's just. It seems to be actually just the most practical thing to do, is just to pay the
And so,
money.
anybody, I bet you everybody on that list has received a chat of an active chat, and then all they have to do is press the little phone on top,
Yes, thank you for reminding everyone of that.
and they'll be in. Yeah.
Yeah, very important to get that on record.
Just the little phone. There's no special fancy green button or anything. You just trust it. And it'll say call everyone in the chat, and you'll get queasy, but say yes,
Yeah,
and then you'll be on the call.
that's right. She's right. Yeah. So everybody take that into account. Just when you get the call, push that little phone icon that says "call everyone," and
And
yeah.
your call came in under your name, so there should be no further shutdowns.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Should be no further shutdowns the rest of the night. Okay, well, all right. We'll get it back into monologue kind of gradually because we'll build up the numbers back again just by my meandering back into subject simply because we lost a little bit of audience with the four-way that we had, and that's okay. You can't let yourself be ruled by the numbers. Always remember that there's times when we have to indulge ourselves. And if the audience doesn't find that particularly interesting or it doesn't captivate them, then they check back in, and then the numbers build back up.
Waiting
But
for
it's
you.
on record. Yeah. I'm not flattering myself. Apparently, in this case, yes.
It's true.
So, okay,
It's
so the
true.
numbers are building back up now. We might as well respect that, and so I'll jump back into subject.
Let her rip.
Yeah, and I love you all. If I need to take a break, I'll let everyone know. But in return, let me know if you need to check out. So,
Yeah.
But Amy's already given us that fair warning, and so have a blessed night, Amy, and join us again on Sunday if you possibly can. You were out of the loop for a few weeks there, so I respect and appreciate the fact that you caught us up. Yeah, I'm sorry. Say that again, Amy. Yes.
I was just saying traveling's hard. I can't. The sleep schedule can't always do it.
It must have been awful. It must have been awful going from one state, crossing that state line into Vermont. Just sounds bad to me. I mean, and now you're back out there, but, apparently you like it out there in the wilderness, looking at all those trees.
It's beautiful in the spring and summer.
Yeah,
it's gorgeous.
Keep telling yourself that.
I swear it.
Keep telling yourself that. Oh
I
my.
swear it.
Holly goes out in the woods. I mean, so does Amy.
Our sandwiches
Yeah.
are $9.
What?
We have $9 sandwiches.
You have
Just so you know.
$9
You said
sandwiches. Jesus
$7
Christ.
sandwich
Yeah.
from the corner store.
Yeah.
Ours are $9.
That's outrageous.
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
fucking outrageous. How can you
I
afford
know.
to live? How can you afford to...
Oh,
Losing his mind about. He just doesn't know what to do.
But-
Everything's out of control.
Yeah. That's...
It's inflation, of course. Like,
yeah.
it's just.
And it never goes back.
It's unsustainable. It's like we just can't go on like this as a society, but I've always been saying that, haven't I? And of course, everything... everyone knows I've been warning everybody about this forever, or certainly everybody who's been listening to me. And now we're finally getting to that point. We're going to see massive changes of dislocation first, of course, and this is all symptomatic of it. I'm so sorry you're going through this. It's the people at the bottom like us that are getting hit. For those of you who haven't noticed, who are listening in, including all the assigned assets who are just paid to listen, so that you can report back on any, I don't know, anything that stands out to you, or whatever they're looking for. The one thing I can tell you all is that the majority of people on Team Dietrich are living on the edge. Majority of people on Team Dietrich are just, we're on the peripheral, the margins of society, and it just, so these are issues to us that, the guys who are ruining it all never even think about. Now, one of them, of course, are the person who personifies that kind of pathology being Elon Musk, and inevitably I will turn back to him. Did you have a chance to review my last episode and what I said about all of that, dear Holly?
I didn't get up to that. I got about halfway.
Okay, you'll get to the other half later. And I look forward to your review of that. And
yes.
Okay, then. So as to people who have been asking me in the e-communique about the connection between Jim Jones and Harvey Milk, in terms of answering them to get me back on line of narrative, both Jones and Milk, Jim Jones and Harvey Milk, so that people understand who I'm talking about if they've missed the intro. They hailed from San Francisco, and both admired one another. And that wasn't all. Totally neglected then and still today is the reality that Jim Jones was nothing less than a darling of San Francisco's perverse political establishment. There's no other word for it. Yes, that even bears repeating. Jim Jones and his seduced cult of infamous Kool-Aid, or shall we say, I'm sorry, Aristides, what was the Flavor Aid? Flavor Aid drinkers had been embraced by and were renowned among the San Francisco political elite, which means they dominated the cultural left. Now, Jim Jones is obviously universally loathed now. But as late as 1977, the year that Star Wars was released, he was still being lauded and courted by San Francisco's left liberal politicos. Then Mayor George Moscone himself, who would pay for that with his life, United States Congressman Phil Burton, who had the federal building, the old federal building of San Francisco, named after him. He was the man who helped to privatize the Presidio military base after I got it closed. It was Congressman Phil Burton, who made it not only national parkland to quote unquote save it, then finagled that this became the first United States federally protected national parkland to be leased out as private fucking property, which makes Uncle Sam a weird kind of slumlord because that's what the Presidio housing is kind of like a weird upper class elitist slum. It's not pleasant living, and it's not any ideal fucking neighborhood. I can tell you that. There's nothing pleasant about it. It's haunted as hell, and it's cold as death itself. And beyond cold, it's frigid, windy. It's this side, as far as I'm concerned, of just this side of living in Antarctica. But all that being said, it's also indicative of, oh God, so many things I could go into with this. But
you're talking on base housing?
Yeah, on base housing.
Okay.
Yeah, the Presidio military base housing. It was one thing when it was a military base because you had a coherent military infrastructure to get everything working in its own half-assed way, and people were not expecting much. But when people are paying thousands and thousands of dollars rather than being paid to live in a shithole, then it gets really weird. It's just like, what are you doing here? Is the question you want to ask all of them when you see them. But as Brendan Zogit and I said when we went there recently, you don't see anyone. It's like what few people you do see.
Yeah.
You've been there. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah, that was true.
Yeah, and it's like nobody's living.
I didn't think they had much housing going.
Yeah, well, they don't, in the sense that almost nobody can afford to live there.
Or no, yeah, they were like officers' summer homes or something. Vacation.
Oh, you're talking about the impression you had when it was an active base?
No, just a few years ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, 10 years.
It might be officers' homes that are the prize properties, but that's that's mostly what the people.
But there's cheap little 2-story apartment like little motel looking.
Oh yeah,
apartments
those were for the enlisted men. Yeah, and
yeah.
But if I took you on a personal tour, I would show you. You had the hostels where the mercenaries lived when they were just bunking on base. You had the other places that were across the street from the hostels that were a bit more upper crust rentals, where you went for privacy, got an actual room instead of community bathrooms and shit. And then you had the further up you had the officers' housing. Well, all nearby was the main officers' housing. Tell you what, I'll take my break now while we still have the company of Amy. I believe she's still on the call with us. I might as well take advantage of that and just take a break now while she's with us.
Can she hang in?
I
I got a question for her.
Oh, damn. I wish she had. No, she just left. So, Samuel Romero, if you
Okay.
could join us to bounce off with Amy and Aristides. Otherwise, Aristides, please, if you would do me a favor and, come on to call. I'll take
Yeah.
a short break, and Holly
Yeah.
and yourself can. Okay.
Okay.
So, Holly and Aristides will hold a little bit of a discussion here. And, whenever I talk about the Congressman Philip Burton, just so people know, he was pretty much famous in his life for that action, just getting the Presidio quote unquote saved by turning it into national parkland once I had gotten it shut down. And then he was famous or infamous for being able to finagle the Presidio sustaining itself or funding itself by leasing property out to average civilians. And so when Trump gave the order, which Brendan Zogit found quite bizarre and very suspect in terms of its timing, when Donald Trump gave the order to cut funding on the Presidio military base, right after Brendan and I visited, it's like they said, they all just laughed and said, we're 98% self-funded because of the rents we charge to all the people. So it's like Trump's cutting meant nothing. It doesn't
Right.
do anything to the Presidio. But because of these
What
accomplishments,
are they doing with the money they have been getting then from the feds?
theoretically, I would presume that they're maintaining the fire department, the emergency
Yeah.
response. These are separate for
The
the Presidio.
roads.
Yeah, the groves. Yeah, the
The
landscape.
roads. The roads.
Yeah.
I mean,
but-
the roads and
yeah,
shit.
I know you said
sewers
roads,
and
but I was thinking also the groves. The
yeah.
trees are all planted in military row order so that they act
Right.
as windbreakers. So
that's right.
and without the trees, it becomes uninhabitable. Just so people know,
Constant.
there were no
constantly.
trees in Presidio. Those were all planted by the military. There were very few trees that are old, going back to the times of the Indians. There was one that was old enough to rate, having concrete built up around it, like a little ring, a little stone hedge to protect it, because it was originally there. But they were so rare that they rated that kind of preservation. The rest of the trees in Presidio were planted by the U.S. military. And that was
Definitely.
just as windbreakers, and so otherwise it was just unlivable. So it's a shithole as far as I'm concerned. Though other people who visit there now would think, maybe they'd find it pleasant with if they didn't know the history. All such being said, he got the old federal building named after him, which still stands and is like, you can't find anything on net which will show you that it's surrounded by bomb barriers like a military fortress. It is concretized. You would swear it was prepared for war in Lebanon. But none of that makes it online. You cannot find the tank barriers around it. But it is the old Philip Burton Federal Building is surrounded. If you look online for the San Francisco Federal Building, you'll find pictures of the new one, but you'll find the old one.
That's on the way to your house from the bridge. That main drag.
Yeah,
But it is. It's not like
you talking about the Federal Building?
right off the Bay Bridge.
The Federal
Yeah.
Building? No.
Aren't I? That has all the tank barriers and antennas on
Oh,
top.
really? It's downtown in the
That.
Tenderloin. It's the Tenderloin area. Maybe
Well,
you're thinking if you go straight from the
city
bridge in a
from Oakland.
beeline. Yeah, in a beeline. Yeah, I got it.
And you hang that right past the Falling in the Bay apartment tower and all that.
Yeah.
You hang that right, and the Asian Museum is on your left.
Got it. Yeah, Then Yeah, you're coming in. I get
I
what
know.
you're saying. You're talking as a driver.
We
You're
rode
talking as-
past that together.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I love
Bristling
you.
with it.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, Holly, when she
Yeah, one
drove
like
us.
that here.
Yeah, Holly, that's when she drove us literally down
mind.
to Arizona and back, which brings up further trauma. Okay, I'll be right back.
Mhm.
And Aristides and Holly have got this. Love you both. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Hey, man.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah. Hi. Good enough. You want to see some squalid federal housing, national park employee housing.
Mhm.
Oh my God. That was like, oh, Douglas would go crazy. And they're all drunk, and man, it was squalid. I was kind of impressed, because back in the day, it was like a good job. But Jesus, when you got to live there, ooh-wee, it was gnarly. But anyway, what do you got going?
Where was this located?
Wyoming, God, Montana. I saw it once traveling through, and Wyoming. Yeah, even Yellowstone. It was quite interesting. And man, they don't get shit. It's like nuns in the Catholic Church, they don't get nothing.
Yeah.
But there
Wyoming.
they were.
Did you say Wyoming?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. So, any other thoughts about so far?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wyoming. I'd love to see those states out there someday. I haven't quite seen a whole lot of those.
Well, they're really something. They really are. And you feel like an ant because the landscape is so giant and
if
overwhelming.
you're not used to that, yeah.
No, man. A lot of people freak out. Like when my Jersey friend would come to Colorado, I couldn't take her even on the road up to the Continental Divide or anything because she would just lose it. Let's go home. Which was horrifying to me. I didn't understand it. I grew up in the same environment, but that didn't happen to me.
Hmm.
Yeah, mercifully.
Well, yeah, I'd like
Where'd you grow up?
like East Coast.
Oh, particular town or no? You don't have to say. You don't want.
Like
Newark
around
for me.
mid East Coast in a couple spots.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole different thing. Oh yeah, and that's I for some reason I think of you in California.
No, never
But
been to California,
you're
unfortunately.
there. Yeah.
What an
All right.
unlucky person, right? Never seen the California weather and sights.
Well, it took me till I put it off because once you get, you start out in Newark. I did go west pretty early, but had to go back and forth a few times and not happily. But I put off California because it's the last stop, It's the end of the world there. There's no going past it.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see it.
So
I don't know if I would.
I bet you will.
Don't know if I would live there. A beautiful place to visit. Weather-wise, I would live there.
Well, if you ever get the chance, talk to me and I'll give you some pointers of what I like and depending on what you like and all that.
Yeah.
It depends on your interests. But if you got ocean there, right?
Yeah, it's not the same.
No, it's different. It's different for sure. I mean, there it's shallow. Here it drops straight down into
Right. Yeah, it is
bottomless depths. So the swimming's better with you because plus it's warmer.
Yeah, it's different.
But and you have Appalachians?
They are close. Yeah.
Okay. Very historic.
Yeah.
I grew up where
generally not. They're not like I don't know what it's like there. They're not. You have to go inland a little bit. They're not right near the ocean though.
Right. And they're so old, they're all worn down.
Yeah.
Ancient.
Yeah.
But they have their charms.
Yeah.
How is it hot?
It's weird. Yeah, it does get. I think funny because like depending on the shift of the whatever the jet stream or air.
Yeah.
It seems like in the summer, we get the worst air from the south, and in the winter we get the worst air from the north. And it'd be nice if it was the other way, right?
Yeah. Maybe that's North Carolina.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Funny. Jersey must have been something in ancient times for beauty and variety. Sure. It wasn't Eden, but so beat up now. God knows. Oh God. Are you, is it raining enough?
Yeah, it has been.
Good.
Yeah, off and on.
Good. That's so important. Here it stops raining like 2 weeks ago and may not rain again till Christmas. Which is weird,
Yeah.
Scary. And then for 20 long years, it didn't even then. It was truly, truly, truly a hardcore drought. But the last few winters have been a bit of a relief. And it's pretty profound to have that again.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm trying to think of a headline. Interesting headline. I don't have anything to look at in front of me. Oh, you got anything? You got a computer up?
Yeah.
What was some late breaking news? There's some
Hold on.
horrible stuff
Look
today.
at that.
Okay.
Typing something else right now. But give me a minute. Or what do you know?
Yeah,
of
sure.
lately?
Oh, God, I just haven't looked. I haven't let myself look in the morning, but this horrific bill, Douglas may want to go off on that, which is awful. 1,000 pages of destroying the federal government, essentially, and handing it all over to private interests without restraint.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Banning. Okay, riddle me this. Banning any oversight of AI function and performance for 10 years.
Yeah.
And I think that's a done deal. I think even fucking Gavin Newsom wants it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I mean, just hand it over. Hand it all over to whoever makes it to market the first and the biggest with their AI bot. So, that looked pretty fucking grim. What else? Palestine's just, oh man. Oh, Europe's finally trying to get up on its back legs in the weakest way possible about Russia and Palestine. But it's a lot too little, too late, that's for sure. Canada's sure being quiet about everything. But goddamn, it took those countries this long to do anything, to not encourage the whole deal. Got any headlines yet?
What is Newsom up to these days? That guy, is he?
Oh, turning the whole state
How much
red.
longer is he going to be in?
Not this. I guess this is his last term. Yeah, so that's why he's all trying to saddle up to be the people's candidate for president time when the next time comes. What's that? 2028, which is a million years away. But he's just an idiot. He's just like a guy with a image, and I don't know where they grow these guys, because he tries to come off as, California liberal, but he's just got no sensibilities or practicality at all about, what's reasonable. And I don't mean, I mean, he's quite a regressive kind of candidate. They want to go back to Reagan level crime and punishment for the poorest.
Yeah, it's like, it sounded like what from Doug said before. He's like trying to play the, parlaying to like conservative. He's trying to play the middle.
Oh yeah, clearly the everyman kind of guy, and he is if you're rich. I mean, he'll bend over backwards for these crooked Elon power plants. And he did put a shit ton of money into homeless. I mean, many billions, but I don't see a huge result. And so now they're saying, oh, it's all crooked, all got siphoned off. I don't know, because I think the homeless population probably tripled in the time because it's been coming on so fast. And if you try and help at all, then there's flocking hordes, and all the other states just making fun of you and calling you an idiot. So it's like a no-win deal, but he's all behind the big bulldozing. I mean, encouraging every county and municipality to bulldoze those camps with no alternatives. Rent control failed by 70% statewide, which wasn't him per se, but that's the climate here.
What's your overall impression of him, the direction that he's like taking the state?
Oh, straight downhill. With,
Okay,
I mean,
now that I'm back, what's this about straight downhill?
Talking about
I'm
your,
bitching about Gavin.
Gavin
your
Newsom.
guy.
Bitching about Gavin. The hope of the Democratic Party. That is chilling.
By the way, in the chat, Troy Bellamy says, "Long night tonight for me, but we'll be on Wednesday. Love hearing you guys." There, you see, and our numbers are good.
Oh,
Yeah, numbers went up while the two of you were
thank you,
talking.
Troy.
Yeah.
You're a good egg.
Yes.
He's a good egg.
He is. He is. And as are the twain of you. You held very well. So how did the conversation turn towards Gavin Newsom? What exactly were we speaking about?
Oh man, a little bit about federal housing, and then into this or that. We were talking regional. I was inquiring about circumstances where he was, and he had an interest in what the hell is going on in California. And so that's kind of how it went, as I recall.
Okay, great. So bringing us back to California, I want to thank Douglas Marks earlier for his participation as well. Again, we cannot thank T. Tank Berry enough for his contribution of 300 United States dollars through my door slot.
Oh man.
Saved my sorry ass. We otherwise would
Good
never
Lord.
had any hope of making the $1,000 in terms of tonight's fund drive. Understand that T. Tank Berry is going through his own tragedy without giving away any details that would compromise his family's security. His father has passed on, so everyone maintain
God
him.
help him.
Yeah, everyone maintain him in thought and prayer. He truly is the man of his family now. And so, again, back to the embrasure of Jim Jones by the political left and how the elites of
Democrats with the capital D.
yes, yeah, and beyond. The people who I don't even really consider Democrats, but some kind of loathsome, just political animal that is opportunistic, and that would include the state assemblyman and later San Francisco mayor Willie Brown, who's basically for, let's just put it this way, there's black African Americans, and there are then those black African Americans who exploit their race and present themselves in as somehow just representative of people they don't represent at all. They're representing only themselves. It's as ridiculous to think that a white politician is acting in the interest of all whites in some kind of cultural awareness sense, as if what I do is for the betterment of the white community. There's not a single goddamn white politician outside of neo-Nazis who even think like that. They're all out for themselves. Willie Brown is the epitome of the black politician of that ilk. So do not think of him as in any way representative of the black community. He is simply a black gangster who wound up running the city of San Francisco to the fucking ground. He was the equivalent of, how would I say it? This is a wrong parallel because it imbues him with a sense of mystique and dignity he does not deserve. But Al Capone was a thug. He was a thug who had some level of charisma. He effectively was the mayor of Chicago without being elected, and made certain he was the man who manipulated for a time, who became mayor of Chi-Town, or Chicago. They call it Chi-Town. The Chicagoans do, if you didn't know that. Willie Brown was like that, only to degree, and he was far worse in so many ways. There's someone I could go into for hours, but you also had, aside from him, sucking up to and promoting Jim Jones because of Jim Jones taking all of, as Willie Brown used to say privately, and I know he said this privately because I've attended fucking dinners with Willie Brown, in which he was a guest in Chinatown at various China Tong, or what we would call benevolent society community affairs, where he was promoting himself as another colored individual. And everybody around me was saying, oh, he acts so pleasant while he's here. And I said, yeah, if I was the only nigger in a room full of gooks, I'd act fucking pleasant too. Just as if I were the only gook in a room full of niggers. That's basically what it was. And he's just a ambulatory talking turd. But such being said,
how do you like Eric Adams?
Yeah, I don't even know.
He's hell on wheels.
I don't even know.
New York.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Eric Adams, that's right. That's son
Yeah.
of a bitch. Don't even get me started. Yeah, that's it.
He's a gladiator.
Comparison. No, good comparison. Good comparison.
He stands on Willie's shoulders.
Yeah, there you go. Eric Adams,
man.
at least.
He's a bullet.
Yeah, Eric Adams at least looks decent. Willie Brown looked like an ambulatory talking turd. If you've ever seen the Dancing Raisins, who all the kids think wrote Motown, it's like, imagine the Dancing Raisin in
That's what I liked about him.
Yeah, sloppy suit. Yeah.
He was down and dirty.
Oh God, yeah.
He didn't try for the image.
Thank you. That's the best. Best
it was the best thing about him.
No, I don't know if it's the best thing about him, but it's the best description. It's the best descriptor. Yeah.
I fear the slick ones more.
Yeah, but no, Willie was awful. It was just awful. But then again, like you say, Gavin Newsom's pretty fucking bad too. I mean, that's like, it's
some airbrush right there.
Yeah, it's a coin.
Next stop, a Fox reporter for him.
Yeah, no shit.
And then he'll clinch it.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Like
his girlfriend.
He ain't clinching shit.
Like his ex.
Yeah, but he ain't
Guilfoyle.
Yeah, nobody's gonna go for that son of a bitch now.
Nobody.
Yeah, because but it's a coin toss. I mean, they're 50-50. That's heads and tails on the same coin with those sons of bitches. But
it's the Democrats to lose.
Yeah, and but not only people like this, like I said, George Moscone, who paid with his life, Phil Burton, who had the federal building named after him and was responsible for the bankruptcy, handling the bankruptcy of the Presidio after I got it shut down. Aside from those two sucking up the ass of fucking Jim Jones and Willie Brown having his nose so far up Willie Brown's ass he came out chocolate colored. You had then and what was, I think at the time that the book was published, called Cult City in 2018. He might just have still been at the tail end of his governorship. The governor, Jerry Brown, wasn't he still governor in 2018?
Jerry Brown?
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
It's hard for me to remember.
Yeah, because he came after Schwarzenegger, correct?
Yeah. That's right.
So that would put him about right.
Yeah.
Who came after that robot Gray Davis, who they actually impeached.
Yeah.
Over $100 raise on the car registry. Boom.
Oh.
That was an assassination, man.
Oh God. And to think that all I could say was, as bad as Gray Davis was, and no one had a more appropriate name. His name was so innocuous, and he was just that. His name embodied his persona, just a Gray Davis.
Oh man.
Yeah. There was nothing to him, but he made. Let's put it this way: Schwarzenegger made him look like a saint. Schwarzenegger made him look like a saint.
God.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger was a laugh riot.
Oh,
that's why I swear to God I'd get behind the Rock for any political office he wants. But never mind that.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
I mean, my lack of faith in the body politic is so extreme.
At this point,
I would promote The Rock and Sylvester Stallone as a running team. Yeah,
no.
Stallone and The Rock.
No, Stallone. Italians, man, no.
It was vice president. He'd be harmless. He'd just
God, no.
Yeah. Even as that.
I want The Rock and Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, there we
That
are.
would be my dream.
There we are. It's
Yeah.
Elizabeth Warren. You mean the
Image
woman who
and
was
no
doing all the
image at
ghost?
all.
The woman who was like doing all the
No,
Warrens?
I mean the crotchety old lady that no one will ever vote for because she's too right and too smart.
I barely remember her. I think V
So you
voted
got
for.
Hollywood and
I think V was telling me to vote
the
for her.
opposite.
Right. That was cute. That V even has faith in the system that she suggested I vote for her. It was because
Always.
yeah, that's adorable.
She's
that
a
someone
finance nerd.
that someone could be that naive. Yeah, and
Oh, I know.
yeah, no, I mean, by the way, nothing against Elizabeth Warren. I'm sure that she's far more qualified. Yeah, it's again, it's just my acknowledgement that the system is fixed. And that, these alternative candidates, there's no other word for them. Just there's no way. I mean, they just can't get in.
No.
But at any rate, we're down to the point where who was it? The black guy who was talking about werewolves and vampires versus the guy with the stroke, Fetterman. Who was the black guy? Fetterman was running against.
Man. Oh man. What? Some identity Christian Satanist Republican?
No. It's like Obama was making fun of him. Obama was making fun. Come on, Aristides, help us out here.
Obama was making fun of him.
Yeah, black politician. Well, look this. Black politician. Werewolves. Here we are. Just look that up.
Oh, maybe.
Herschel Walker.
Yeah,
Walker.
okay.
How could you forget Herschel Walker?
That was bad. Yeah.
It was Herschel Walker said, "I'd rather be a werewolf than a vampire." It's like deep subjects, deep subjects. It's like and beaten out by the white guy with the stroke who talks like he's like retarded. I'm sorry, no other word for it.
Well, and now he's off the hizzle with the whole thing.
Oh yeah, he's right wing, fucking Israel.
Oh boy, a brain injury will do that.
Yeah,
apparently.
there you go.
Yep, every time.
See, his brain is so damaged. He became pro-Israel, pro-genocide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Everybody's appalled.
Yeah. They
running
should
around. What'll we do?
Yeah, they should be. They should be.
It's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So, there we go. But aside from Jerry Brown sucking up to Jim Jones, who else comes to my mind? Well, just so
I'm sure he did because he was Oakland. Jerry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Jerry Brown was once the mayor of Oakland, which is
at least once.
Yeah, which is what they would call, the black community called it the war hole. They called it the war hole. And it's like being, if you're a police officer in Oakland, it's like you may as well join the Israeli army and just occupy Lebanon. It's like it's intifada. It's the American. What's that?
It was just like Newark. It was just like Newark.
Yeah, the American Intifada. It's
the
like
70s, 80s. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
but a fight for survival.
Yeah. So aside from Jerry Brown, there's so many others, but basically Jim Jones had long presented himself quite openly, quite adamantly, quite emphatically. This is not Douglas Dietrich reading into his politics. This is his outwardly stated stance. His official position was he as a Marxist with a radical egalitarian religious leader as the persona in which to deliver the gospel of Marxism. That's Jim Jones. He also abused his sizable band of disciples. There were at the time perhaps 5,000 members of Jones's People's Temple to help the city's lefty, and by that I mean extreme left, just this side of Symbionese Liberation Army left Democrats, win elections. So by the mid-1970s, Jim Jones had acquired a national reputation, not just as an influential left-wing clergyman, but an actual communist kingmaker. Imagine that. I mean, that's like, talk about, it's like the concept that Michael Aquino came up with of the satanic warrior monk. It's like it's so paradoxical a concept Your mind is blown just trying to wrap around it. And in 1976, or rather I should say by that year, Jim Jones privately met with vice presidential candidate Walter Mondale and publicly, openly shared a podium with Rosalind Carter. This is the level of Jim Jones we're talking about that you people do not remember. That it's all been scrubbed from your internet. You have no access to this reality. Now, Jones is People's Temple. The very name should, again, create conflicting, paradoxical concepts in your mind that bring to mind George Orwell's 1984, where he introduces the concept of doublethink, where people can hold completely contradictory and antithetical concepts in their head simultaneously and yet still believe they're talking sense. But again, that's like manifest in the very name of the Jim Jones Church. His People's Temple was praised in its heyday not only by Harvey Milk, but by the likes of Huey Newton, Jane Fonda, Angela Davis. Just an entirely long line of progressive luminaries. They would line up city blocks if they were to physically stand one behind the other in terms of people who were kissing this guy's ass and sucking all the turds that dropped out of it. As a matter of fact, as I've said already, California's double HNIC, or househead nigger in charge, Willie Brown, compared Jim Jones to Martin Luther King Jr. and Albert Einstein combined. That was Willie Brown's words. Jim Jones is got the intellect of Albert Einstein with the heart of Martin Luther King Jr. Believe that shit? I mean, Willie Brown ought to be taken out and shot. But all that being said, aside from his
Does he still live?
Unfortunately, I think so. Yes.
Very quietly.
Yeah. He
Very
does
quietly.
Yeah. No, it's very strange. A man with an ego like that, it's very hard for them to, not emerge from. He's even got a middle school named after him. You would hope he's fucking dead. Who the hell gets a middle school named after them when they're still alive?
Oh God.
He's still alive. I'm sad to say. He's 91 years old. That's why you don't hear him much from. Yeah.
Good God. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for a black man? Just, you know why?
Yeah.
He's the Black Henry Kissinger. That's why. He's the Black Henry Kissinger. He can't die.
Black Dick Cheney.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, Dick Cheney.
He's just a head on sticks.
Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah. At any rate, now, for those of you who don't know, I brought up Governor Jerry Brown. Yes, you can look it up. He met physically with Jim Jones. So I'm not just putting names out, people. Look, there is evidence for what I'm saying. And in the interest, all this interest in Jim Jones, was not just limited to California country. I understand people are just going to say, but Doug, California is part of the United States strictly by geography. And San Francisco, that's fucking Oz. Yes, you're right. Both counts. So it wasn't just here, people. Jim Jones met with Vice Presidents Nelson Rockefeller and Walter Mondale and the future First Lady Rosalind Carter. So, via this book, titled Cult City, which begins by chronicling the toxic milieu of San Francisco cultural life between 1968 to 1978. Again, I reference people to this wonderful book just brought to my attention, which I'm probably going to have to assign to my tutés, brought to our attention by John Doe, who is, of course, T. Tank Berry, titled, here we are, scrolling up again, 10 years of, the 10 years that shocked San Francisco, I believe, but it's edited by someone with the name of, well, I gotta look up the fucking book again. Here we are, 10 years that shook the city. Know. 10 years that shook the city. And
who edited it?
It was Chris Carlson with 2 S's. Chris Carlson.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
subtitled San Francisco.
Norwegian.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. Subtitled San Francisco 1968 to 1978. So there you go with that. And at any rate, like I said, San Francisco was a haven for everything, from Haight-Ashbury acid droppers to Charles Manson, the Weather Underground refugees, Anton Szandor LaVey, the Jewish atheistic Satanist, and his first Church of Satan, from which Michael Aquino's own Temple of Set would schismatically evolve from, or devolve from, depending on your frame of reference. The Zodiac Killer, who was one of what Michael Aquino would refer to as his own private army, his own California Little League, as he would call them. The Symbionese Liberation Army, which T-Tank Berry reminded us of. That's just the short list, people. Holly could go on for hours.
Well, and against the background of it being also a military outpost.
Thank you. A major military base, this side of the Pentagon, the most important one
and a
outside of the
defense
Pentagon.
installment, dug in, all up and down. Do you remember, I haven't been up the 101 in a long time. I don't know if it's still there, but the black cube that was in the back of Moffat.
I heard about it. Yes.
You could see it from the highway if you knew exactly when to look.
Yeah. And
it was creepy as fuck. And it was supposedly federal FBI.
No doubt.
But so much more, I imagine.
Yeah.
And it wasn't no aliens up in there either. It was guys that'd kill you for being out after dark.
There you go. I mean, yeah. And a lot of times people use the term CIA, FBI just as a catch-all phrase. They don't know what it is. More likely it was NSA and Michael Aquino's organization.
Well, it was big and black and expensive, like 4 stories, almost exactly square, black glass cube of offices on Moffett Field.
There you go. Thank you.
Where they were having raves in this hangar, right? Remember?
Yeah. You mean in San Francisco? That was in San Francisco. The raves.
Yeah, but they had raves at Moffett.
No, that too. That's right. Yeah. But for those of you who don't know, San Francisco, south of Market, had a big-ass aircraft hangar that was used to store blimps during the golden age. That was that.
The hangar was still there.
Yeah. Hangar was still there, and the raves were held there because I did security for the raves. At any rate, the author Daniel Flynn, via the book titled Cult City that I assigned as homework for the lads, provided a truly remarkable historical service. There's no denying this. Flynn researched and wrote the most revelatory books of 2018 by the accounts of the Russian radicalized right. What the libertarians consider a wake-up call to conservatives and liberals alike. Granted, they need to be read just to wake liberals up, but don't find yourself woke into his own nightmare. That's what I qualify. You see, he did lay waste to many historical misunderstandings and ideological sacred cows concerning both the Jim Jones cult and the Harvey Milk hagiography, or the sainthood that they projected onto this son of a bitch. And it's true that almost everything you thought you knew about the religio-ideological underpinnings of these events that we're touching upon is wrong. First and foremost, the political left has striven to frame the wrongdoers and, better word, evildoers in these crimes as right-wingers. Nothing could be further from the truth. And of course, just to comfort Holly, I did bring up and qualify... that I qualify this excessively, that even though I reference people to his book, it is with qualifiers, and you need to balance that with other books because it's simply, he swings too far in one direction, which I will get into in my analysis. And believe it or not, this is not my analysis. I'm just relating what's in the book. I will get to my analysis.
I'm capable of doing that. Yeah. And jam that up in the chat. I'll keep an eye on it. It's amazing what my library system sometimes gets.
Thank you.
I can even ask for it.
Oh, just ask. Yeah. Cult City Cult City. It's easy to remember. And our
Cult
man
City.
T Tank Berry put it in the text box, so it's in the text box.
Of course he did.
Yes, he's the man. Now, and what's real funny is before you came on, T Tank Berry put up a picture of the young Jim Jones that I was afraid to. I hearted it at first because I thought maybe that's a young picture of his recently deceased dad. So he hearted it. But then I asked him, is that Jim Jones? He said, yes, that's Jim Jones. That's when I put the ha-ha on it because I was explaining earlier ad nauseum just for absolutely sick reasons. I know I need help. I have a pathological predisposition towards finding the entire Jonestown thing hideously funny, and it's just horribly funny. I'm sorry. I do have nothing but sorrow for these young people that died there, the young kids that were killed. But it's still hideously funny as a concept. I told everybody already why I thought so. Just the image of, the Kool-Aid mascot running around going, oh yeah, over all the dead bodies. Sorry. Anyhow, it was the first thing I thought of then, and it's the first thing that pops up into my mind now. But getting back...
Well, it was like nobody else was like putting out a hand to the desperate people.
Yeah, that was... Isn't that awful? It's so true. And it's so true.
It's a pisser.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the hell of it.
But as I said, Holly...
The only one putting out a hand is like your worst nightmare come true.
That's right.
And everybody's supporting it. And they don't trust you or believe you. You should just be grateful.
Well, if there's a punchline...
to get the fucking hand out.
Yeah, if there's a punchline to be taken from this, Holly, it's that this was, in this case, CIA. And it was a CIA testbed platform.
From the start.
Yeah, to get all, as they would call them, all the niggers in America to kill themselves. So you had this...
I believe that shit.
Yeah, and so they said, we just give them a white
Manson too, supposedly.
Say that again? Say that again, honey.
It was an Manson's crimes were identical to the experimentation that was going on in 6 different agencies.
Yeah, well, Manson was just a product of that Laurel Canyon MK Ultra shit, just like Ian West was. Remember how Ian West was... I don't know if you caught me and Brendan Zogit when we were going in depth on this, but Ian West was talking about, I used to drive past a Laurel Canyon every morning while working to fix the Chuck E. Cheese's.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, that bullshit.
Yeah.
And how I confronted him, I said, you weren't driving past it, you were driving into it, and your programming tells you were driving past it to fix the Chuck E. Cheese machines.
Straight to the film studio.
Yeah, which, as Brendan Zogit testified, I went to Chuck E. Cheese all the time as a kid, and nobody ever fixed the goddamn machines. Where the fuck were you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... again, this is hideously funny. It was almost worth knowing Ian West just to be able to relate those stupid stories. It's almost
right.
At any rate, so in the case of the sainthood of Harvey fucking Milk, for instance, he's been canonized in death with Oscar-winning films, a California state holiday, a federally issued national postage stamp.
Wasn't that Oliver North that made that film?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
If I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't be surprised.
If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, man, it wouldn't surprise me. It would make so much fucking sense.
I'm going in on that.
It would have been...
Sushi dinner on that.
Yeah, it would have been so... That would make so much fucking sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah. And what was it? Somebody just gave us a notification. Nemo says at least Manson wasn't obsessed with pedophilia. Laugh out loud. Okay, thank you for that input, Nemo. At any rate, basically, aside from all that I've just articulated, Harvey Milk has been canonized, literally attained sainthood in his death with a United States naval warship christened in his name by President Barack Obama. He was one of America's first United States Navy SEALs. That's the rationalization for that. And obviously he was honorably discharged, or he would never have had a warship named after him. He certainly was.
I don't think Condoleezza Rice was ever no SEAL.
Yeah, no
She
shit.
got one too.
No, actually, hers, in all fairness, was a merchant tanker. It was a merchant oil tanker, and you couldn't get more apropos than that. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it was
no
I mean,
shit.
that's no scow, honey. That's no scow. Those merchant oil carriers are bigger than the fucking
Yeah.
Titanic. Okay, those things
Yeah,
are.
and they got 2 employees now
Yeah,
instead of a crew.
yeah. They're
Yeah.
robotic. They're essentially robot
I
drone
wanted
ships.
to be a merchant marine when I was a kid,
I don't blame
but it
you.
was too late.
Yeah.
It was too late.
Yeah, kind of. There's still got plenty of
Mhm.
merchant seamen, comparatively speaking, in the sense that, believe me, the automation can only go so far. They need people to maintain the Autobot. Okay, so the people do maintain the Autobot. But at any rate, the point that's being made here was that Condoleezza Rice was not. She was. Let's just put it this way. She got like a ship that was like a renegade Isthmus. These things are fucking astronomical. They're Star Wars Death Destroyer size and shit. And these things just they float around and they change the environment of the ocean around them. They are so fucking big. So, and if one of them crashes like the Exxon Valdez and shit, then it's, you've just wiped out the ecosystem for miles. So these things are no joke. So she got that named after her. It wasn't a U.S. warship, but it's just as great an honor, I assure you.
A cow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. But certainly, with everything I've just articulated, Harvey Milk was never the victim of any homophobic right-wing shooter looking to kill a gay man. In fact, Milk's assassin was a blue-collar Democrat who often supported Milk on gay issues, which was so unusual, even for San Francisco at that time, that the only conclusion to be drawn was that they were gay lovers. In other words, Harvey Milk's killer, Dan White, was a government worker, a public employee union activist, and a protege to the conspired future United States Senatress Dianne Feinstein, who was groomed and installed via the machinations of Michael Aquino himself. Per Michael Aquino himself, this is not something that I've come to draw a conclusion on based on piecing any circumstantial bits of evidence together. This is what Michael Aquino claimed, and I have no reason to disbelieve him because all circumstantial evidence does back up and reinforce, validate, and ultimately vindicate his claim. So
Why her? Family connections, or
she was Jewish, she was a Satanist, and it was that combination of both. Remember, she was the person who, when they finally were getting the goods on the Night Stalker killer, when Richard Ramirez was
the gun.
Yeah, the gun. That she was the one who, by Michael Aquino's own instructions, per his claim to me, and it made perfect sense, made an ass of herself by getting on national television and warning Richard Ramirez, hey, they've got the gun on you, better start changing your guns, which he switched up immediately. So
didn't make sense at all.
Oh, except under the context, which I...
Exactly.
Yeah. And so she was obviously helping the satanic Night Stalker serial killer escape justice and continue his rampage of destruction of people's lives under orders of Michael Aquino, because she owed him, because he installed her as the mayoress. And that makes sense.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, and in other words, it's not simply... She might have been a practicing Satanist. I'm certain she was, but that's not necessarily why she did what she did, or she may not.
And it isn't necessary.
Yeah,
if he could get a job, that's
right.
plenty.
Yeah, that was it. That was pretty much it. That's all she needed. Yeah. And so there you go with that. And hopefully that puts that in context.
And here he was, a respected military man, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
Must be okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. At any rate, bear that in mind and realize that Dan White was not, despite the mainstream mass media machine's framing, any, their words, disturbed right-wing supervisor. It's simply not the fucking case. He was MK Ultra groomed, and as a result was a worm who was gotten off the hook by Michael Aquino himself, but that's doesn't make him a right winger in the sense of a member of the John Birch Society. He's not some fundamentalist Christian, okay? This is not some guy who was homophobic. Like, none of the people in the Temple of Set were. They're all buttfuckers sodomizing each other. This was what Dan White was a part of. But the worst deaths of disinformation have concerned the Jim Jones cabal. Here, the misinformation and misunderstanding has been outright extraordinary. And that's why Flynn begins his book with a haunting scene, an empty ballroom at the San Francisco Hyatt Regency on December 2nd of 1978. That room was empty because the would-be beneficiaries were dead. Literally gone. The people of the Reverend Jim Jones People's Temple a few weeks earlier had drank a fatal admixture of cyanide and, as discovered by or recovered by Aristides, Flavor Aid in a sugary elixir administered to hundreds of them, especially all the children in faraway Guyana. Also left dead there on an airstrip were 5 individuals, including the United States Congressman Leo Ryan, probably the most redeemable and wholesome among all of the characters I've mentioned thus far, assassinated by People's Temple gunmen while they were trying to flee. They weren't the only ones not in attendance. Also absent from the December 2nd gala benefit for the People's Temple Medical Program, again, as articulated by Holly, the only social program available to the poor at that time, billed as, their words, a struggle against oppression with typical Marxist rhetoric per their promotional flyers, were the would-be MC, the Master of Ceremonies, Willie Brown.
Well, let me tell you something. From growing up in Newark, I can tell you the oppression was massive.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be as poor as anybody, but just the white skin, Douglas, massive.
Mm-hmm.
And it had been for hundreds of fucking years.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And the end was nowhere in sight.
No. Yeah, there you go. But there you go.
So massive.
Yeah, as I was saying, the people missing from that ballroom that day were not just all the people that were no longer among us, but people who unfortunately still are, such as the would-be Master of Ceremonies, Willie Brown, a household name in California politics and our state's most infamous house nigger liberal politician, along the black African-American religionist comedian Dick Gregory, scheduled to give the keynote. And also missing, after having placed his name as a supporter on the promotional flyer itself, was San Francisco Supervisor Harvey Milk. Now, in its promotional literature for this event, the People's Temple had glowed. We have tasted life based on equality, and now have no desire to do otherwise. They were so equal that they headed south, literally south, where on November 18th of 1978, they all shared their Kool-Aid drinks equally and death equally as well. Equality was a big thing to the Reverend Jim Jones and his sect. They were all about equality, the most radical form thereof, actually. They were so into equality that they were communists. Yes, ideological Marxian communists. And the Right Reverend and his followers weren't Christians either. To quote an observation by Daniel Flynn, in the chaotic aftermath of the carnage, the temple's aggressive communism and evangelical atheism got lost in the translation from the Guyanese jungle to bustling urban newsrooms. That's for sure. The nation's premier newspaper of record, the New York Times, found this fit to print, and I read therefrom. Mr. Jones had preached a blend of fundamentalist Christianity and social activism. The Associated Press, the AP, told the world that Jones and his disciples were religious zealots. Now, CBS's popularly revered Walter Cronkite, a white trash piece of shit, if ever there was one, tried to reframe the Right Reverend as a radical right-winger. In his own words, a power-hungry fascist. Always the easy go-to. When somebody uses that term, turn around and walk away. The political left had its handy narrative already pre-prepared by their puppet masters in the Kremlin. But there was one big problem with this particular narrative. It was wrong. It was completely wrong. Jones and gang were not only not fundamentalist Christians and right-wingers, they were fundamentalist atheists and left-wingers. They were not about the Bible. They were about the Communist Manifesto. They were not about America as some sort of Reagan-esque shining city on a hill. They were all about the greater union of Soviets or socialistic Soviet republics as the utopian motherland. In point of fact, Jones commonly denounced what he called fascist America, which is, of course, a very Russian-esque thing to do. To quote the writ from Daniel Flynn, the supposed religious fanatics of Jonestown had hosted a Soviet delegation, taught the Russian language to all their residents in preparation for a mass pilgrimage to the place Jim Jones dubbed the group's spiritual motherland, the Greater Soviet Union, and in their deaths collectively willed all their life savings together, compiling millions of dollars to the Greater Soviet Union. Unfucking believable. As for the religious leanings, the People's Temple acolytes worshipped not Jesus, but Big Jim, as affirmed by the Reverend
Well, kind of
Jones.
secular humanism
His term was
that was in vogue in the day.
Yeah, his term was apocalyptic socialism, but yes, it was secular humanism taken to an extreme. It's
Oh,
like
boy.
secular humanism is Gene Roddenberry in Star Trek, okay?
Right.
That's secular humanism.
We don't need to all believe in the same God and it's all cool. And we have to be good humans.
Yeah, there's no
regardless.
There's no chaplains here. Yeah, everybody was writing in letters, why isn't there a chaplain on the USS Enterprise? No chaplains in my universe.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that's secular humanism, okay? you go beyond.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody needs an omnipotent being. And I got a certain amount of respect for that if they're still decent people.
Of course, as Gene Roddenberry was.
As long as you're cool, you're fine.
Yeah, and but
I actually admire that.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I think it's desperation that drives us to recognize the miracles in our life many times.
Oh, of course. No, certainly.
Right?
So. Yeah, though.
And that feeling that there's something keeping you standing up straight and walking.
Ooh, don't get me.
It ain't me.
Yeah. Don't get me started on Michelle Carmela Saldana again. It reminds me of that. But by the way, I'm not going to go into it, but I do want people to know Michelle Carmela Saldana did manifest a kind of a miracle when it came to Dear Holly. We won't go into it, but it's just one of these things that it's like
I owe her.
Yeah,
in the end, I owe her.
It's not. I
Another
think you paid that.
debt.
I think you paid that debt off.
That would be fine.
I think you're even. Yeah, that's Yeah, it is what it is.
You never know. The longer you live, the more these things cycle around.
Oh, let's hope not. Jesus
If you
Christ.
drop dead at 30, then it never you never. But yeah, there's been some surprises in my life with that.
Still, yeah, Jesus, let's hope not.
Things cycling around, and I hate to leave open sores in my wake. You know what I mean?
Look, I get it. But
yeah.
Just is what it is.
I don't want that.
Yeah. Look, again, just so anybody listening, I don't hate. I got nothing against Michelle Carmela Sedana. I consider us like even. Okay, we're like even. It's just
Same.
Yeah, it just got. It was. She was a work of art.
Yeah.
It was. Let's just put it.
I
this
like
way.
extreme.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, it's all I can say is that I'm saying this. Holly is not saying this. I'm saying this. It's just that when she helped Holly out, she kind of replaced the problem that she solved. Then Holly had to deal with that. Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, problem solved. Now you're left
the
with
long-term
Michelle.
gain was more than worth it.
Okay, good.
And I wish her the best wherever she is and whatever she's doing. I wish her.
It's yeah. I mean, I say the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just she's on her own trip, and
and it's colorful.
Yeah.
Wild and crazy.
And it's very. She's the center of her narrative, and like Jim
what
Jones.
A story.
Kind of like Jim Jones, but yeah, as Jim Jones affirmed himself, when I say that his acolytes worshipped not Jesus, but the Right Reverend Big Jim, Jones himself said, when I say God damn it, I guess I can damn it, because I'm fucking God. That's his words, people. Don't take mine. Now, Jones denounced the stupid sky god of the Christians. He called the Christian god the stupid sky god. I guess that was kind of like the precursor to Skynet, where, it winds up being the source of its own destruction. But as Flynn, the author of Cult City, has put to writ, they sang songs about Jim rather than Jesus. Big Jim has descended from the sky to grace us with his presence. Bear in mind, the CIA really did a number on these blacks. These are all overwhelmingly black people, or like I said, white people who read too many Marvel comics. And they were all here worshiping the Great White Father, only they exchanged the Great White Father, or what Jim Jones called the stupid sky god, for an idiot among themselves. But as Flynn puts it to writ, Jonestown celebrated December 25th as Revolution Day. People's Temple goons confiscated Bibles reaching Jonestown from the United States. What did they do with those Bibles? They treated them like toilet paper. Literally. Flynn has reported when the jungle community ran out of toilet paper, Jones distributed Bibles for bathroom use, a practice hitherto unknown among fundamentalist Christians. So these were not just communists, these were out-and-out Satanists. Speaking of which, Jones was no moral majority Bible thumper. Not only did he not denounce homosexuality, but extolled it from the pulpit when others, even in California, did not dare to go there. Surely that was yet another reason he acquired admirers in the likes of Harvey Milk. So we're talking about extreme homosexual militancy combined with out-and-out satanic practices like wiping your ass on the Bible to ideological communism. And remember, all of the people that I've just articulated said this was the greatest man since Jesus walked the waves, inclusive Walter Cronkite, Jimmy Carter, his wife, and I could go on and on. This man was, in his day, obviously the CIA's way of not just getting blacks to kill themselves en masse. He is the punchline in the sense that this was how they corrupted the Democratic Party and made it self-destruct. But once all of this worked, once all of this went down and got the Republicans in office, then the idea was the trial run worked. How do we get all the niggers in the United States to kill themselves? We need another Jim Jones. That's where Donald John Trump came.
After that Jones event, there was a congressional election change, or did California?
How do you think the Republicans started winning in a streak after that?
Okay,
Jesus,
and that
Christ.
was Pete Wilson.
Yeah, you remember him.
And a crime bill.
And Pete Wilson made Gray Davis look like a porn actor, in terms of Gray Davis looked at least presentable, charismatic, in the sense that he presented himself well. Gray Davis was one thing, but Pete Wilson was grayer than gray. Pete Wilson made,
But you could still go to university for free under Pete Wilson.
There's that.
Remember those days?
Yeah, true enough.
Remember those days?
Now
it's like half the students here in the CSUMB are living in their cars.
Oh yeah. And literally,
for the tuition they're paying.
Well, honey, I told my listeners just the other day that when I talk about things to do in a Great Depression, like, oh, you ought to put money aside for a few months, that's simply impossible for the majority of us. We have no money to put aside. And I told them that an example of one person who actually is saving for a retirement fund, and they're doing so by living in their car. And I said, this is basically an example of how you save for a retirement fund these days. He's living in his car and shitting and pissing in a bucket by his own description, not mine. And this is how he's saving a retirement fund, and that's the only way to do it. It's
wild, and it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's the end of our world. It's the end of the world as we know it. Wild. It's basically, this can't go on. This can't go on. But,
and it puts the haves against the have-nots so staunchly.
Yeah, but
because like in slavery times, the ones that have know they're outnumbered. They're going to rise up soon.
Oh, yeah.
I got to be ready. They're coming for me.
Yeah, but... go on.
So horrible, because even people with, they this distrust of, their dumb, stupid Hyundai, they're worried about getting stolen and shit like that, and it's just nuts.
Yeah, but, again, the punchline being the ultimate result of this was we need a new Jim Jones on a national level. Get all the niggers to kill themselves across the country. That's when they turned to Donald John Trump. Think of Donald John Trump as the new Jim Jones and the Republicans as the next Jonestown. All such being said, the big shocker, of course, is that you don't know any of this. Ask almost anyone who remembers the Jonestown, Guyana disaster, and they will tell you that this information is new to them. Jones and crew are portrayed in cultural lore as what happens when a group of religious fanatics, assumed to be fundamentalist Christians, follow their fanatical leader off the proverbial cliff. And yet, as Flynn notes in his book Cult City, Jonestown, a jungle citadel of evangelical atheism and militant socialism, strangely became a cautionary tale about the dangers of evangelical Christianity. That was not...
So there were other evangelicals there before him?
Nobody.
So to speak?
No.
Okay.
Not at all. No, it's just a perversion of the reality. So that was not the situation here at all. So, and that, of course, is strange in and of itself.
Because they're a cancer.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, you're preaching to the converted here regarding that. Yeah. Yes, that. Yeah. Again, if you hear the rest of the last episode, you haven't heard the last 2 hours or whatever. When you review the rest of that, I go into detail about how Elon Musk was played by the Christo-nationalist Vote, who I told about the Vote guy earlier. You probably got to the point where you heard me introducing the Vote character, who's actually the real danger behind Trump. And the guy who wants to be the successor to the throne, he is this Christo-nationalist who wrote Project 2025. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah. So this son of a bitch is the
In charge of the economy or something.
Yes, the OMB, the Office
Yeah.
of Management Bureau, or
Yeah.
it's just at any rate. So basically, all of this, the fact that they were able to take history and turn it on its head, just like claiming that they won World War II, is strange enough in and of itself. But it gets even stranger when you realize how people are just willing to eat this shit up. So the fault really doesn't lie with the propagandists. The fault really lies with all of you. I don't mean all of you personally listening right now, but I do mean that to an extent. But I mean, certainly,
and that's what scares me.
Yeah.
These lunatics at the top aren't the real problem. It's that so many people agree with them.
Yeah, the suckers. Yes.
So many.
Yeah.
And a lot of the ones that, aren't going to lose a nickel and are banking, just stacking their coins and, making more money every day. Look at these Elon contracts.
Oh.
He's got a list of them.
Oh, well,
it's too many billions to count. Brand new.
Yeah, he's only improved.
For an example.
Yeah.
But
it's like he broke even. It's for all the damage he got to his reputation and to Tesla and to the X platform that used to be Twitter. He still made certain he got so many contractual improvements by wiping out all the competition with his dodgy affair that he's broken even. Yeah.
So he don't need to be on camera if he can, just get off camera. All he has to do is lay back because,
he is pathological. He's like Willie Brown. He
miserable workforce.
Yeah.
I think his workforce is in misery. I don't know how many people are still so motivated, but I'm sure there are a lot are.
I don't know if the term motivation
that does the work.
It's just they're
required for him to control outer space for the foreseeable fucking future.
These are people who just
Iron
don't.
Domes.
These are people who are like, I don't know, self-loathing cultists or something. They
eat money.
Yeah,
all the money.
No, I'm talking about the people working for. I'm talking about the people
Yeah.
who work for the son of a bitch. They're whatever their motivation, they're not happy people like you said, but they still do it. So they deserve everything they get. You cannot feel sorry for people who subject themselves to that. I'm sorry.
No.
It's like,
They'll be the last ones that can afford the rent, you know?
Of course, but as for Dan Flynn,
But they'll be nervous
Yeah.
because the rest of us are out here.
well, they'll be terminated ultimately by
They'll be
Elon Musk
nervous.
himself. Elon Musk will send them all their pink
Oh,
slips eventually.
God.
That's
as soon as he can get the AI into their seat.
Yeah. Now, as for Dan Flynn, connecting Jim Jones to Harvey Milk, of course, predictably, many liberals will protest. That must be an unfair smear, but not at all. In his research, Flynn found that Harvey Milk became one of Jones's most effusive advocates. Milk wrote glowing letters of recommendation for Jones and he lobbied prominent civics leaders on behalf of the People's Temple, almost sounding like a Jones publicist. Again, because of Jones' pro-gay stance and his public advocacy of everyone going to sodomy as a method of birth control. Jim Jones highly recommended everybody butt fuck, so we don't have more kids to feed. And I mean, it's kind of like the Pope says coitus interruptus. So, there you go. At any rate, eerily.
Every mother kind of hopes their daughter will be gay.
Yeah. Eerily, Harvey Milk even commended Jones to the Prime Minister of Guyana with these words. Here I quote, "Such greatness I have found at Jim Jones's People's Temple." I mean, greatness. Think about that. Make America great again. Now, the Jonestown tragedy, birthed in Guyana, was first conceived in California. And one of the midwives was Harvey Milk, who depicted Jim Jones as a saint, Jonestown as an Eden, and the temple's opponents as loathsome. So Flynn sums up cuttingly, but deservedly, before People's Temple drank Jim Jones's Kool-Aid, powerful people in San Francisco did. Harvey Milk imbibed most enthusiastically. Now, Dan Flynn deserves tremendous credit for exposing and blowing up the outrageous myths surrounding the deaths that occurred 46 years ago in the Jim Jones and Harvey Milk tragedies. No one ever again should be able to get away with blaming these terrible incidents on right-wingers. And if you hear anyone on the political left trying to do so, don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Everybody said White was a mean-ass Republican cop.
Yeah. You know why it was so easy to buy that? Because he was a good old Irish boy who was part of the old blue-collar mafia that became the policeman in San Francisco. And no one wanted to face up to the fact that he was a closet faggot who was butt-fucking with Harvey Milk.
Oh, boy. Okay. A lover spat in the end.
Yeah. No, not to mention his MK Ultra programming and his, direct mind control by Michael.
But it was a way in.
Yeah.
And to fuck with him, too. Oh, my God, I'm gay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so...
And Republican.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm the opposite of everything that I should be as a man. Yeah, the whole...
Right.
That's typical MK Ultra.
I gotta do something.
Yeah, that's typical MK Ultra. But, yeah.
Right.
Now, so I do want people to understand that reading this book was not something that was, oh, this is intensely captivating. Okay, this was rather an unpleasant, albeit deeply interesting book.
I don't think I remember the Straight to Russia connection.
Come again?
And that I don't think I remember that. And that Venezuela or wherever it was just a way station.
Yeah. You mean where they said their ultimate pilgrimage was to be the Soviet Union? Yes, I know, but that is part of the CIA connection.
But ultimately. That was the snare.
Yeah, that was the snare. Yeah, and it was
make them think they're on their way to the Holy Land of Mother Russia.
That's right.
And get them in the jungle and the congressman, the last decent congressman.
Yeah, that's right. The only decent fuck among them. The only real sympathetic character among all of this drama. Yeah, and but the horror is that is that this was, of course, in the days when, remember, it was before Michael Aquino, as I have stated in the past. I don't know if Holly remembers this, but part of my own life experience integrated into my narrative, which again was supposed to be written about by Peter Moon, who was determined never to publish any of this. Was the fact that Michael Aquino had dispatched me behind the Iron Curtain to rendezvous with Alexander Dugin's cult in Russia, who were co-religionists with Michael Aquino. You don't remember any?
How did I miss that? That must have been 4 a.m. Shit. I mean, I know you know all about him, but I never knew that you were in there.
Just understand that the Defense Intelligence Agency's ultimate objective, obviously, was to bring down the Greater Soviet Union. And unlike the military itself, which had given up on that purpose and had just frozen itself into this static, frozen front of... it would be like trench warfare in World War I, where everybody declared peace and ended the war, but France was left demarcated, and that just became the demilitarized zone and just stood there for decades, generations, with everybody just staring at each other. That's what the military had devolved into concerning the war in Europe with the Iron Curtain. So it was up to the intelligence forces to bring it all down, man. The job was theirs now. How do you do it? Well, the easiest way to do it was based on Russia's atheism, since Russia was a officially atheist state and there was no God. Obviously, logically, there could be no Satan. So they had done away, since they had destroyed the church and the church was in exile. The Greater Soviet Union said, well, if we pursue Satanists, then it's going to alert people to the fact that, well, why would there be Satanists in Russia if there's no God? So the entire affair became very reflective of what happened in the United States, albeit for different reasons. In the United States, remember what I brought up about dear Sandy Gallant. And Sandra Gallant was the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic lady who opposed Michael Aquino and was an expert in occult crime, and how she got the occult crime manuals to be installed in various police department manuals all over the nation. And Michael Aquino resolved to destroy her. He couldn't assassinate her because that would bring too much attention to what she was doing and render her a martyr for her cause. But he could wipe out her operations by basically doing what he did, which was to assign James Channon, whom Ron Johnson wrote a hagiography about in the book The Men Who Stare at Goats, and render James Channon the colonel, lieutenant colonel at the time, but he retired a full colonel like Michael Aquino did, the man who ran the 1st Earth Battalion. And they made the film The Men Who Stare at Goats about, and had him all sexed up, played by George Clooney, and all this bullshit. But he went around the nation in real life in full uniform, saying to the police departments all over the United States, look, if a Roman Catholic is driven to desperation and they rob a bank, and in the midst of their robbery drop a medallion or lose a medallion, saint's medallion, does that implicate the Roman Catholic Church in their crime? And of course everybody said, no, of course, a lot of these Irish cops being Roman Catholic themselves, of course not, that's absurd. So he pointed out, therefore, any satanic regalia you find around a crime cannot, by that logic, implicate the Satanic Church. And so they said, okay, that's less work for us. Less, investigation, less pursuit, and that would only expand any investigation into a bottomless pit of the nationwide satanic network. So who the hell wants that? And so as a result of his visiting not just various constabularies, but federal law enforcement agencies as well, like the FBI and the ATF, etc., and convincing everyone of this, police de facto became basically enablers and collaborators of the satanic churches all over the United States. Whenever a body is found headless in a pentagram that's drawn in human blood, they will literally hose away the blood and cover up the evidence because of that logic, saying yes, you cannot implicate a church for the crimes of one of their practitioners. In other words, their argument would be, what if some crazy person like Guy Fawkes, who, for those of you who don't know, Guy Fawkes is the reason you have the stupid V for Vendetta masks. For those of you who don't know, that wasn't developed by the idiot who wrote that comic book that became that awful film. The V for Vendetta mask is a Guy Fawkes mask. And Guy Fawkes was a Roman Catholic terrorist who decided he was going to blow up British Parliament in his loyalty to the church, because the British had legislated the demands of King Henry VIII to basically go Protestant and create his own fucking church, in which the King of England says, I'm going to be the Pope of my own church, and we now have the Church of England, which the Catholic Church said that's heresy, and therefore you're all damned and excommunicated. And in loyalty to his church, Guy Fawkes was going to blow up Parliament. So he had all this gunpowder he had assembled under Parliament, was going to blow them sky high, literally from underneath their benches, like literally blow their asses right off their seats upstairs. And he got caught and burned at the stake. So that's Guy Fawkes. So basically,
so is it the Anglicans that burn him in effigy every single All Hallows Eve to this day?
All the British burn him in effigy to this day.
Or they all go, even the Catholics.
Even
the Catholics.
At this point, even the Catholics probably do, just because it's considered like a children's holiday, and they go around asking for, it's their version of Halloween. They go around asking for candy. So
and burning a straw man.
Yeah, but then he came back, and it all, things work in cycles. Then the comic book V for Vendetta came out, and then the movie came out, and now he's thought of as a total radical badass. And so, things just go in fucking circles. But all that being said, for those of you who don't know, because they sure as hell don't bring it up in the movie, instead they claim that he became an enemy of the state because he was found holding a Quran, which is the stupidest fucking bullshit in the world, and it's just pro-Muslim propaganda. There's no place in the world where you're condemned for keeping a Quran, but there's plenty of Muslim nations where they'll fucking kill you. They'll literally cut your goddamn head off if they find you with a fucking Bible. So, again, don't buy into the bullshit. This is where the political left goes to pathological extremes that you have. Don't buy into the V for Vendetta bullshit, because it's all pro-Muslim bullshit. But all that being said, Guy Fawkes...
Because of Alan Moore.
Yeah, because Alan Moore's a Satanist. I don't know if you knew that, but Alan Moore's a fucking Satanist. And that was brought up by Brandon Young once, and then he refused to acknowledge it ever again because it was like a slip of the tongue with him. But believe me,
well, he's pretty out and proud about it.
I mean, himself. He's Alan
gifted. Also, he has great gifts. Watchmen
don't give him
really
anything.
Something.
Don't give him anything.
I couldn't help it. I know.
Yeah, maybe you were entertained, but I can't stand it. It's just, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's just all bullshit. It's just all, but I know what you mean. It was clever.
Yeah.
It was clever. She's,
in the visual arts world,
well,
in the
not
world
just that,
of
but
the illustrator.
The idea was clever. It was something that was a bit more, but nevertheless.
Fat drunk superheroes? That was fucking funny.
Yeah, it's, it is what it is, but...
He had to be there, right?
Yeah, but, Alan Moore is... By the way, when Holly said he's open and proud about it, I had to think there for a minute. Is she talking about Brandon Young or Alan Moore?
No.
Yeah, it's in both cases. That's in both cases.
No, Brandon Young's Opus Dei, for God's sake.
No, but honey, that was all bullshit. Don't you remember when he was on my show and went full-blown Satanist on me of the shellless turtles
I do.
bullshit?
So I guess you can be both.
Yeah, there you go. Well,
yeah.
If anything, he was just trying to infiltrate the Catholic Church. Him and his blind bard friend who said, I want to be a priest, but only if they let me get married. And it's like, dude, that's like saying... Why don't you just shut the fuck up?
Stop being a Roman Catholic. Be some other kind of Catholic.
Thank you. I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. It was such a stupid thing to say. It's so stupid it's hard for me to think of a parallel.
I mean, there's more than one kind, dude.
Yeah, but still. Yeah, he became a Protestant anyway in the end. But anyhow, so my point about Guy Fawkes was he was like a Roman Catholic terrorist, and obviously, does that implicate the Roman Catholic Church? No, for obvious reasons. Obviously, when the British burned Guy Fawkes at the stake, they probably concluded it was a conspiracy of the Roman Catholic Church, as opposed to concluding that he was simply a ardent Roman Catholic with a very questionable moral compass. But nevertheless, they didn't declare war against the Roman Catholic Church, either because they couldn't afford it, or they simply... just felt, it's not worth pursuing and taking it to wartime levels where the entire nation mobilizes and religious war is declared. So understand that we have to conclude that, at least in the most pragmatic sense, they exonerated the church in the favor of punishing a person who was acting out what might have been Guy Fawkes, in the person of an individual who might have been acting out a genuine church conspiracy, for all we know. But such being said, that's what they convinced people to do in the United States about Satanism. Just stop connecting it to the churches. This gave the Satanic Church, the Temple of Set, and all such practitioners a 007 license to kill. Thousands and thousands of people disappear every year in the United States. many of them victims of literally satanic crime, many of them children, and you will never learn about it because the police actively cover up the evidence. They may try to pursue individuals, but they will never shut down or persecute, quote unquote, the churches responsible for those individuals' crimes. But I can guarantee you, at almost every satanic sacrifice where a person is found in headless or gored to death or literally raped to death in a circle or a pentagram of human or animal blood, etc., you'll always find a copy of Peter Levinda's Necronomicon written under the pseudonym of Simon, which of course brings us back to Scientology. In fact, the people will refer to the Simon Necronomicon book cultists as Simontologists, and it brings us back to Kino and the Temple of Set through via Peter Levinda. And so
let me say something quick here.
Of course.
So in an unsuspecting public trying to do the right thing, the vulnerability of secular humanism and even Gnosticism is that those frameworks of thought may not encompass the fact that there are evil forces that just because I don't believe in them don't mean they're not real, which you have spoke on many times.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why populations are so vulnerable to this, because, they don't believe in evil.
Yeah.
Therefore, it can't exist.
Yeah.
And they're sitting ducks.
That brings us back to the Greater Sowjetunion. Now, I've already articulated why America's police forces, as basically a single organized, cohesive interest, because all constabularies are municipal and separate, but you have some federal agencies of law enforcement, etc. But as a single interest, in this case, effectively a political bloc, they have decided not to enforce satanic investigation, never to pursue it, nor to enforce justice upon these churches that, by the nature of their doctrine, conduct human sacrifice, thereby giving these churches a 007 license to kill by only pursuing the prosecutors of their theology, the people who prosecute their theology by sacrificing humans, only pursuing them as individuals without ever pursuing the networks that sustain them or their actions. They have given them a license to pursue their religion and the practice of human sacrifice as a faith. This is, of course, considered the separation of church and state in the United States. So there's an added constitutional logic behind this insanity. But that's why in America you see this happen. In the Greater Sowjetunion, it's the same result, but due to a different logic. The logic being that, well, if we start pursuing satanic cults in the Greater Soviet Union, when it was still extant as state-sponsored, atheistic, ideological governance, then they say, then we're acknowledging that there are people out there who are acknowledging an anti-God or an anti-divinity, and therefore it would mean the state recognizes the divinity by logical default, and that would inspire people to go back to church. If there's Satanists around, I better start calling on God, because the state sure as hell can't fucking protect me. Get it? So the Soviet Union's response was, don't acknowledge them, they don't exist. So it's kind of like William Clinton dealing with all the homosexuality in the military when he was told, what if we get rid of all the gays in the military? What's going to happen? Well, you're effectively going to lose the military because most of the people in the military are fucking gay. That's why they join. They're a bunch of men out to butt fuck each other, and that's why they're in for staying, months at a time on submarines and ships and military bases overseas. I mean, who else is going to sign up for that other than somebody who's comfortable with butt fucking other men half the, almost as a preference. So that's why
none of the marriages lasted very long.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm stateside.
Yeah. So Billy Jeff Clinton said, okay, don't ask, don't tell. And that's how the Soviet Union was about Satanists. So what about these Satanists? Well, don't ask, don't tell. So what did that do? The end result was, what's the way to bring down the Greater Soviet Union? Well, get all of the people willing to bring it down, the rebels and the freedom fighters, the free thinkers. Well, their greatest cover became to join a satanic church, because the satanic churches were never persecuted because they officially were denied. Well, they don't exist. There's nothing to persecute. They don't exist. So therefore, that's how Alexander Dugin, a co-religionist of Michael Aquino, got to ultimately become the man who helped to bring down the Greater Soviet Union, and the man who helped to install Vladimir Putin, who, as Alex Jones often boasted, he would introduce Alexander Dugin as a guest on his show and introduce him as Putin's brain. And that's what he's known as, Putin's brain.
Rasputin.
His Rasputin. For those of you who doubt his influence, his book on geopolitics is the textbook at the Russian Military Academy for training their high command. So he's very, very influential. He's the reason.
And he blew up his own daughter?
Yes, killed her because she turned against him. Was no longer willing to be a practicing Satanist. Now, all of that being said, so for that reason, I was sent to rendezvous as the liaison of Michael Aquino with Alexander Dugin behind the Iron Curtain, and spoke with him and his followers. This was in the days before the collapse of the Soviet Union, of course, but at that time it was already heading towards collapse. But they helped to finalize that collapse and bring it down. This was a great coup d'etat, a stroke of state on behalf of Michael Aquino and the satanic military occult intelligence complex, or I should say the military science intelligence occult complex. We could go on with the acronym that I've created for that. There's so many interests involved. All of these schools of thought having an interest in defense, because that's the big cash cow. This is where the intelligence occult complex in particular had its great victory and led to, well, the fall of the Berlin Wall. All of this, the fall of the Greater Soviet Union, the collapse of the Iron Curtain, the fall of the Berlin Wall, all of this came about due to Satanism that literally then took over the governments of the former communist socialist states, the socialist atheist communist states. Now,
and unleashed capitalism upon them.
Yeah,
God
which is
heaven.
just the perfect
That
satanic.
was a bloodbath.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that led, of course, to Putin's monopolization. Putin just nationalized everything and now is effectively...
He put important guys in jail after he made them rich.
Yeah,
I mean, that was crazy.
Then confiscated everything they had. Yeah.
But the people really suffered because nobody was doing nothing for them.
Yeah.
At all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so...
Nothing.
So understand that, this is, for the sake of Holly and all our regular listeners, it shows you why this was so important, why all this matters. So, basically, when I was reading this rather unpleasant, but as I said, deeply interesting book, I was struck by the question of whether the 10 days that the author, Daniel Flynn, writes about, with a large amount of setup, actually did shake. I was wondering whether these 10 days actually did shake San Francisco nearly enough, because that's basically the subtitle, 10 Days That Shook San Francisco, like a social quake. I don't think San Francisco was quaked enough. I know that San Francisco was shocked by the mass murders in Jonestown and also by the assassination of Harvey Milk, as well as San Francisco.
And they were that close, huh?
Yeah.
And they were within that 10 days. Fascinating.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, literally.
Now I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, San Francisco, were all impacted by what was then recognized as the assassination of San Francisco's now forgotten mayor. But historically, on reflection, nobody remembers the mayor. All they think of it as is the assassination of Harvey Milk, and most people outside of San Francisco think he was the fucking mayor.
That's right.
Yeah. But I don't think the city's, meaning San Francisco's, mistaken understanding about these matters shook them at all. Because if they had been shaken, they might have reflected a bit differently on their politics and thus avoided a well-earned reputation for having among the most corrupt politics and among the most ugly and unpleasant cities in the United States as a whole, a reputation that exists to this day, including concerns about the homelessness, the political stranglehold of the Democratic Party over this and many other failing cities, and the dependence of politicians on various corrupt political techniques and operators like Jim Jones. All of this suggests that San Francisco deserves to be thought of as being the home for cults that include leftist Christianity of a sort that encourages a messianic belief.
Liberation theology and all.
Yes, that encourages a messianic belief in the state or in political leaders who adopt left-wing agendas and support corrupt left-wing candidates. Now, for too long, people have thought that the danger from religion in politics only comes from the right. And this book disabuses the reader of such mistaken notions. So this book is a bit more than 200 pages, and it is divided into 15 fairly short chapters that deal mostly with the context of how it is that the death of Jim Jones's revolutionary leftist cult and Harvey Milk were in fact connected by their shared fashion for leftist politics and dark sexuality. And basically, yes, they were butt-fucking each other. Harvey Milk, Jim Jones, and Dan White. They were all literally, physically, at one point or another, in the same bed. Now, the author discusses the origins of Jim Jones and Harvey Milk as coming from other places and seeking, in San Francisco, a place for reinvention, showing how both were able to build up power in part through each other's encouragement, and how Jim Jones and his believers were a key part in the political coalition that Harvey Milk abused to gain power within this corrupt city, the corrupt city politics of San Francisco. Eventually, of course, Jim Jones was driven by both his increasing paranoia and, of course, his orders as an MK Ultra assignee, an asset of the CIA, into exile, or rather assignment, into Guyana. And then when faced with the threat of intervention from the United States, and perhaps in his own mind, Guyana, which would have been just silly because they were bought off, he encouraged a brutal act of what he deemed to be mass revolutionary suicide among first the children and then the adults among his followers, because the adults had to kill the children first. In other words,
they came to the church desperate. Imagine how fucking desperate once they got to the jungles of New Guyana.
Yeah. And of course the children...
Fuck.
Yeah, and of course the children were not going to kill themselves, so the adults killed them all.
No.
So we really shouldn't call it a mass suicide. It's really a mass murder.
No.
And then
That's right.
the adults might...
And there were bullet holes found and shit.
Yes, thank you. It's true. Not all people drank the Kool-Aid. A lot of them were shot trying to run away.
That's right.
Yeah, so I do want people to know this. Though there are hints from what I saw in the documents coming in through the military that the United States had special forces that shot anybody trying to leave from the perimeter. So in other words, those that were not shot by their own cultists were shot by U.S. military special forces, so there would be no witnesses.
To restore order.
No, it was to just make certain that all the niggers and all the white nigger lovers were all dead.
That's right. Yep.
That this would
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So, and that there was no way for Jim Jones to escape. They wanted to make sure that fucker didn't get out, because at that point he was considered more dangerous than almost anybody.
Did he get shot?
I've gotten conflicting records on that. I've gotten conflicting records on that.
Yeah.
We don't.
He
really
didn't
know.
drink nothing, right?
Yeah, no, he didn't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. No, I think his intention was everybody dies and I'm getting the hell out of here.
with
I'm
the
certain,
air transport from Dianne Feinstein or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. I'm certain that was the intent.
Mm.
That may actually have happened. That's why there's conflicting
But they
reports.
played him, or they never heard. We never heard of him again.
Yeah.
He's down in Barbados or some
I mean,
shit.
if he truly were an assigned asset and did his job, why wouldn't they just help him escape and just fly him down to Barbados to retire?
Safer to eliminate him. You never know when they're going to
True enough.
boomerang on you.
True enough, and that's probably what happened. That's why conflicting
Right.
reports. We don't really know what happened to Jim Jones.
Fascinating. I always understood that about L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, that too. Though
Is that
L. Ron
true?
Hubbard, I'm convinced
There's
L.
no
Ron
grave.
Hubbard was going.
He-
He went insane. He was going Alzheimer's. He was Alzheimer's.
Oh yeah, but there was no body in the end. Like he jumped off the boat. Was kind of
I
a
think he was
thing.
buried. Isn't he buried? That's my understanding.
I see. The legend when I was young was that he just kind of
Oh, you know why?
dematerialized.
You know why? It was the
Yeah.
cultists started that legend because their legend is he's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that source is from the Scientology cult itself, because their
Okay.
mythos is that they have offices that are still open for him and that are perfectly maintained with pen and paper and typewriter.
Right,
So
like
he
a
can just-
Mormon.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
can just walk in anytime and just pick up the pen and start writing
Got
again
it.
and hit the keys
It's
on
kind
the
of like a Carlos Castaneda thing, kind
Yeah.
of the same. He
Yeah.
just
Yeah. Thank you.
vaporized.
Yeah,
somehow.
that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And so basically, and again, just because you missed this part, Holly, just so you know,
Yeah.
the reason I'm able
This
to
is great.
pursue this book with such detail is because I signed it as
Yeah.
a homework assignment to the Blood Boys, and since
Right.
they all turned in their reports, I can speak about it
Right.
in great detail tonight, because at least this way I'm not doing their homework for them. So they all turned in their reports already. And it's actually through their reports I
Fair
have
enough.
such a detailed reference, just so people understand.
Have you gone through with the red pencil yet? Correcting grammar, commas,
Yes, okay. Yeah.
summation.
I did all that
I
shit. I
mean,
did all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, goddamn right.
Yeah.
Did they have great thoughts?
Yeah. Look, they always have good thoughts. They always have good. They're wonderful.
I mean, like interesting new perspectives.
Of course,
anything.
of course. But
Break out.
oh yeah,
good for them.
Absolutely.
Good for them.
But,
We need them
yeah. And
in politics.
one of these days I'll provide a few more details. It's thank God my job's made easier with the help of Ed Beth, my son. But yeah, it's just
Yeah.
believe it or not, it's
Yeah.
But when it comes to the way the author covers it, and again, then after this I will provide my analysis, which I will how would I say it? I will provide a contrapuntal to the author's stance, but to convey his stance first, he discusses
Works
the
with
origins.
me.
Yeah, thank you. He discusses the origins of the situation, and we've already kind of talked about Jim Jones. Harvey Milk, on the other hand, found himself viewed as a betrayer by a fellow citizen, a fellow city politician, who resigned from office and tried to unresign unsuccessfully, and ended up rather murderous about his frustrated ambitions and being exposed as a quitter, ending with a commitment by the author not to sanitize the facts, unlike so many media accounts which have failed to see the connections between revolutionary leftist religion and corrupt democratic city politics in San Francisco, and more recently other places like Portland, Oregon. Now, in many ways, this book is a strange one that seems both to invite as well as to complicate comparisons between the heady times of the late 1970s and the contemporary political situation. Harvey Milk is shown as being a man who combined a superficial charm and a high degree of political ambition with some disturbing qualities concerning emotionally arrested development and the sort of behavior that would have invited blackmail, as well as criminal charges, for his fondness for exploiting vulnerable underage boys. Some, well, the majority thereof of whom became suicidal after being exploited by himself. Likewise, the incestuous relationship that Jim Jones had with the leftist establishment of San Francisco is not something that contemporary politicos and members of the press are keen on reflecting upon because of their belief that mass murderous cults must be right-wing rather than left-wing, as Jones's cult was. Likewise, the murder of Harvey Milk and of San Francisco's mayor was again not any act of right-wing political violence, but rather the anger of someone who, in many ways, had been not only an ally of Milk before the personal and political relationship of in San Francisco's city government turned hostile against him, but actually his gay lover as well. There are so many ways that this book defies the common misunderstanding of Jim Jones and San Francisco politics, but no obvious relevance to contemporary times except to note that the press lies and that things are remembered amiss because there are agendas in place to mislead people about the more unsettling truths that must be hidden to protect people's reputation even in death. Because this author was writing in, or the book was published in 2018, what we would call, there's a hurry publishing where you rush it to the presses. It's a print rush because they wanted to get it out in time for the 40th anniversary of the Jim Jones massacre in the jungle. And so it was 2018 when this came out. As I said, Jerry Brown was still governor of California. And even though at that point we had just gotten Trump in office, in fact, as Holly points out, Trump became president the night she and I went down with Laura Lee Solomon into the lower depths of hell itself in Arizona, where
Darn tootin'.
at the time that this book came out, Trump was not the factor that would have been the parallel with MAGA. This book would have been otherwise. Does that make sense?
Well, he was first, that was 2016.
Yeah.
And you say the book was 2018.
That's correct. But it was more like November-ish, and Trump was already president. But
Yeah.
let's put it this way. I'll give you the real reason that parallel was not made in this book and why you don't get that
Okay.
out of this book. This is where my
Got it.
analysis comes in. You see,
Very good.
Daniel J. Flynn repackages and expands upon his earlier work addressing the relationship of Harvey Milk to People's Temple. From the book's very title, readers might expect the text to offer a detailed examination of the 10 days themselves, from November 18th through the 27th of 1978, that 10-day period between the deaths of People's Temple members in Guyana and the assassinations of San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and City Supervisor Harvey Milk at City Hall. If so, those readers will be sorely disappointed, because instead, Flynn mainly recounts events leading up to those 10 days, twin histories covered in greater detail by other writers. What does set Flynn's work apart from others who cover similar territory is his objective, I should say his agenda, of laying blame for the deaths at Jonestown on the heads of San Francisco's Democratic leadership in particular, and social progressives more generally. Now, of this, Flynn makes no secret, stating that this project was motivated by his own quest to attempt to answer the how of the deaths in Jonestown, with the what evoked by his words, the homage paid to Jones at his temple by California's governor, California's lieutenant governor, and other Californian leaders. That's on page 249. Along the way, he indicts other public figures, including the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Herb Caen. Remember him, honey? Holly, Herb
Oh,
Caen
yeah.
from...
And this is because they already were trying to privatize government, and we got to find private guys to help the poor people because the government ain't going to do it.
Yeah. And aside from this, Flynn indicts activist celebrities like Angela Davis and Jane Fonda. His targets will
So these
not.
are rich people, quote unquote, or notoriety
Yeah.
that they suppose can do this all by themselves without state and federal support for the people that support state and federal infrastructure.
One way of looking at it.
They,
Yeah.
I see this as privatization. Long game.
Okay.
Let Jane Fonda feed them.
That you mean that's their thought?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
why not?
Yeah. Well, at any rate, as I said, because of her politics, she's a cheap shot. So
Yeah.
at any rate, Flynn's targets will not
Hitting
come.
ducks.
Yeah. Flynn's targets don't come as any surprise to those familiar with Flynn's larger body of work, which includes political commentaries on the Breitbart News website. This is where it all comes down. For those of you who don't know, Breitbart...
I'm edging away.
Yeah, Breitbart is... Tell them about Breitbart, honey. I mean...
Isn't that Bannon?
Yeah, that's Steve Bannon, baby. That's
Yeah.
so tell them about it. That's flood the zone with shit. Okay?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Bannon.
What amazes me about Steve Bannon
Yeah.
was he, for some crazy ass reason, and I've been to Oracle, Arizona, when there was nothing but awesome, cool camping and caves to go in and shit before they built the biodome fiasco, which you have gone on and on about. But when you were talking about it, and I was remembering from before it was there, and I sure did follow it because they were ripping that whole area apart. Fantastic area. And just, crooked developers butt fucking it to pieces. And part of that was Steve Bannon and the biodome. And why? I mean, that guy
What was Steve Bannon's connection to the fucking biodome?
money.
Okay.
Because he wasn't going to live in it.
That's sure as hell
And
not.
this is pretty
Yeah.
obscure, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? But I think that was the New York Times article, too.
So
that
this was all
blew
just
that
a
up.
contract. It figures it was all just a contract scam. And
God, it was just so crazy. And because I had a very deeply personal connection to the area, I did pay close attention, but it came
do
out
me a
of...
favor and keep talking about it while I reach over for a bottle of water, okay? The water's on
Yeah,
the nightstand.
okay.
I have to cross the bed to get to it. So
Yeah,
keep talking,
yeah.
honey, about this.
It was just, that whole thing was weird, and Douglas goes into it at length about the structure functioned and the plants and grew, but the people that got locked up in there all went nuts really fast. And so we'll have to remember.
This bottle's half fucking empty. I'm gonna grab another bottle.
Oh.
I'll be right back. It's gonna take just a
You
few
better.
moments here. Yeah, keep talking. No, you're doing great. Tell people about the story of the fucking biodome. It's fucking fascinating. I'll review it later. Okay, so I'll be right back. Give me a second.
All right. It was just this big, weird, again, private money. It didn't seem to be university organized in any way, which is another big outflow of private money going here and there. But it was just this strange kind of rich guy thing back there. We're going to build this dome and put a bunch of scientists in it and seal it up and grow a biosphere to prove that we can do it. And this was like, well, I'm going to say very early 80s. So, I mean, there might have been still some hope, and this was just a mitigation. It wasn't back when there was a potential for saving or at least limiting some kind of damage of what was going on. And things did happen. I mean, where I grew up, the rivers were catching fire and stuff, and a lot of legislation went in, and that stopped. Even LA, all that's being rolled back now from Steve Bannon types. So alls I know is that it was weird then in a weird place, because that is some strange country down there. Saguaro forests and even weird animals, javelina and coatimundi and jaguarundi and actual jaguars were crossing the border. I don't know if they still are, but one rancher shot one, so we knew for sure. Magical for me, getting out of East Coast industrial slum zone Newark. Wow, it was a whole nother planet. He better hurry.
I'm here.
All right.
He better hurry.
Just
I came
made
back
it
in
to
time
the
to hear that.
finish
What the fuck
line.
happened?
Yeah, you'll have to review it later.
Okay.
I rambled.
Well, I do want
drunkenly.
people to know that, honestly, she did beautifully. Numbers are maintained in general, and I want people to understand that Breitbart, all you need to know about Breitbart is that Steve Bannon established it. It's not like he just worked for it. He established it.
Right.
And Steve Bannon established it specifically as an unabashedly, unashamedly pro-Israel propaganda organ. His words, not
Whoa.
mine. Not mine.
Oh.
His words.
Oh.
Nothing more you need to know. Nothing more you need to know.
So why is he so, veinously hooked up to Israel in his particular case? He doesn't seem like a real religious type, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's Irish.
Woohoo.
He's
Yeah,
because he's
the
a
fuck?
because he's a white trash piece of shit. Why else? I mean, what more
He's gotta
explanation
be
do you
Catholic.
need? Wait.
So he's that weird Catholic strain that is like end of the world
I
apocalyptic.
have no. I doubt he's
Revelations
Catholic.
guy?
Honey, this
It's
guy.
kind of weird.
This guy must be excommunicated.
Why would he give a shit about Israel?
I'm sure he's excommunicated. There's no sane Catholic would give a
They
shit about
probably
Israel.
don't want him.
Yeah.
Does Israel give a shit about Steve Bannon?
They love
Like,
Steve
not enough
Bannon.
to pay him or anything.
No,
right?
they love
Or do
Steve
they?
Bannon only in the sense that he's one of their tools. Yeah, he's like,
All right.
yeah, he's one of their
Do they
allies.
pay him?
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Maybe there's a street named after him, like Trump
yeah.
Main Street.
There should be if there's not.
They
But
probably got Trump courts and
yeah.
little side streets. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
no doubt. But with this, with Daniel Flynn, who wrote the book called City that I've been citing, and yes, assigned as homework for the Blood Boys so we could dissect it and put it in context of everything I'm going to articulate right now. Understand that Flynn's larger body of work includes all these political commentaries on the Breitbart News website with titles such as "Before Socialism Collapsed Behind the Iron Curtain, It Failed Near Plymouth Rock." I mean, if you can buy a title like that. Yeah. And before...
Yeah. Oh, those white Protestants were
Oh, yeah, you know
real
them.
generous.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And before Jane Fonda called Trump Hitler, she called Jim Jones a hero. I mean, just hit pieces, character hit pieces, as well as books titled, well, with such titles as A Conservative History of the American Left, published in 2008, and The War on Football, subtitled...
Oh, no.
Yeah, subtitled Saving America's Game, published in 2013.
Oh, no. Let's keep brain injuring little boys.
I love it. Well, how else are you going to get them to vote Republican? How else are you going to get them to vote Republican? Yes.
The conservative estimate, 60 head injuries per boy per semester.
Yeah. It's like...
Can you believe that shit?
Yeah, and...
I mean, I'm not trying to be some pussy Karen, but...
yeah, no, it's...
Jesus Christ.
It's like...
and then go home and put them on the phone.
Yeah. There's no words.
Oh, God. They can't do anything but stare at screens.
Yeah. It's...
Till their brain gets good enough back to go again.
Yeah. Oh,
4 days a week?
Oh, I don't even...
Wow.
That. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's wild.
To say the least. Yeah. It's...
Ain't no vaccine gonna help you.
No.
Oh,
It's,
boy.
there you go. And it is what it is. All I can say is one thing. It's a tough subject. All I can say is that the parents are allowing their kids to do this. So in a sense, it's not right. It's not right because the children are often not of a mature enough mindset where they can decide on their own whether or not I really want to do this. I don't think they have any real comprehension of what they're doing to their future, which is effectively...
They just want friends.
Yeah. And to be popular and all that.
Yeah.
It's like...
and important.
Yeah, it's... But at the same time... It's again, it's a tough call because the money they earn, even though they blow it, is so high. If they succeed, it's kind of like almost okay. Well, that's what you're getting paid for. I mean, it's like
and
equivalent.
They're invalids by 40.
Yeah. Well, worse. I mean, they're just
with
in many
horrible beat up wives and shit.
Yeah, it's like living with a combat veteran who's completely post-traumatically stress disordered. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
brain injured, or a boxer.
Yeah, something like that. No,
you've seen those pictures.
Oh,
what happens when the fist strikes your face, even in the glove?
Oh yeah.
Holy shit! You know who else gets bad is trumpet players.
Why?
And trombone players, because the force of the oxygen they have to keep in their head to blow that horn.
Fuck that shit. Well, I want nothing to do with that. Yeah,
it's wild.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I
always feel sorry for them because it's amazing. It can be amazing music, but oh boy, on the MRI or whatever they do, that you can see it, or even weird photographs. The whole head distorts.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful. That's awful.
It's a heartbreaking art form.
Trombone and trumpet players, you said?
Yeah, trumpet especially. You got to get a lot of pressure up.
Fuck that. Well, thank you.
You know, the cheeks blown out like frogs.
Oh yeah, thank you. I'll thank you. I'm so glad that. I've had nothing to do with any of that all my life. Any of it, yes.
Hey, listen. On that note, I got to get walking, but I'm going to keep listening. The raccoons are coming to. Okay. The rabid raccoons are coming.
All right. Well, I love you dearly, and stay safe.
I love you too.
Well.
But this has been epic, Douglas. Thank you, and thank you all. And please, please, please support this man.
Thank you. Let them know we're trying to raise at least $200 tonight. Yeah.
Darn right.
Yeah. Okay.
Darn right. And I'll be ringing in too, so don't you worry.
God
I love
bless
you.
Thank you.
And thank you for everything, Douglas. Epic.
All right.
Again.
Love you, honey.
All right.
Okay. Bless you. So, the book Cult City exhibits Flynn's characteristic style, which is a blend of stripped-down reporting and soap operatic one-liners. He's fond of closing sections and chapters with short, melodramatic assessments. Jim Jones did not want Leo Ryan to come to Jonestown. Leo Ryan came anyway. Yeah, that was on page 162, a closing line. His style is amplified by his focus on the seamy side of his subjects' histories, such as Jim Jones's drug abuse and Harvey Milk's preference for young males. His lurid retelling of Jones's and Milk's histories is unrelieved by few historical details that would complicate his narrative. This narrow focus, I should say, serves Flynn's larger purpose, which is shaming Democrats and liberal social activists for what he sees as their complicity in the deaths at Jonestown. So this brings us to taking a closer look at Flynn's argument, which is basically what the book really is. It can be challenging to map out Flynn's argument because he tries to accomplish a lot in his relatively short book. Not only does he attempt to demonstrate that Democratic leadership in San Francisco was culpable for the deaths in Guyana, he also seeks to upend Harvey Milk's legacy. In addition, Flynn also devotes a great deal of page space to arguing that Milk Moscone murderer Dan White was not a conservative, as so many accounts portray him. The best that can be said here is that these topics could be united under the general heading of San Francisco. And it would start with probably a stance statement, which would be San Francisco as fertile ground for weirdness and depravity. Now, Flynn believes the city of San Francisco should share in the blame of the deaths at Jonestown. And this goes beyond the city's leadership's verbal support of People's Temple. Early in the book, he absolves the Midwest of responsibility for what People's Temple eventually became, writing that, like most liars, Jones eventually wore out his welcome in Indiana, where the People's Temple started as a collectivist communist commune, and that Jones did not enjoy the political solidarity in Indianapolis that he later received elsewhere. His act wore thin. I guess this is where they get the old saying from, that pigs fly in Minneapolis. This is all on page 16. Flynn interprets the shifting nature of People's Temple membership in a similar manner, noting that in California, Jones set out to attract new followers, and that as a result, People's Temple lost its rural Indiana twang. This is on page 18. Do you know what this is? Pro-Hoosier propaganda. This is like, the Hoosiers are wholesome, and they're innocent of everything. Flynn abuses his interview of the former Temple member Garrett Lambrev to underscore the shift of we'll call it Midwestern values, although I could easily call them missed Western values, in which he tries to claim that they're shifted to California values. As I've always said, as my father taught me, if you want to get out of European America, you got to go to California. That's how you escape the European cultural matrix, which comprises and, in a sense, compromises the rest of American culture. But to many people, it's frightening, and they think of Buddha, and to them, Buddha is like Satan. It's like California is, don't Californicate, as they say. Don't Californicate my Texas. Well, there you have it. Well, do me a favor and don't Texas my California. At any rate, as I said, Flynn interviews this former Temple cult member named Garrett Lambrev, and he abuses this interview to underscore the shift from what he considers to be wholesome Midwestern values of Christian evangelicalism to California values of what he perceives to be leftist communism, which is an impression he gets from the old Symbionese Liberation Army days. This individual who he interviews, named Lambrev, joined People's Temple soon after it settled in Northern California. He never knew its Indianapolis and Indiana manifestation. And he maintained an on-again, off-again membership status for the 10 years he was associated with it. Flynn tells us that the People's Temple Lambrev initially joined differed greatly from the People's Temple he departed for good a decade later. In Northern California in the mid-1960s, he encountered a church drawing its roots from the white, rural Midwest. This is on page 20, in which he implies that at that time it was a good church with all American Christian values. That being hillbilly and hick and Hoosier made it okay. That later, this was not the case. The implication here being that Californians turned People's Temple weird. Flynn sets the stage for this implication early in his book, writing that the tragedy birthed in Guyana was conceived in California. That's on page 6, people. So Flynn is often direct in his upbraiding of my city. San Francisco is a place where, his words, a diverse cast of characters succeeded after failing elsewhere. Well, the reason we left New York State, motherfucker, was because I bit my grandfather's dick off while he was attempting to orally rape me. I guess that's failing. This is on page 9. He says San Francisco is a place where masters of the universe, but not of their minds, are indulged. That's on page 44. Now, the city of the 1960s and 1970s, which of course is the city I was relocated to as a child through no choice of my own, was, in his words, an easy place to hide from crimes and an easy place to commit crimes. A place where the line between political crazies and just plain crazies became more difficult to differentiate. This is all on page 12, and it is all true. I'm not going to lie to you. This is one of the reasons my mother came to San Francisco. This was an easy place to kill people for blood, as someone who was truly far more vampiric than myself and far more active vampirically. She hunted down criminals because there were so many here, because it was an easy place to hide from crimes and commit crimes, both. And a place where, of course, crazy was the norm, and so nobody noticed all the bodies lining up on the floor. They were always part of the background anyway. So he argues that we must consider this context to understand the relationship between People's Temple leader Jim Jones and politician Harvey Milk. That's a context, in his words, of radical extremism that, again, his words, permeated mainstream politics. This is all on page 12. All of this, right away, sets the scene that, to say the least, is fairly judgmental. Nevertheless, I will vindicate and validate the truth of what he says without buying into his sales pitch. He peppers his chapters with historical chestnuts that attribute a long-standing craziness and moral rot to my fair city. For example, the opening pages of chapter 6. I think they stole the election. Doesn't that sound familiar? In which he explains that voter fraud, his words, voter fraud and distrust of settling strangers characterized San Francisco from its creation. Page 79. The book's final chapter draws parallels between my fair city and the leadership's lack of action on complaints about People's Temple, which were extreme. Many people were complaining about People's Temple, but the city's leadership conspired in covering their ass, meaning the ass of the temple. And decades earlier, the city leadership's refusal to heed Chief of the Fire Brigade, Dennis Sullivan's, pleas for an updated firefighting system, a refusal that would have dire consequences for Sullivan himself and others in the wake of the 1906 earthquake. He goes to this extreme comparison on page 215, in which he's trying to parallel between the Great Earthquake and Fire of San Francisco and the social quake of the 10 days, which he does not cover in the book, as I explained, covering instead the 10 years leading thereunto. Flynn depicts Congressman Leo Ryan as the Dennis Sullivan of his day, noting that both Ryan and Sullivan heroically labored to save San Franciscans, but they failed due to a current of corruption hindering their efforts. Okay, so as I said, Leo Ryan, one of the few sympathetic characters in this melodrama, and at the same time, I'm not buying into, shall we say, the hagiography, or making him into a saint, that our man Flynn does, only because he was simply a good man who got caught up in a really bad scene. That would be a much better way of portraying him, because we do want to acknowledge his victimization. The other stance you could take as part of the agenda conveyed through this book would be the Democratic establishment as complicit in these deaths, all these deaths that are covered in the book or addressed. Flynn's argument about San Francisco's leadership's complicity in these deaths, both at Jonestown and the assassinations within the city and county itself, comprise several points. First, he argues that city leaders of the 1960s and 1970s were incompetent, failing, his words, failing more often than not in stopping the nutters, political and otherwise. They failed much more damnably in the case of People's Temple. They enabled and empowered Jim Jones. This is pages 12 through 13. Second, he posits that they turned a blind eye to atrocities taking place in the temple due to Jones's ability to rally troops in support of political causes. A bit of political quid pro quo. In essence, this relationship boiled down to one in which Jones was valued and supported due to the votes and labor provided by temple members. In other words, they were slave labor because they worked for free, only under their the dictates of their faith. They labored as communists, not willing to accept money. They were, well, voluntarily, in the case of these brainwashed blacks, working for food. And it's just fucking sad. And it's definitely something the city did cynically take advantage of, which is exploitation, and it's inexcusable. Now, one example Flynn relies on to make this case is the election of George Moscone as mayor. Here, Flynn leans heavily on perceptions that, at the behest of Jim Jones, People's Temple members engaged in voter fraud that gave, literally delivered, Moscone his very narrow victory over John Barbagelata. So, to quote us from Chapter 5, Moscone probably owed his election as mayor to Jim Jones and People's Temple. That's on page 5. The temple's work was repaid when Jones was appointed as chair. Jim Jones was appointed by George Moscone as chair of San Francisco's Housing Commission, putting a communist in charge of the distribution of housing in San Francisco. Well, you got to admit that's one way to get the homeless off the streets. Now, Flynn is not the first writer to discuss this topic, but he is probably the first to imply that Democratic leadership believed all these allegations to be true and ignored them anyway. Now, the temple's influential friends overlooked evidence of severe wrongdoing to actively promote Jim Jones instead. The cover-ups, the prioritizing of correct politics over right conduct, and the fidelity to the narrative when it clashed with facts led to the faithful's demise and characterized the mentality of their boosters safe in San Francisco. This is all on page 7. And I'm not going to deny any of this because all of this is true. It's simply, you've got to place things in context. Where is this guy coming from? Because of all the city's leaders, Harvey Milk is singled out as being especially worthy of critique. to read from page 5, page 5, the sentence says, before People's Temple drank Jim Jones's Kool-Aid, powerful people in San Francisco did. Harvey Milk imbibed most enthusiastically. On page 13, he says, Harvey Milk, though surely not the most influential politician backing Jones, acted with the greatest zeal in legitimizing a madman. Now, the relationship, as Flynn points out, was mutually beneficial, offering details as Flynn does about publicity Milk received in the pages of the People's Forum. Basically a communist rag, a circular that was quite influential in San Francisco because we're loaded with left-wing constituency and, well, rather a left-wing elite. It's not the constituency, really. It's the fucking elite. As well as material campaign support, including campaign labor and a printing press sold to Harvey Milk for a pittance, literally for pennies on the dollar, during his failed 1976 campaign for the California Assembly. And Flynn further notes that Jones's support, Jim Jones's, came at a time when Milk's candidacy was not supported by the Democratic establishment. This is on pages 86 through 88. Harvey Milk later repaid Jim Jones by lending his voice in support of Temple causes, sometimes even in person. Well, plenty of times in person, but also in writing, committing himself by his signature to standing behind them, standing with them. And, if he had still been alive, well, falling down. In fact, he was still alive after they all died and was taken out. It was kind of like, instant karma. Now, indeed, most damning in Flynn's eyes seems to be the trail of correspondence from Milk on People's Temple matters, and this is what he spends most of his time analyzing. Flynn's discussion relies on 5 letters sent from Harvey Milk either to Jim Jones or to others in support of People's Temple and their maniacal leader, their maniacal messiah. Of special interest to Flynn is a letter sent under Harvey Milk's name to President James Earl Carter in support of Jim Jones and People's Temple against allegations made by former Temple members Grace and Timothy Stone regarding the custody of John Victor Stone, their child. So, their child wound up dying, murdered, in the middle of a fucking jungle. But when the parents went to the president, the man who approached the president to ignore them and said that the man who abducted their child was the greatest man since Jesus walked the waves, was Harvey Milk. In an earlier publication that's titled, I think, Drinking Harvey Milk's Kool-Aid, published in 2009, Flynn accuses Milk of libel because in his letter to President Carter, Milk describes the Stones, the family name spelled as S-T-O-E-N, as purveyors of bold-faced lies and blackmail attempts. In his book titled Cult City, Flynn offers a variation on this theme, accusing Milk of lying to the president in fervent support of Jim Jones. Harvey Milk so loved Jim Jones that he lied to the President of the United States in order to help him. This is on page 151. Now understand that I'm not trying to counter the facts here because they're all true. Rather, when you take a look at the man who's exposing the facts, Well, the messenger leaves a lot to be desired. Take his message, but only in context. Flynn's critique of Milk goeth beyond the city supervisor's relationship with James Jones. His goal is not simply to demonstrate Milk's connection to People's Temple, but to upend Milk as hero mythology, the Milk as hero mythology as well. Throughout the book, Flynn depicts Harvey Milk as a political opportunist and a pederast, someone who moved to San Francisco because, as Flynn writes on page 22, because that's where the boys and the freedom to pursue them were. All of that is true, by the way, nothing here to deny, and it should be self-evident. Elsewhere, Flynn has described Milk as an unremarkable subject for the silver screen. I agree. And a short-tempered demagogue who cynically invented stories of victimhood to advance his political career. This is from an article published called Drinking Harvey Milk's Kool-Aid, different from the number of the ones I've sourced before. This is in 2009, this was published. In Flynn's eyes, Milk's transgressions are severe enough to corrupt his entire legacy. To quote from page 7, with emphasis in the original, he actually italicizes or emboldens these words here so that we pay attention to them, and I'll read them louder as a result. To note the tall tales he told about himself and others to further a persecution narrative, the outing of a friend, Oliver Sipple, in parentheses, for political advantage, and his predatory relationships with teens and young men all mark the messenger as indecent. Now, Flynn's anti-milk campaign has been active since at least 2009. His early contributions to Breitbart News, for example, discuss Harvey Milk's unsuitability as a subject of public honor. Again, nothing that I argue with. I'm no Harvey Milk fan. But this brings us, more importantly, to Flynn's treatment of source material. Now, a generous way of describing Flynn's treatment of source material is to say that he plays fast and loose with it. A less generous way of describing it is to say that he intentionally misleads readers by overinterpreting evidence, ignoring inconvenient, well, for the sake of his argument, aspects of sources, and perpetuating misinformation. In other words, offering style in place of substance. Now, least egregious, but most common, is Flynn's overinterpretation of facts. Absent concrete evidence, he often abuses inflated language to make more of something than, it could be argued, he should. Examples of this are too numerous to recount right now, but the following examples of overreach should suffice. I'm going to call them 5 points, or maybe just 4. There's really only 4 I can think of most immediately. Point: he writes of Guyanese strongman Forbes Burnham receiving letter after letter from important people in the United States reassuring him and other government officials that charges being made against Jonestown were false. This is on page 153. With some emphasis actually added here. So bear with me for a second while I go back over this page again. And I remember there was emphasis here. I'm going to try and find out exactly where he put in his emboldened italics. And so I'm flipping through the pages right now, and it's basically, how would I say it? Where's his emphasis? It's letter after letter. Here we go, page 153. Letter after letter from important people in the United States. Okay, so this is an example of, shall we say, it's fairly over-emphatic. Point: he twice abuses the phrase, all in, to describe Milk's relationship to the People's Temple. This is on page 110 and on page 152. This assessment is based on what Flynn views as support for the temple well into 1978, and Milk's abuse of People's Temple performers at his 1977 street fair. To many readers, all in implies a dedication involving, at the very least, consistent participation in temple activities and public identification as an actual member, neither of which Harvey Milk ever provided in real life. Point: Flynn states that politicians rushed, his words, emphasis added in the original on page 84, to befriend Jim Jones. While it is true that politicians were keen to capitalize on a relationship with People's Temple, due in large part to its almost all black demographics and assured vote as a bloc, Jim Jones told them, "You vote for this guy." They all voted as one. Flynn, however, provides no evidence of politicians beaten down the temple's door. I could have easily provided more evidence than Flynn does in this case. So it's bizarre to me he does not. Now, another point that I can think of is in commenting on Harvey Milk's relationship with Joe Campbell, Flynn writes, while teaching math and history, like a combination of Troy Bellamy and myself. Troy Bellamy teaches math and I teach history. I don't know where the hell you find somebody who teaches both. But in commenting on Harvey Milk's relationship with Joe Campbell, Flynn writes, while teaching math and history at George W. Hewlett High School, failed to keep his, that's Milk's, attention long. Joe Campbell, a teenage hustler, barely older than Milk's students, captivated him after a chance meeting at a beach frequented by gays. This is on page 24. According to Lillian Faderman's 2018 biography of Harvey Milk, which appears among the sources cited by Flynn himself in his bibliography, I mean to say, Joe Campbell was 19 when he and Milk, who was then 26 years of age, began their relationship. So while an age difference existed that was pronounced, it was hardly the Lolita-esque difference implied by Flynn in this single particular case, though there were many more that I do know of simply by growing up in San Francisco and being familiar with the gay community of necessity. Now, in each of the examples I've just described, there is a kernel of truth that is undeniably and inarguably relevant. The issue is that Flynn pushes his interpretation too far. At times, however, Flynn's style pushes overinterpretation into the realm of Russian radicalized right-wing disinformatia, the realm of misinformation. A key example, when writing about Dan White's defense for the killings of Moscone and Milk, Flynn states that a psychiatrist brought in by the defense described White as binging on Twinkies, downing Coca-Cola, and gorging himself on junk foods. This is on page 211, and this is all true. A psychiatrist did indeed speak of these things. However, following this statement of fact is a commentary typical of Flynn's reductive, dramatic style. And this commentary crosses the line separating fact from fiction. He, White, didn't kill. His diet did. At least the defense relied on that unconventional line of reasoning. This is on page 211. And although it is popularly believed that the defense relied on the so-called Twinkie defense, they actually did not. Instead, it was argued that White's increased consumption of junk food was a sign of his depressive state, that his state of depression was entering a clinical and indeed psychotic phase. And it was that depressed state in its psychotic phase that drove him to his actions. Because Flynn quotes from the trial transcripts, we can assume that he read them. So it is unclear to me why he makes the erroneous interpretive leap that he does, because that was actually the reason for the riots, was this simplified bumper slogan statement that centered on the Twinkie defense. That we got an incredible image, an actual photograph that says it all, from our man T. Tank Berry, and T. Tank Berry provided a photograph of one of the protesters at the riots with all these Twinkies glued to a cardboard sign that says, "Eat a Twinkie, beat the rap." Because this is what people believed had happened. So, in other words, the reductionist rationale that everybody took home from Dan White being set free was that he was able to get off. He probably did get off on killing both these guys. The common joke at the time, and it was horrible, was what did Dan White say after he offed Mayor Moscone? Was he sang the song that was popular at the time for the milk commercials, "Tom for Milk." At any rate, so everybody thought that this guy got off because of a sugar high, a sugar rush that drove him to murder. And so, but this is what the gays were saying when they broke out in riots. This was what they were angry about. Here you've got a right-wing homophobe writing a book, and he uses their same line to make his point. It's bizarre. This is what we can take from this book, is that there is, in terms of a symptom of its author, the misrepresenting of sources and subjects. So it could be argued that Flynn's stylistic indulgences should be overlooked because it is the reader's responsibility to interrogate claims, especially those made with inflated language like Flynn uses. It is trickier, however, to overlook instances where Flynn misrepresents the context of his sources to force his argument. Exempli gratiae. He calls publisher, physician, and civil rights leader, his words, Carlton Goodlett, who gets quite the resume there, to task for describing the concentration camp of Jonestown in Edenic terms, which is what happened. But Flynn fails to tell readers that Goodlett's comments were made to Jonestown's residents during a visit in fall of 1978. That's on page 176. That is, Flynn's handling of the source implies that Goodlett was speaking to others, fellow politicians perhaps, or reporters about Jonestown, not to People's Temple members themselves, which of course he has a vested interest in saying such things to, because he wants to get out of the jungle alive. You're surrounded by a bunch of communist cultists that are about as extreme as you can get anywhere in North Korea. Of course you're going to tell them, you guys have got it good here. Can I go now? Please let me leave alive. Yes. There you go. Okay, that's just abusive. Flynn is also apt to ignore facts that contradict or complicate the narrative he sets out to construct. One especially troublesome instance of this involves Flynn's discussion of Harvey Milk's support of People's Temple, especially his letter to President Carter in support of the temple. To emphasize his point about Milk's close relationship with Jim Jones, Flynn quotes Michael Belafontaine's book titled A Lavender Look at the Temple, subtitled A Gay Perspective of the People's Temple, published the year my mother was murdered, in 2011. Assessment of this letter as somewhat disturbing in that it reads as if it were written by a temple publicist. That's, of course, then quoted by Flynn in page 148 of his own book. In fact, Belafontaine is careful to qualify his observations about the origin of this letter. Very near the passage quoted by Flynn, Belafontaine notes that the letter to President Carter could very well have been written by a temple publicist. So this is going to be basically a work you probably will not have easy access to. It's published by Belafontaine and Belafontaine, basically the Belafontaine gay married couple, in 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, and my mother's murder a week thereafter. And this is a work titled The Allegations. This is in the 30th paragraph thereof, and it's kind of like their response to criticism of the earlier book that same year, titled A Lavender Look at the Temple and subtitled A Gay Perspective of the People's Temple. And their response to various people's commentary on their earlier work was, I'll read therefrom a single paragraph. In reviewing this letter in more recent years, Milk aide Danielle Nicoletta expressed concern that the letter did not read as though it had come from his former boss and friend. Indeed, the letter to President Carter is very different from the rambling letter Harvey Milk himself wrote to the Prime Minister of Guyana almost 6 months earlier. The differences between the letters may be explained by a memo within the Jonestown files concerning a similar letter to Jimmy Carter signed by State Assemblyman Willie Brown. The memo states that Brown would change the wording of the temple's draft letter to the president. So even if the letter to James Earl Carter, our president at that time, were ghostwritten, Flynn could have made a relevant point. It est, Milk still lent his name in support of People's Temple. So Flynn's omission of this information related to the letter's authorship is perplexing to me, until one realizes that unless one believes the hype, in this case the hyperbole, there is nothing new in Flynn's text that others have not already addressed. In other words, he has to take away certain facts to add to the oomph, the punch of his own agenda behind the facts that he's conveying in a constructed context, a reconstructed context of his own. We see another example of this selective use of source information in Flynn's discussion of Milk's personal relationship with Jack Galen McKinley, relying on Schultz's book titled The Mayor of Castro Street, which I cited earlier. Flynn presents McKinley as being 16 years of age, below the age of legal consent in New York State, when he entered into a sexual relationship with the then 33-year-old Harvey Milk. Other texts, however, such as Faderman's, published in 2018, report McKinley's age at the time of his relationship with Milk as 17 years of age, which, believe it or not, is the legal age of consent in New York State. How do you think they get all those morbidly inbred people to vote for Donald Trump? That's the context to see this in. Okay, so it's if anything, it's more expositive of New York State than Harvey Milk, unfortunately. And other texts, however, such as Federman's, again, at this time, that talk about this whole scene, if you will. Well, basically, how does he do it? If I remember correctly, to establish McKinley's age, Federman relies on Harvey Milk's address book, which contained notations about his contacts' birth dates, and a correction to the aforecited Schultz's book contained in Vice Emery's work titled The Harvey Milk Interviews. That was published in 2012, subtitled In His Own Words. Now, Emery claims that for Schultz's age calculation to be accurate, Milk and McKinley would have had to begin their relationship when McKinley arrived in New York City, which was not the case. This is in the Emery work on page 342, as described in the Federman work of 2008 in an endnote, the third endnote, endnote 3, chapter 4, titled Will-o'-the-Wisps, which is really just fucking gross. I mean, that's like, we call them chicken hawks here in San Francisco, the child prostitute boys. At any rate, Federman and Flynn both had access to the same resources, and Flynn cites Federman's book elsewhere in his own work. The larger point, then, is not McKinley's age. While there was a legal tipping point between 16 and 17, even at 17 years, the age difference between the Milk and McKinley could be expected to make an impression already in and of itself, and for many, not a positive one, but rather that in obscuring information, Flynn shows himself to be an unreliable reporter. In other words, there's no need to do any of this. The guy looks bad enough. This perception of unreliability that Flynn unnecessarily burdens himself with may cause some readers to question what Flynn actually discovered during his interviews. And here I think in particular of several statements offered from his April 11th, 2016 interview with Tim Stone, one of the parents of that young child who President Carter did nothing to save from the cult. During this interview, Stone noted that he never had any interactions with Milk at all, and he did not see Milk as a member of People's Temple. This is on page 148. These statements already undercut Flynn's claims of Milk being inextricably bound up with the Temple and with Jim Jones. Now, Flynn's mishandling of source material is exacerbated by the fact that it is challenging to get a handle on the scope of his sources. Cult City, as a book, lacks a comprehensive bibliography, offering instead only endnotes organized by chapter. So the usability issues created by this editorial decision are magnified by the fact that Flynn rarely provides in-text information that would help readers to understand where he is getting his information. Moreover, sometimes the placement of his citations adds to the confusion, as is the case, for example, with endnote 21 on page 193. The passage in question here, involving a sentence about Joe Wilson's affidavit regarding Grace Stone's character and a sentence about Joe Wilson's behavior on the days of the deaths in Jonestown. I read here from page 21. Joe Wilson, who had earlier testified in an affidavit, to Grace Stone's unfitness as a mother by claiming she often rubbed roughly against his private parts and occasionally pranced by him totally nude, more effortlessly took on the role of enforcer. Now, like the woman against whom he bore false witness, Grace Stone in parentheses, Wilson desperately searched for his son, who had escaped Jonestown on his mother's, Leslie Wagner Wilson's, with the picnickers that morning. In other words, here on page 21, there is the different fate for the young lad than I had been given impression of, which was the official records that I saw at the Presidio military base, where this was one of the people who managed to escape somehow with Jim Jones's son, the basketball players who refused to return to Jonestown when their father demanded it, and were later joined by some picnickers that were basically escaping into the jungle. And yet somehow the special forces didn't mow them down, probably because it was before the mass murders began and they were not yet under orders to kill all people escaping. But readers who consult that endnote will see that it provides a citation for Joe Wilson's affidavit on August 13th of 1977, and in this affidavit, Wilson does discuss Stone's alleged behavior. However, the placement of the footnote in the body of the text suggests that the source also corroborates the description about Wilson's behavior on the day of the deaths. It does not. For the most part, the sources that Flynn does use are relevant. Primary source material from archives, interviews with people involved in the events he covers, newspaper articles that discuss the events, and secondary sources about Milk and People's Temple, but Flynn isn't as choosy as he could be. Included among Flynn's sources is David Talbot's book titled Season of the Witch, subtitled Enchantment, Terror, and Deliverance. It's a text that Flynn himself, in an essay titled Flower-Colored Glasses, published in 2012, has disparaged as being, his words, fatally weakened by, again his words, the author's questionable judgments. And he even suggested that Talbot's ideological obsessions spawn more delusions than LSD. If Flynn does not trust Talbot's work, then why should Flynn's readers? It is notable, however, that Flynn has ignored nearly the entire universe of scholarly work on his subjects. Most lamentable is Flynn's ignorance of John R. Hall's comprehensive analysis of People's Temple, titled Gone from the Promised Land, subtitled Jonestown in American Cultural History, published in 2004, which offers essentially a conspiracy-free explanation for some of the legitimate complaints raised by Flynn himself. Exempli gratiae in discussing the quid pro quo relationship between Jones and government leaders, Hall is comprehensive, citing the relationship People's Temple built in Mendocino County with Republican leaders. See, for example, page 153. As well as the relationship with San Francisco's Democratic establishment. In addition, Hall underscores the fact that rather than being an unusual example of political cronyism, the Temple's success speaks instead to the nature of the political process more widely. What People's Temple did reveals as much about the conventional words or the conventional worlds, his words, of public relations and politics as it does about People's Temple. This is on page 170 through 171 of his work. That is to say, this was business as usual in the world of politics. Additionally, Hall's book, as do a number of other scholarly sources, Exempli gratiate, People's Temple and Black Religion in America, published in 2004, or Hearing the Voices of Jonestown, published in 1998. That was much earlier. Provides a counterpoint to Flynn's insistence that the People's Temple was not religious. Because so much of Flynn's purpose involves condemning People's Temple as atheist and Marxist, socialist, communist, Flynn seems to use the political terms interchangeably, which is something I would never do as a scientific ideologist, or as a ideological scientist either. I would have liked to see him grapple with this issue more strenuously. He is too quick to ascribe Jones's personal views to the views of People's Temple members as a whole, which is seductively simplistic, but ultimately unfair. An error of what we would call synodoche, or synodoky. Synodoke would be probably more Greek dialectical, but linguistically synodoche would be the Anglicization. Painting everyone with the same brush, tarring everyone with the same brush. It allows Flynn to depict temple members who joined and stayed as humans without personal agency. Kind of like the way Americans portray Japanese in World War II or something, like a school of fish. So in conclusion of what I'm sure was all too long and all too in-depth an analysis for many of you, Cult City will undoubtedly be valuable to those seeking to confirm their views of left coast weirdness and those wanting to read a brief, lurid history of People's Temple, Jim Jones's past, Milk's legacy, and Dan White's trials and tribulations. Readers familiar with People's Temple history and Milk's background in all of their complexity, however, might find themselves puzzled and perhaps even angered by Flynn's book, less because of what it highlights and more because of the attitude that Flynn takes toward his subjects. He eschews decorum for one-liners, and some might say badgers readers with his own soapbox pronouncements. In addition, his handling of sources throws suspicion onto the text as a whole. Even so, a certain segment of readers who are not part of Flynn's choir can still find value in making a study of the book itself. Cult City is, after all, a good example of a certain type of text about People's Temple, and in this way, it can usefully figure as part of a meta-analysis of the literature, which is how I presented it to the Blood Boys. To derive anything from it needs to be in that context. It needs to be qualified by comparison with other sources. It could also be argued that this book is an excellent example of a particular brand of conservative identity politics, which is, of course, the way I presented it to the Blood Boys that I tutor. In one version of his biography, Flynn described himself as being brought up in the bluest part of the bluest state, where he was, his words, physically attacked by aging hippie Free Mumia supporters, mooned and shouted down by Berkeley book burners, and banned for life from Black Panther reunions, among other perceived injustices. I mean, Free Mumia was a black prisoner who basically won the hearts of the political left, and therefore everybody was like, on to basically getting him out of jail. In my opinion, he was a cop killer that was there might have been all kinds of context, but it's not like he didn't kill the cop. So, it's just, but he became politicized. You'd almost think Daniel Flynn was fucking black, the way he concentrates on all this black shit. But he's not. He's fish belly white. He credits his upbringing with aiding his words, anthropological field work among leftist Americanists, as if American leftists are a species or subspecies of humanity. That's in his Flynn Files bio on the Web Archive. Those seeking to study the product of I'd call it Breitbartian unreasoning, and its concomitant rhetorical techniques, could do worse than to choose Flynn's text. This is what it comes down to. A study in, well, Russo-radicalized right-wing propaganda. Okay, all of that being articulated. I myself have gotten a lot of angry communique in the last 48 hours, now bordering on to 72 hours, some of it coming in even while I was speaking, hosting tonight's transmission, as a result of my last transmission's economic assessments. Believe that shit? I'm sorry. We just talked about a Russo-radicalized right-wing propagandist writing for an Israeli disinformation site who has an agenda behind his own contra-revisionism, which renders further revisionism except in the opposite direction. And this guy was trying to say how wholesome Hoosiers are. Because Indiana, by the way, used to be the manufacturing site back when America had industry of the Hoosier cabinets, which became an everyday staple of American life because they were pre-assembled and you didn't need to fuck around. You just bought a Hoosier cabinet to slap into your kitchen. And Hoosier cabinets got the name because they were manufactured in Indiana. You know, Hoosier territory, if ever there was any. It's where the name comes from. And this guy is promoting Hoosier wholesomeness. But who do I get basically flaring myself because of my predicting a Great Depression thanks to Trump's tariffs? Fucking Hoosiers. I'm sorry, I never had anything against Hicks before, but Trump has pushed these United States into an economic downturn that will be especially hurtful to you fucking Hoosiers. The numbers make that clear. So if you are among the 37% of Americans, most of them dust bowlers from the middle of the United States who approve of Trump's economic policies, this opening segment of tonight's transmission, deep monologue we can call it, is just for you. Trump has no plan to fix the economy, and Americans know it outside of Hoosierville. The 10 richest Americans got $365 billion richer in this past year. And now they're on the verge of an astronomical tax cut, practically being relieved of the burden of taxes completely. That, while Trump says new tariff rates are coming in the next 2 or 3 weeks. President Trump's tariffs will lead to economic depression, even after he caved to communist China. Tariffs have already added 20 billion United States dollars in taxes to Indiana factories. I'm just shaking my head. And yet you idiots are writing me, calling me a communist for condemning Donald Trump. Unlike Daniel Flynn, who is melodramatic, jumps the gun on judgments based on facts that are taken too far, when I make my statements, they may sound bold, but it's only because they're damning. As of January 1st, Hoosier factory owners can expect to pay $2.8 $8 billion in total taxes this year. In fact, that's already been... When did Trump become president? November of yesteryear, right? But he entered on January 20th. Let me see now. Get this down here. What date did Trump take over? Take over again. Okay. Donald Trump officially took over his second midterm as president on January 20th, 2025 at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This was the date of his inauguration, officially assuming the presidency. But remember, he was running the country well before then. Foreign dignitaries, unheard of, unprecedented, were visiting him in Mar-a-Lago as if he were already running the country, just to get in on the deals. So, from that point to January 1st of 2026, you Hoosier fuckers, you hill crackers without hills, your factory owners will expect to pay effectively $3 billion fucking dollars in total taxes based on Donald Trump's misactions by the opening of next year. But then Trump introduced new tariffs on April 2nd, which he labeled Liberation Day. Those tariffs have exploded taxes on factory owners to $22.4 billion United States dollars. To put that in context, Hoosiers, Indiana's total state general fund for this fiscal year is in the $20.1 billion range. That's good news for businesses, in the sense that the good news for businesses is, and it is hardly good news, is that most of these taxes will be passed onto consumers. The Yale Budget Lab estimates the 2025 effect will be equivalent to roughly $4,600 of income for the average family. That's like a wage cut of 5.8%, essentially 6% taken out of your pay. That is a recession, to say the least. A deep recession, to put it mildly. But effectively, a Great Depression. Trump's first tariff retreat didn't fix that. On April 9th, which I personally label Bond Market Freakout Day, Trump changed his tariff policy on 189 out of 193 countries. He changed it for 189 out of 193 countries. He even dropped all but Chinese tariffs to 10%, raising communist China's to 145%. That changed the tax rate on Hoosier businesses from 18.7% of gross domestic product to 18.8% of GDP, a virtual wash that had no effect on consumers. That is still a deep recession. By the first week of May, seaborne transport to the United States from communist China on the Asian mainland virtually stopped. We buy and sell more than 16 million TEUs. That's 20-foot fucking shipping containers for you ignoramuses on shipping out there. We buy and sell more than 16 million TEUs with communist China on the Asian mainland. A TEU is an acronym for 20-foot equivalent unit. It's the standard unit of measurement used in shipping to describe the capacity of container ships and container ports. It represents the cargo capacity based on the dimensions of a standard 20-foot shipping container, which is what people live in when they rent storage space. That's if they're rich and can afford that level of storage space, because you might as well be renting an apartment in San Francisco. At any rate, nearly all of these TEUs travel by truck at some point. The end of that container traffic alone accounts for 325,000 truck driver jobs in these United States, meaning 325,000 truckers are out of work thanks to the same motherfucker they likely almost all voted for. Trump single-handedly fixed the alleged truck driver shortage in just a few weeks by slashing demand. By early May, every forward-looking indicator of the real economy was flashing bright red. Trump had taken a solid economy, the strongest in the developed world, and which had grown consistently since COVID-19, into a downturn. Almost 2,000 economists signed an open letter criticizing these tariffs, just as the same number did begging Herbert Hoover not to sign the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act because, as they predicted, it would trigger a financial stock market crash which would engender a worldwide Great Depression. But he signed it anyway. And with Trump's tariffs, it's a repeat of history. Almost, well, it's down to the letter. Down to 2,000 economists again signing a paper that has been ignored. The lists of these people begging Trump not to do what he did included people from across the political spectrum, from libertarian Nobel laureates to former heads of council of economic advisors for both Democratic and Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent presidents, to university professors hailing from the Ivy League, Hillsdale College, and Liberty University. The only economist I've ever read or heard of who favors tariffs is Peter Navarro, the Democratic congressional candidate turned Trump cultist who serves as Trump's senior counselor for trade and manufacturing. Navarro is, of course, best known in the most infamous sense for inventing a pro-tariff businessman, Ron Vera, who does not exist. He's a paper person, to provide fabricated quotes for his books. This is called academic fraud, and he should be taken out and fucking shot. People should pay a price for academic crime just as they do for street crime that winds up killing people or maiming them for life or crippling them or hurting them or injuring them in any way, because academics is so far much more deadly than street thuggery or even gold-collar crime could ever be. Think of Trofim D. Lysenko, the Soviet scientist who mass murdered hundreds of millions of people by mass starvation based on academic fraud. This is the level of Peter Navarro, another, well, a capitalist, Trofim D. Lysenko. Albeit, this has nothing to do with capitalism because it's shutting capitalism down. You would call it convolutionist. It's Edomite and corrupts from the angle, the source of Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set. Now, through Peter Navarro, by all evidence, Trump was manipulated into spiraling our economy into the pit. Yet apparently, Trump got the message that tariffs are pushing the economy into massive recessional and will cut family incomes, leaving millions unemployed and cripple, well, ergo cripple, Trump's already low popularity. That gave us Capitulation Day. Trump caved to communist China, but it will still lead to Grand Recessional. Trump on May 12th announced tariffs on Red China would be cut to 30% for 90 days. That is a major reduction, except that there's a nearly 200-page list of items with an additional 25% remaining on them. So, for most manufactured inputs, the effective Commu-Chinese tariff rates are at 55%. Over 500%, people. Trump's caving on these tariffs rates brings the taxes on Hoosier businesses down to 11.9% of gross domestic product. Still a four-fold increase from January, totaling $14 billion. Let me go over that again. It's orders of magnitude by a multiplication of 4 that the taxes they were going to pay in January have been increased by. Trump just raised taxes on Indiana manufacturing firms by 400% from $2.8 billion to $14 billion. That leads to recession. That's simple economics, so basic that merely by running the numbers at an arithmetical level, you should understand that I'm never melodramatic. Trump fucking blew it. He blew it. Now businesses face tough choices. In the coming months, consumers will feel heavy losses due to this tax increase. The Yale Budget Lab estimates the new tariff formula, we should call it the trauma formula, costs families an average of $2,500 for items they were going to buy this year. Businesses will need to plan for erratic tariff changes. Exempligratiae. Is it wise to purchase inventory for Halloween, which, if ordered today, will arrive in late August, when that tariff might be anywhere from 0% to 145%? Everything from cars and RVs to Halloween costumes to automotive and home insurance will be more expensive. None of this will be accompanied by any manufacturing renaissance, but rather job losses across most sectors, if not all. All Trump had to do in 2025 to claim a record year of factory production was to have left well enough alone. He blew it. And 2/3 of Americans know that. Pointing out the imbecility of his tariff policies is not, as people who have been writing myself say, Trump derangement syndrome. That diagnosis is best left for those who think this guy is going to deliver prosperity. But I'm a historian, and it's my job and obligation to put everything into historical context. My challenge now is, should I do that? We got good numbers, so I may as well. And that will take us, of course, into further monologue. And for those of you listening tonight, I owe you that. For the $300 that was provided by T-Tank Barry, I owe you that. Let's see if anyone else has contributed, and see if that motivates me to further monologue. Come on, people. Let's get active. You can do it. All right. Nothing yet that I can see. $100, of course, was contributed earlier in the month, very early in the month, by Heather Holman. Goddess bless her soul and hope she's doing well. Yeah, no further contributions coming in. So it's not very motivating for me to continue. Should I continue, people? Let's get some reactions in the chat and see if that motivates me. All right. Let me drink a little liquid here. See if we get a little response. Keep going, Doug. Keep going. Come on, somebody motivate me. Should I even open this? Damn, why did I get the new bottle? Because the other one was only half full. It's like 12 here, midnight, which means it's 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. It's 3 a.m. where Aristides is at. I'm not going to bother him. It's always tempting to open a brand new bottle, but I really should finish what's in the old one. I honestly need to plan these things out much more. Okay, we are going to basically, you're going to hear me reach over for the half-filled bottle so that I don't compromise the integrity of a new bottle of water. And while I do that, I'm taking off my earbuds, which gives me a feeling of being... It's like trying to spacewalk without a cable tying you to the shuttle. That's what, kind of like the feeling. Ugh. Here we are. And with that, I put the earbuds back on and get myself set up for perhaps what might be a long haul. Because, you know, you all deserve it. You're all here. And you're all behaving yourselves. But let's see if we get some feedback. And, all right. With that. Now, for all of you who are academically inclined out there and would like a little bit of history to back up what I have to say, which I always present in undeniably great detail. There's nobody who can challenge me on what I say simply because they can't argue with the historical facts. This is why the enemy always attacks me with consistent, chronic, and completely irrelevant character assassination. It's a tried and true technique to basically break off people around me. And if anything, all it does is it culls the idiots. We'll call it an idiot culling. Most of them were assignees anyway, and if they were not, the fact that they could buy into cheap character assassination shows that, well, they were too stupid to have around anyway. So in that case, the enemy has always been doing me a favor. With that, of course, let me rehydrate myself, take a deep breath, prepare myself for the long haul of a few more hours. And we might take it to 8 hours tonight if I'm in a good enough mood. But I look forward to some moral support from some commentary in the chat. That's always motivational. Otherwise, most of the time when we had the longer roundtables when the Skype was working, I'd be lucky to get in 4 to 6 hours of monologue anyway. On a night like this, we've already done a good 6 hours of what's mostly been monologue, albeit with some interruptions. But, and we've made a great point where we've covered a kind of how would we say it, a case for the historical commemoration that the state represents, going as it does from the night of the riots provoked by the release of Dan White, hence the term White Night Riots, into, it's after midnight, what is now state California holiday of Harvey Milk Day. I think I put all that into context that's comprehensible, if not comprehensive in its own right. Okay, so we earned a good deal of the $5,000 fund drive through a single individual, the generous grace of T-Tank Barry. We still got a good number of viewers. How many people want me to go on? Well, longer. And how long can you stand? I'd like some response in the chat before I commit myself. Once I commit myself to an arc of narrative, it's painful for me not to finish it. So I do like to try and start something that I'm going to take to a conclusion. So if you want me to do that, then I will. Somebody say so, and let me hear it in the or just enter it into the chat. Let me take a look at my any feedback from the call, and if not, well, I might just move ahead. Might just move ahead because again, there's a feeling of obligation. Okay, well, we might as well move ahead a bit, and let's go with that. All right, if you're ready, let's start with the fact that if we're putting into account, if we're going to take into account the techno-oligarchs, the Silicon Valley elite, that Holly Kiefer. Oh, okay, there we are. STYCS Moves says, big up, DDD. I'm listening. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going then. We're going for it. And let's put it this way. As a librarian in the past, as a historian, I can tell you that the kind of hold on the mass mind that the Silicon Valley techno-oligarchs hold today is based on a seizure, as in, what would we call it? Misappropriation. It's a seizure of intellectual assets that goes back to the fact that manuscripts and specimens accumulated by the colonial East India Company lie at the roots of modern science and museums. You see, organized looting and plunder drove Great Britain's second scientific revolution that impacted the modernization of the world. There's another book I've assigned as homework for the blood boys that I tutor. I was reluctant to speak about it because, of course, I don't want to do their homework, but I'll refrain from a truly in-depth analysis and rather relay its contents. The book is titled Monopolizing Knowledge. It's subtitled The East India Company and Britain's Second Scientific Revolution. It's written by a female, an authoress, Jessica Ratcliffe, published by Cambridge University Press this year. I could never access anything this expensive without the libraries of my son's husband. Oh, Sheila Gavin says, greetings, darling Douglas Dietrich. I'm listening. Okay, honey, I'm in. You've convinced me. And the numbers are going up, so fuck, why not? Needed that little break to catch my intellectual wind, but sure, now that I've taken the breath and gotten a hold of myself, gotten over the temptation to just kill it and kick it for the rest of the night, we're going forward. We're taking the plunge, and we're all in this together. Okay, so kisses at Sheila Gavin. Love you, honey. All right, with that, we're moving forward. Okay? Again, not doing the homework for the Blood Boys. We don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to cover what they're going to be forced to read anyway. But what I will provide is the perspective of how this leads to Silicon Valley's present mindset. So, in 1790, speaking to the Asiatic Society of Bengal, its founder, William Jones, a judge of the Supreme Court in colonial Bengal, proclaimed that, in time, his words, "We will transfer to Europe all the sciences, arts, and literature of Asia." Talk about cultural appropriation, people. Everything you got is based on Vedic science. In other words, Aryan science. The very term, whenever you hear that term Indo-Aryan, that's crypto speak for Aryan. Nowadays, they use the term Indo-European, which is even more fucked up. Basically, everything you have is based on Aryan science. The Aryan culture that gave birth to civilization itself. And a few years earlier, Warren Hastings, the first governor of the presidency of Fort William in Bengal, which was controlled by the British EIC, the East India Company, argued that the accumulation of knowledge lessens the weight of the chain by which the natives are held in subjection, and it imprints on the hearts of our own countrymen the sense and obligation of benevolence. Even though, initially, the EIC did not directly fund the accumulation, collection, and transfer, we could simply call it the misappropriation of knowledge of science and nature in colonial India and other parts of Asia under its control, many of its employees were engaged in such pursuits. Their collections of manuscripts, maps, catalogs, botanical drawings, artifacts, and specimens of flora and fauna, bearing labels such as 3 elephant heads with several detached parts, 8 birds from Sumatra, and a large catalogue of petrifactions, bones, beetles, and butterflies, the petrifactions referring to what we today would call fossils, were stored in repositories in colonial India. And these items, many accumulated through organized looting and plunder, were eventually donated or sold to museums or to East India House, the headquarters of the East India Company in London. So in this work that I'm sourcing, titled Monopolizing Knowledge, the historianess of science and technology, Jessica Ratcliffe, places the minutiae of the various scientific projects and the people behind them in the larger context of colonial capitalism. Her focus is narrow, from the EIC's emergence as a colonial power in 1757 to the British government taking direct control of the company's territories in 1858. Yet, she strikes a judicious balance in her analysis of the intricate braiding between science and empires, and its consequences for the development of scientific knowledge and practices in Great Britain and globally. She describes how the EIC deployed company science, these days we would call it corporate research, to extract natural resources and provide the cultural resources necessary to exercise colonial power over others. It funded the construction of a network of astronomical observatories for determining longitude, keeping time and tracking weather patterns essential for increasing agricultural production, a necessary step in the context of famines precipitated by crushing taxation, kind of like Trump's tariffs today. As Ratcliffe points out, surveying and astronomy were so important for concerted expansionist military campaigns that the army itself became a form of institutionalized knowledge. Very similar to what I was given access to as a Department of Defense research librarian. The EIC also supported the development of a series of botanical gardens that enabled the generation of botanical knowledge and practices, as well as playing an important part in the production of lucrative commodities such as tea, hemp, flax, rubber, and indigo. Now, for those of you who are just saying, Doug, that's fucking boring, come on, tea, hemp, well, that's more exciting to most of you potheads out there, but this is the industrial application thereof. But along rubber and indigo, we're talking again, generally industrial processes. Just think about this as the birth of pharmaceuticals. Botanicals mean plants, and that means a study of herbs. And plant drugs change the fucking world. And this is what brought us as well. It was the founding of a network of research institutions with the Asiatic Society of Bengal at its apex that provided a setting to discuss and disseminate research in science and what they used to call Orientalism, as Westerners once called the study of the peoples and cultures of Asia, before it became a negative, a pejorative, or a slur, a kind of intellectual mindset that is deemed anachronistic in today's politically corrected world. And all of this went from companies to museums. Company science, again, what we today would call corporate research, lived on after the dissolution of the EIC, the East India Company. Encouraged by a movement to place private collectibles in accessible museums, the company transformed its assets into public science by dispersing them among the many museums and science departments that were being established at British universities. So, Ratcliffe marshals a wealth of archival sources to analyze the processes that enabled the EIC's private monopolization of resources in Asia to fuel Great Britain's second scientific revolution. After that, in the 17th century, this transformation marked the start of the professionalization, specialization, and compartmentalization of Orientalists, historians, and naturalists who once worked side by side, but now found new, separate homes in university departments that divided the natural and the social sciences. Not necessarily a good thing. The extensive collections of specimens shipped from the colonies and the many manuscripts and publications such as the Flora Indica, published in 1855, Exotic Botany, published in volumes between 1804 and 1805, a catalogue of the birds in the Museum of the Honorable East India Company, published in 1854, the zoological researches in Java and the neighboring islands, published in 1824, all became as indispensable sources for research. These would be like the Jane's warships or Jane's fighting ships that military professionals use today to instantly identify vessels by their outlines, for lack of a better term to come to my mind at the moment. Ship silhouettes, etc. It was mainly during this period that Ratcliffe points out that through the institution of the public museum, British cultural and religious chauvinism was hardened into racialist and racist beliefs about who should and should not be granted political rights and economic sovereignty. And it was partly in response to the demolition of East India House in 1861 that an ambitious proposal emerged for a new India museum on the banks of the River Thames to house all of the EIC's dispersed science collections. The proposal included the setting up of an India Institute comprising a library, museum, research center, and a civil service training facility, all in a Mughal-style building replete with domes and turrets, or, in Ratcliffe's words, a veritable Thames Mahal instead of Taj Mahal. It's a nice play on words. For those of you who don't know, the Taj Mahal is, of course, that great Muslim work of architecture from the days of the Mughalistan, the Muslim domination of Asian India. And it is that aesthetic architecture, very sublime, very, if not understated, then certainly much more streamlined than the grotesque, baroque, and ultimately gaudy, very impressive, but incredibly ornate and simply bizarre architecture of pure Asian India from the Hindu or Vedic days that the British were attracted to. It was to them the much more civilized as opposed to barbarous or heathen culture that they aspired to someday become. And therefore, they wanted to build their own Thames Mahal, India, on the Thames River on which London stands. Despite general support from influential figures such as the former reporter on the products of India, John Forbes Watson, and letters from the naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace and the Orientalist Hyde Clark in Nature, a lack of funds killed this mega project. The East India Company specimens and manuscripts continue to reside in London venues such as the British Museum, Kew Gardens, spelled Kew, the Natural History Museum, and the Victoria and Albert Museum, but the public has now largely forgotten the role of company science, the forerunner to corporate research and colonial capitalism. We should really just say mercantile looting or mercantile misappropriation in fueling the rapid and sweeping reconstitution and reorganization of British science institutions. Referencing the current heated debate about the historical foundations of UK public museums, Ratcliffe has proven that the colonial legacy now constitutes a huge dilemma for these institutions, which otherwise still carry an aura and a mission devoted to liberal, even progressive, cosmopolitan ideals. Talk about a revision of history. Similar in a 180-degree turn on its head that we described with Jonestown and Harvey Milk, Ratcliffe's meticulously researched, detailed, and profusely illustrated book constitutes a major and welcome contribution to the understanding of the role of the EIC and the colonialism. Well, it's an understanding as well of colonialism in general. Considering that the EIC was simultaneously a corporation and a state, in and of itself in rule over all of India. Ratcliffe's explanation of the complex interplay between private and public interests and between state science and corporate science injects a valuable historical perspective on contemporary concerns about the deepening ties between private corporations and states, and the consequences for the trajectory of scientific research. And this brings us to yet another book review for a book I've assigned to the Blood Boys. Yes, they have a very long reading list, and I'm always making it longer, but they do keep up. My son forces me to tone it down, because, of course, it's ultimately his husband who has to buy extra copies when we put them into textbook status. But there is a work titled More Everything Forever, subtitled AI Overlords, Space Empires, and Silicon Valley's Crusade to Control the Fate of Humanity, to which the other book I've just sourced acts as a bridge unto. By Adam Becker in this case, published by Basic Books. At 384 pages, we have a skeptical look at grand designs for the future via More Everything Forever. Adam Becker unpacks the flaws in the dreams of techno-pioneers to reshape the world to come. Now, Elon Musk once joked, "I would like to die on Mars, man, just not on impact." Musk is, in fact, deadly serious about colonizing the Red Planet. Part of his motivation is the idea of having a backup planet in case some future catastrophe renders the Earth uninhabitable. Musk has suggested that 1 million people may be calling Mars home by 2050, and he's hardly alone in his enthusiasm. The venture capitalist Mark Andreessen believes the world can easily support 50 billion people, and more than that once we settle other planets. And Jeff Bezos has spoken of exploiting the resources of the moon and the asteroids as well to build giant space stations, himself having said, "I would love to see 1 trillion humans living in the solar system." Now, I'm on the same side as all of these guys, but from a completely different perspective. These people want this to be all privately property, whereas I look at this as a state enterprise or the mission of the states. We are at opposite ends of the spectrum on this towards the same objective. But that means our objectives are 180 degrees antithetical to each other because they're not trying to project civilization into space. They're attempting to expand their own barbarism. So, when I've presented to you these concepts of these messianic multi-billionaires, it is, well, the science journalist Adam Becker who cautions, not so fast. So in his work, titled More Everything Forever, Becker details a multitude of laws and flaws in the grand designs espoused not only by Musk, Andreessen, and Bezos, the bozo, but by Sam Altman, Nick Bostrom, Ray Kurzweil, a massive propagandist for what he feels will be the ultimate orgasm of the human experience, all of us uniting into one AI, along an array of techno-multi-billionaires and future-focused thinkers whose ambitions are transforming today's world and shaping how we all think about the centuries to come. Becker targets not only their aspirations for outer space, but also their claims about artificial intelligence, the need for endless growth, their ambitions for eradicating aging and death, and more. as suggested by the book's subtitle, AI Overlords, Space Empires, and Silicon Valley's Crusade to Control the Fate of Humanity. Becker finds the idea of colonizing Mars easy to deflate, explaining that dying may in fact be the only thing that humans are likely to do there, himself bluntly observing, and here I quote his T, "The radiation levels are too high, the gravity is too low, there's no air, and the dirt is made of poison." He notes that we have a hard time convincing people to spend any great length of time in Antarctica, a far more hospitable location, I assure thee. Becker reminds us, in his own words, Mars would make Antarctica look like Tahiti. The solar system's other planets and moons are equally unwelcoming, and star systems beyond our own solar system are unimaginably distant. He concludes, nobody's going to boldly go anywhere, not to live out their lives and build families and communities. Not now, not soon, and maybe not ever. Becker sees space colonization as not only unrealistic but also morally dubious. Why, he asks, are the multi-billionaires so keen on leaving our planet as opposed to taking care of it? He interviews the astronomer Lucien Wolkowicz, who sees their focus on killer asteroids and rogue AIs and their seeming disinterest in climate change as an evasion of responsibility. Wolkowicz saying, "The idea of backing up humanity is about getting out of responsibility by making it seem that we have this get-out-of-jail-free card." Becker targets not only the techno-gurus, but also the so-called long-termists, who prioritize the flourishing of humans who will live aeons from now. Rationalists, who believe decision-making should be guided by reason and logic, and transhumanists, who hold a variety of beliefs related to extending human lifespans and merging humanity with AI. These groups altogether perceive the future in a multitude of ways, but underlying many of their visions is what Becker sees as a misplaced faith in artificial intelligence, sometimes imagined to be on the verge of blossoming into AGI, or artificial general intelligence, but also potentially perilous of its goals diverge from those of humanity. If its goals diverge from those of humanity, I mean to say. The so-called alignment problem. Not everyone shares this fear of AI running amok, and Becker makes a strong point of speaking with skeptics such as Jaron Lanier, Melanie Mitchell, and Yan LeCun, all of whom are far from convinced that this is any real danger. He also cites the entrepreneur and web developer Maciej Cegłaszewski, who has described the unaligned superintelligent AI alignment problem as the idea that eats smart people. Still, the book is not mere AI guru bashing on Becker's part. He spells out what it is these devotees believe before presenting a more skeptical alternative perspective. Becker also notes that computer power may not be destined to increase as quickly as many proponents imagine. He scrutinizes Moore's law, the notion that the number of transistors in integrated circuits doubles roughly every 12 years, noting that this growth will inevitably come up against limitations imposed by the laws of physics itself. Becker pointing out that Gordon Moore himself estimated in 2010 that the current rate of exponential growth would come to an end in 10 or 20 years. In other words, right now, or very soon. As Becker sees it, faith in Moore's law is just one facet of a poorly thought out commitment to endless growth that some technophiles seem to be advocating. Exponential growth, in particular, is by definition not sustainable. He cites an analogy that the inventor and futurist Ray Kurzweil has made about the growth of lily pads in a pond. Every few days, the number of pads will have doubled, and before you know it, they've covered the whole pond. Becker writing, "That's true, but that's also why or where the lily pads' growth ends, because they can't cover more than 100% of the pond. Every exponential trend works like this. All resources are finite. Nothing lasts forever. Everything has limits." Becker saying that if we keep using energy at our current and accelerating rate, we'll be exploiting the full energy output of the sun in 1,350 years, and a bit more than a millennium later, all the energy emitted by all the stars in the Milky Way, and so on. Becker also taking issue with the idea at the core of long-termism, that the needs of countless billions or even trillions of future humans are as important as the needs of those alive on Earth today, and perhaps more important because of their eventual vast numbers. Many of these ideas are spelled out in the philosopher William MacAskill's 2022 book titled "What We Owe the Future." For the long-termists, our actions today ought to be focused on allowing this bountiful future to unfold, even if it means sacrifices in the here and now. The problem is that we just can't know what conditions will prevail centuries from now, let alone millennia. So it's presumptuous to imagine that today's decisions can be tailored to benefit people who won't be born for an unfathomably long time. Becker finding long-termist thinking wanting not only in logic, but in ethics. He points to the philosopher and AI researcher Nick Beckstead's influential 2013 doctoral thesis, which argued that saving lives of people in rich countries likely has more of a ripple effect than saving lives of people in poor countries who are less able to implement any change. Becker summing up the argument, and here I read therefrom. In other words, the lives of people living in, say, Mozambique matter less than the lives of people living in the United States, according to Beckstead, because the people in the United States will contribute more to the glorious long-termist future in space. Becker finding other examples of such problematic thinking. He notes that many in the rationalist community appear to support the idea of human biodiversity, which asserts that people of different races have differing abilities, and that those differences are rooted in genetics. Becker incorrectly labels this as pseudoscience and as warmed-over white supremacy. He is more correctly concerned with the degree to which some AI researchers focus on intelligence. Becker interviewing the computer scientist Timnit Gebru, who suggests this obsession with intelligence as the be-all and end-all of AI research, leading to some imagined race of superior beings, smacks of eugenics. Becker adding that none of this is surprising, it's sad and horrifying, but predictable. The techno industry is rife with racism. Quite true, but remember, there is also, thanks to Asian Indians, all those yellow niggers replacing the Chinese who have been forbidden from working in the intelligence industry in the United States as potential intelligence assets due to communist China's lack of any respect for the concept of intellectual property. All of these Asian replacements for them from India are determined to enact a caste system upon our civilization in the United States and render us all basically imprisoned forever in a non-mobile state where we're born into our place in society and can never move therefrom. So that's a classism issue, which Becker misses because he lacks my global insight. It's as simple as that. Becker is not a Luddite, nor is he anti-tech, but he's skeptical that humanity's most urgent need is to populate the galaxy at any cost, and cautions against yielding control of our destiny to a race of AI overlords. He'd also like to see ordinary people be given a voice instead of leaving so much decision-making to the multi-billionaires. This is why we can only serve the ordinary people into what I also believe must be done, which is expand humanity into space as an obligation to life itself, since I have been convinced by the government's own conviction based on their own calculations of scientific logic using the mathematical certainty of how much can be done with genetics and how the sequencing of these genes is so impossible in its complexity that it should never have happened at all, let alone happened once. We know there is no life out there. Therefore, we would be carrying the torch of life to the rest of the universe. That is our obligation and the only reason we were created, which I know for a fact, and I have my religious conviction in the fact that we were created by a God because of the fact that we are impossible in our very existence without that factor being, shall we say, respected. And that having been said, we were created to carry that creation, that life, to generate it elsewhere, as there is no life out there now. All that having been said, as per my stance, Becker's stance about we shouldn't be leaving this decision-making on how to carry that out to these multi-billionaires is something I've said all along, which is why I say that space colonization, or rather space population, to use a more neutral term, must be done by states and not by corporate interests. As for the multi-billionaires, they can participate via contract, as they always have, but they can't be running the show. Becker's sobering book, ergo, provides a welcome alternative perspective on the technologies that are changing our world at breakneck speed, and especially on the people who control those technologies. At the very least, it should encourage us to think more carefully about the kind of future we really want. It is not a magic solution to humanity's ills, and neither is the idea of escaping to the stars, which is why I say we need political change on Earth first, by force majeure, if need be. And we will be brought to that need by the maniacs who are running us into the ground right now, especially these multi-billionaires. Per Becker's conclusion, instead, we need to look after one another on the only planet we're able to call home. He writes, "We aren't leaving Earth, but we already live among the stars." This is true, and I'm all for getting things reordered into a more just, equitable, and lasting civilization on Earth, or rather a coeval of civilizations, before we proceed among the stars. Still, for the rest of us, there is a certain disorienting thrill in witnessing, over the past few years, the profusion of bold, often baffling, occasionally horrifying ideas pouring from the ranks of America's tech elite. Consider the heresies of Balaji Srinivasan and Peter Thiel, who, in celebrating the network state and seasteading, meaning creating islands, or rather super cruise ships, to become independent microstatelets at sea away from the restraints of international law, having hatched an escape doctrine for digital aristocrats, where Srinivashan conjures blockchain fiefdoms with a la carte citizenship and pay-per-view police forces. Peter Thiel, of PayPal fame, pines for oceanic platforms where the wealthy might float beyond government reach, their libertarian fantasies bobbing like luxury yachts in international waters, where they can torture victims to death without any implications. Elsewhere, Silicon Valley's solutionist overdose has inflated an ideas bubble that rivals its financial ones, a frothy marketplace where grand narratives appreciate faster than stock options. Thus, Sam Altman casually portrays, he drafts planetary blueprints for AI, non-regulation, and even AI welfare. Capitalism for everyone! While crypto acolytes like Mark Andreessen, David Sachs, aspiring celestial colonizers like Musk and Bezos, and nuclear revivalists like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and Altman all offer their grandiose, exciting solutions to problems of seemingly unknown origin. I mean, who's guzzling up all this energy we suddenly need so fucking badly? I mean, that's a true mystery, it really is. Yeah, you know who it is? It's the fucking cryptocurrency pukes. That's who it fucking is. If you want to maintain that shit, that's so economically and environmentally unfeasible, you need to bring back nuclear energy just to keep it running. But more mundane subjects, from foreign policy to defense, increasingly preoccupy these flakes as well. Eric Schmidt, a man whose personality could be mistaken for a blank Google Doc, has not only penned 12 books with Henry Kissinger, but also regularly contributes to Foreign Affairs and other such factories of doom and dogma. And he is after big, meaty subjects, the kind that demand somber nods and think tank luncheons. Ukraine is losing the drone war. That's what proclaims a piece of his mind from January of 2024. Could this be a pure coincidence, surely? The same Eric Schmidt who just months earlier launched a fucking drone company? I mean, fuck me gently with a chainsaw, people. Who would have saw that coming? Now the tech elites have joined the party. Speculation on the future of warfare, once the cloistered domain of defense intellectuals, mumbling into their tweed at Rand Corporation, which I wanted to become a part of as a child, plays a primetime entertainment factor in what we hear from these pukes. Palantir, you remember the company produced by Peter Thiel, and now CEO'd by Alex Karp, spelled with a K. Palantir's Alex Karp and Andurill's Palmer Luckey combined net worth north of $11 billion pose as scrappy Davids battling the spendthrift Goliaths of the Pentagon. Inevitably, Elon Musk, techno-capitalism's own Z-Lig, also has strong opinions on the subject. In Destroy Infrastructure First Wars of the Future, he opined in a recent West Point appearance, any ground-based communications like fiber optic cables and cell phone towers will be destroyed, man. If only someone ran an internet satellite company to save us! Starlink to the rescue, what do you know? Elon Musk as Skynet. What kind of Terminator ever expected this coming? I don't think any of those endoskeleton Autobots of destruction would even take code from that son of a bitch. Michael Foucault's, correctly pronounced. Amy Como, help me out here. Michael Foucault's specific intellectuals who earn their authority through specialized technical mastery appear quaint next to someone like Palmer Luckey, the VR wunderkind turned defense contractor, having swapped the tweed jacket for flip-flops, cargo shorts, and a Hawaiian shirt. He struts through interviews announcing himself a propagandist willing to twist the truth. In this reordered pantheon, the sober analyst of the Cold War era yields to a new archetype, spectacularly wealthy, celebrity-conscious, and ideologically shameless. To write off these founders and executives as mere showmen, more public offering than public intellectual, would be a misreading. For one, they manufacture ideas with assembly line efficiency. Their blog posts, podcasts, and Substacks arrive with the subtlety of freight trains. And their hot takes, despite all the vulgar packaging, are often grounded in distinct philosophical traditions. Thus, what appears as intellectual fast food, the ultra-processed thought nuggets deep-fried in venture capital, often conceals wholesome ingredients sourced from a gourmet pantry of quite some sophistication. Only most of you don't see it because you lack my background. Don't take that as a cut, it's just what is. It's kind of like in the film Bone Tomahawk, where one of the protagonists, hard to argue whether he's a hero or not, but definitely one of the protagonists who dies heroically enough, is with a Native American professor, the highest educated among them because he was forced to attend all these Indian schools that they used to set up for the natives to convert them to Christianity. He's called in as the expert when a mass murder happens in the town. And when they decide they're going to exterminate the troglodyte tribe of rejects from all the other Indian tribes, this individual offers the team of, the extermination team, there's no other word for it. He offers them his services saying, I'd best provide my services seeing as to I'm the person here who's killed more Indians than anyone else in the town. To which the Indian professor, the prof, understandably protests, that's an ugly boast. To which he says, it's not a boast. It's just a fact. And there's the fact for you. None of you have had the access to the information that I've had, and therefore don't have the education to see what I see. So, how would I say it? Seeing what I see, not surprisingly, the multi-billionaire bibliophile is Silicon Valley's newest fetish. The bookshelf having supplanted the yacht as the ultimate status barometer. And it's full of strange, unlikely hits. Albert O. Hirschman would surely be surprised to see the powerful analytic of his exit, voice, and loyalty, his work by that title, fueling efforts to build network states, private cities, and seasteads. Thiel's much-discussed dalliances with Leo Strauss and René Girard constitute just one branch of this philosophical family tree. Another, more robust limb belongs to Karp, spelled with a K, whose doctoral thesis on Adorno and Talcott Parsons now serves as intellectual ballast for Palantir's surveillance empire. His communications with investors arrive garnished with erudite citations. Samuel Huntington made a recent appearance, who was one of the greatest influences in my own life with his seminal work, The Clash of Civilizations. Yet somehow, Karp's realpolitik for optimists feels decidedly unadornian. In March, he announced on Fox Business, America's ability to organize violence in a superior way is the single reason why the world improved over the last 70 to 80 years. It's like, what the fuck? Frankfurt School goes NASDAQ with a pit stop at the CIA, where Adorno and Horkheimer saw Enlightenment rationality concealing violence. Karp sees organized violence revealing the global benefits of American hegemony and a lucrative profit opportunity to help improve its further organization of violence. This time with algorithms, drones, and AI! In other words, kill them all and make it pray. Pseudo-intellectual extermination. We finally come to this. Karp's militant rhetoric exposes Silicon Valley's impatience with thought unmoored from action. Karl Marx would surely toast their pivot to praxis. Instead of just arguing the world, they have the will, the means, of course the money, and now apparently the big balls, as in the young buttfuck employed by Musk to gut our government to change it all. Trump's return has granted them direct conduits to federal machinery. Now Andreessen plays hiring coach, Peter Thiel installs his lieutenants throughout government, and Elon Musk's confederates run amok in Dodgy. Their approach? The same that leveled dinosaur industries. Disrupt first, debug later. The taxonomic vocabularies we've relied upon, those tidy categories of elites, oligarchs, public intellectuals, falter before this new species. Silicon Valley's philosopher kings aren't merely the patrons of yesteryear bankrolling think tanks or non-profits, nor accidental plutocrats scribbling manifestos between yacht purchases. They've engineered a more muscular hybrid, investment portfolios that function as philosophical arguments, market positions that operationalize their convictions, and while industrial-age multi-billionaires constructed foundations to memorialize their Weltanschauungs, their worldviews, these figures, they erect investment funds that double as ideological fortresses. It's the Hegelian evolution from capitalism as theses to philanthrocapitalism as antithesis to cultural warfare as a profit center in synthesis. Damn, sometimes I even fucking impress myself. Now consider the battleground of ethical investment. That corporate confessional branded ESG, environmental, social, and governance, where Wall Street's dubious attempt to measure virtue, like a quarterly earnings report, has mutated into a culture war flashpoint. For the uninitiated, ESG represents the financial world's belated recognition that perhaps poisoning rivers, exploiting workers, and installing boards composed entirely of golf buddies might eventually impact their bottom line. Companies receive ESG scores that purportedly measure their environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and governance practices, a sort of moral credit rating for corporations eager to prove they've evolved beyond strip mining both nature and human dignity. What's peculiar, almost perversely fascinating, is how Silicon Valley's elites have positioned their artillery on this battlefield, so seemingly distant from their digital kingdoms. The drama, much of it unfolding in the past few years, proceeded with mechanical inevitability. Musk's dismissal. A scam. Chamath Palihapitiya's denunciation. Complete fraud. Andreessen's burial rites. Zombie idea. But these men transcend mere commentary. When Praxis beckons, Silicon Valley answers with investment, not mere philanthropy. Peter Thiel, fresh from comparing ESG to Chinese communism and calling it an ideological cartel, bankrolled Strive Asset Management. Acronymous as SAM, S-A-M, like a surface-to-aerial missile, an anti-ESG fund. It was then led by Vivek Ramaswamy, Musk's erstwhile dodgy lieutenant, who ran a whole presidential campaign on a single issue, attacking woke capitalism. Andreessen, having backed a Christian pro-MAGA fund called New Founding, also helped to seed 1789 Capital, another anti-ESG rampart now fortified by Donald Trump Jr. Their genius? Converting intellectual positions into market arbitrage, while wielding, and often owning, digital megaphones to reshape the very reality their investments bet against. Talk about hedging the odds in your fucking favor. Has Silicon Valley's pseudo-intellectual imprint carved deeper grooves than we've realized? While the likes of Andreessen cosplay, they cosplay as America's plucky little tech. What if they are something bigger than this pantomime suggests? A hypothesis dangles before us, thorny and disquieting. What if our multitasking techno-elites are the very forces, cunning, mighty, occasionally delusional, driving the structural transformation of the public sphere that Jürgen Habermas diagnosed in his early writings? The young Habermas, before systems theory bloated his prose and nuance diluted his fury, identified the villain with brass-knuckled clarity. The decline of critical open debate was due to the corrupting influence of concentrated power. Truer words have never been spoken, and yet, updating his 1962 analysis in 2023, Habermas, the patrician academic, chose to fuss over topics like algorithmic steering, a quaint concern akin to adjusting picture frames while the house collapses into a fucking sinkhole. Today, it's increasingly clear that it's the techno-oligarchs, not their algorithmically steered platforms, who present the greatest danger. Their arsenal combines three deadly implements: plutocratic gravity, fortune so vast they distort reality's basic physics; oracular authority, their technological visions treated as inevitable prophecy; and platform sovereignty, ownership of the digital intersections where society's conversation unfolds. Musk's takeover of Twitter, now X, Andreessen's strategic investments into Substack, Peter Thiel's courting of Rumble, the conservative YouTube. They've colonized both the medium and the message, the system and the life world. We must update our taxonomies to account for this new species of oligarch intellectuals. If yesterday's public intellectual resembled a careful archaeologist methodically excavating cultural artifacts for display in rarefied literary journals, today's model is the demolition expert, writing entire societal structures with ideological explosives, wiring them into the very societal infrastructure and detonating them from the safe distance of offshore accounts. Just so they can watch it all burn down, man. and tell you we told you this was going to happen when you let the niggers run the show. Because they're all white supremacists, except they love yellow niggers to bring in the code for their computers and institute a caste system by programming the AI so that it brainwashes you into staying in your place. Socially, that is. If you become a fucking nomad and live in a camper or a trailer, they don't care because you're off the grid. They don't write about the future. They install it. Beta testing theories on unwitting populations in history's largest unreviewed experiment. And only I myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, have the context in which to convey this to yourself. That's why it's your war, and you've got to fight it and spread the word that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well and has the solution. You don't need to use the term final solution because that'll scare the Jews, but I do have the solutions to all your problems, and one of them is identifying the fact that these motherfuckers aren't the solution. They're part of the fucking problem. What distinguishes them from previous wealth-encrusted elites isn't avarice, but verbosity, a torrential output that would exhaust even Balzac. Where industrial barons funded think tanks to launder interests into policy papers, our oligarch intellectuals cut out the middleman. Forget steering the algorithms. Oligarch intellectuals steer the conversation itself, and they do it with philosophical meme grenades. Dropped at 3 a.m. on X, they invariably become international headlines by breakfast time. How should we situate such figures in established debates about intellectuals at all? In the late 1980s, Zygmunt Bauman mapped two intellectual archetypes: the legislators, who descended from mountaintops with society's commandments etched in stone, and the interpreters, who merely translated between cultural dialects without prescribing universal rules. He traced postmodernity's erosion of the legislative stance. Grand narratives died. Universal authority withered. All that remained was interpretation. Our oligarch intellectuals begin as interpreters par excellence. They position themselves as technological mediums, passive channels for inevitable futures. Their special gift? Reading the tea leaves of technological determinism with perfect clarity. They don't prescribe, they merely translate the gospel of inevitability. This performs the intellectual function of their double helix identity. But the oligarchic DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, strand coils ever tighter. Armed with their prophetic visions, they demand specific sacrifices from the public, the government, and their employees. Altman jet sets between capitals like a techno-Kissinger, offering peace treaties for AI wars that have not even yet begun. Musk diagrams humanity's cosmic destiny with the certainty of a Soviet's 5-year plan. Peter Thiel and Crazy Carp Man, Carp spelled K-A-R-P, redraft defense strategy, while Andreessen reimagines money and Srinivasan reimagines governance itself into, again, a cosmic caste system that the yellow niggers stand atop of, at least as the warrior caste of coders that will piss down upon the rest of us lower in the pyramid. Their interpretive gift transforms, chameleon-like, into legislative mandate. In the process, Silicon Valley's oligarch intellectuals have built cathedral doors from what postmodernists once declared to be rubble. A grand narrative with technology, but also disruption, innovation, AGI, inscribed on every stone, heavy with the weight of inevitability. They thumb through tomes like Kevin Kelly's work titled, What Technology Wants. I mean, imagine that. What technology wants. Not what you want. Not what people want. What technology wants. And they thumb through his work, not as readers, but as editors, penciling in their own imperatives between the lines. The techno-mogul, once content to predict the future, now demands we conform thereunto. The metamorphosis reaches its final stage, not in manifestos or tweet storms, but in their colonization of Washington's power chambers. Watch as they glide from boardroom to cabinet room, mercury smooth and purpose-driven, having masterfully fused interpretation and legislation, first prophesying technology's demands that are, by their very nature, if we could use or abuse that term, inhuman, then crafting policy to satisfy the gods they themselves invented, the ultimate god machine. Where Rand's research and development's cold warriors may have whispered into Pentagon corridors, our oligarch intellectuals orchestrate reality's symphony, controlling media platforms, deploying venture capital like carpet bombs, and perfecting Steve Bannon's flooding the zone with shit strategy to a hydraulic science. Combining powers previously scattered across societal domains, they propose futures on Monday, finance them on Tuesday, and force their manifestation by Friday. And who questions prophets whose previous revelations birthed PayPal, Tesla, and ChatGPT? Their divine right to predict derives from their proven divinity in the minds of the ignorant and the asinine that unfortunately dominate the majority. It's a reason why the masses simply needs to have its letters shuffled just a bit to translate into the word or transform into the word the masses. Their pronouncements frame the entrenchment and expansion of their own agendas, not as corporate self-interest, but as capitalism's only chance at salvation. Andreessen's Technoptimist Manifesto, that digital encyclical urging America to build rather than lament, drips with references to economic stagnation and prescribes entrepreneurial daring as the only antidote to systemic sclerosis, invoking Nietzsche and Marinetti. He legislates acceleration as virtue and condemns the cautionary impulse as heresy. We believe that there is no material problem, he intones, that cannot be solved with more technology. This isn't just a statement, it's a catechism for his desired future. Peter Thiel, in his continued insistence that the West has lost its capacity for bold innovations, also conjures an image of a technological desert that must be irrigated by Silicon Valley. Meanwhile, Altman performs a nimble 12-step, first declaring AI will devour jobs, then extending universal basic income as the only logical solution, not merely through rhetorical flourishes, but via research dollars and WorldCoin, his other less-known startups. After all, why not get paid, possibly in perpetuity, for letting Sam Altman scan your iris? These aren't just self-serving bromides, but existential imperatives. Reject their proposals and watch civilization crumble to dust. This messianic self-promotion, techno-oligarchs crowning themselves humanity's official spokesmen, would have Antonio Gramsci reaching for his prison notebooks. The Italian Marxist theorized organic intellectuals as voices emerging from ascendant classes, especially the proletariat, who translate their particular interests into universal imperatives in the battle for cultural hegemony. The bitter punchline here? Capital has beaten the left at its own game. Oligarch intellectuals now serve as capital's unanointed organic intellectuals, with capitalism perfecting in a decade what socialists couldn't achieve in a fucking century! Between the cold arithmetic of profit-seeking and the messianic theater of civilization-saving stretches the oligarch intellectuals' most revealing contradiction, they must extinguish the very revolutionary flames their empires were kindled to ignite. Their obsessive campaign against wokeness reveals power's oldest reflex, containment of its own contradictions. Watch Musk denounce the woke mind virus, man, or carp attack wokeness as a form of thin pagan religion. Andreessen, meanwhile, paints elite universities as Marxist seminaries producing America-hating communists, dude. Joe Lyonsdale, another techno-mogul and co-founder of Palantir, has been the driving force behind the University of Austin and the anti-woke university, hoping to mass-produce America-loving capitalists. Yeah, we used to call them gangsters. Tracing the origins of this oligarchic anxiety requires revisiting Alvin Goldner's predictions about the rise of the new class from the late 1970s. Goldner identified a technical intelligentsia whose very DNA or deoxyribonucleic acid carried revolutionary potential, though they appeared docile, wishing nothing more than to enjoy their opiate obsessions with technical puzzles. Their fundamental purpose was to revolutionize technology continually, destabilizing cultural bedrock and social architecture by their refusal to worship yesterday's gods. The alliance Goldner envisioned, rational engineers joining hands with cultural intellectuals to challenge entrenched capital, constituted his new class of, well, a potentially revolutionary force, hamstrung by its own privilege. As subsequent decades have shown, a potentially revolutionary force, Goldner's Wotopia, never quite materialized, though reactionaries, like Steve Bannon and Curtis Yervine, with his conspiratorial notion of the cathedral, might beg to differ. Yet Silicon Valley emerged as a strange exception. Its rank and file, if not always its generals, marinated in countercultural ideals, championing diversity and flattened hierarchies. Researchers probing tech's trenches have documented an emerging post-neoliberal subjectivity, a consciousness allergic to inequality and increasingly hostile to the entrepreneurial theology that once demanded complete surrender of private life at the corporate altar. The evidence isn't merely anecdotal. A comprehensive 2023 study tracking political donations of 200,000 employees across 18 industries reveal techno workers as uniquely anti-establishment and trailing only the bohemians of the arts and entertainment in their liberal fervor. The source of this radicalism lies precisely where Gouldner placed his faith, in what he called the culture of critical discourse, embedded in technical work itself. Thus, the researchers discovered that non-technical employees within the same techno companies showed none of this rebellious disposition, confirming that coding itself, not mere proximity to ping pong tables, contributes to their dissenting mindset. You see, everybody else around them, the janitors, the cafeteria cooks, anybody maintaining the world in which these motherfuckers play their mind games, doesn't share their revolutionary Maoism in terms of fuck it all down, man. Most revealing in that study was the cavernous gap between liberal techno workers and their right-leaning bosses. A schism wider than in all but other industries. That gap was a ticking time bomb, and it exploded at the start of the first Trump misadministration, catalyzed by its clumsily executed but aggressive policies on immigration, race, and war. Silicon Valley's employees transformed from compliant keystrokers into digital dissidents, abetted by social media and rising racial tensions following the murder of George Floyd by police officers. Techno workers emerged as an unforeseen challenge. The oligarchs found themselves ambushed from within, their liberal-leaning legions suddenly refusing to drape their technical artistry over the Pentagon's blood machines, or ICE's, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement's deportation directive. These revolts at Google, Microsoft, Amazon threatened not merely contractual agreements, but the very covenant that bound Silicon Valley to the military-industrial occult complex. The rebellion's second front, climate consciousness, emerged with evangelical fervor when Amazon's employees issued their Green Manifesto, declaring themselves capable of redefining what is possible for planetary salvation. For the oligarchs, this dual rebellion against militarism and for environmental stewardship, never mind other headaches like ESG, presented a malignant tumor requiring swift excision. Unable to reprogram their workforce through direct means, Silicon Valley's oligarch intellectuals adopted a more elegant solution, condemning woke infiltration with the fervor of medieval witch hunters while disguising national security behind the rhetoric of patriotic duty. Karp, the crazy guy with the name spelled starting with a K, having already crowned wokeness the central risk to Palantir and America, in that order, now demands geopolitical fealty from his payroll peasantry. They must support Israel and oppose Red China. Those who disagree are free to look for employment elsewhere. as he told his Davos audience in 2023, "We want employees who want to be on the side of the West. You may not agree with that, and bless you, don't work here." Recently, Andreessen even confided to the New York Times that it wasn't uncommon to suspect that some employees were joining techno companies with the explicit objective of destroying them from within. The playbook behind all these declarations is brutally simple. Realign the techno-intelligentsia with old money power by cleansing their ranks of subversive thought. Back in the old days of totalitarian communism, they used to call these purges. Goldner's dream of cultural technical alliance lies fractured, shattered by pink slips, mockery of social conscience as weakness, and flag-waving paranoia about Commu-Chinese competition. Oligarch intellectuals have emerged a stable and coherent social entity as a byproduct of this battle for hegemony. Their allies, the yellow niggers from Asian India, the motherfuckers who want to start a caste system in these United States, are their coders now. They got rid of the Chinese because of their lack of respect for intellectual property rights, per their own ideology of info-socialism, and instead have brought in those who believe a society must be frozen in place per its positions. Their yellow niggers are now running America from Asian India. And they certainly won't be retiring, even after quashing their woke and ESG-loving enemies. In Trump's Washington, they arrive not as guests, but as architects. Their reality-bending machinery, money hydraulics, platform dominance, bureaucracies kneeling to translate private fantasy into public policy wields unprecedented force. Carnegie and Rockefeller commanded respect but lacked this lethal arsenal. Social media thunderbox, celebrity aura, venture capital chainsaw, West Wing passkey, provided by Trump himself, to turn every bathroom into a glory hole for their mutual cocksucking. By rewriting regulations, channeling subsidies, and recalibrating public expectations, oligarch intellectuals transmute fever dreams, blockchain fiefdoms, Martian homesteads into seemingly plausible futures. Because that's the only shit that you're getting fed online. Straight from your eye and into your brain. A sewer of shit to make you believe anything they fucking want, including the physically impossible. Fortunately, what appears as the monolithic fortress of techno-oligarchic power conceals structural flaws invisible to worshipful observers. Their apparent capacity to bend reality to their will paradoxically undermines itself by constructing echo chambers that asphyxiate essential criticism, all while celebrating free expression. Divorced from the caustic touch of unvarnished facts, these Silicon Valley pontiffs lose their navigational instrumentation. And in a landscape already littered with founder worship, contact with unfiltered truth grows ever scarcer. Don't count on court hagiographers, the saint makers, the hagiographers like Walter Isaacson, to tell them. This is one of the many ways in which politics is very much not like business. Standard venture capitalism still faces the market's cold judgment. VCs who crowned WeWork the future of work watched pandemic realities puncture their bubble. The market, however flawed, regularly tests one's investment hypotheses. But oligarchic power offers a darker temptation. Why adjust predictions to match reality when you can bend reality to validate predictions? When Andreessen Horowitz, a Jewish name if ever there was one, anoints cryptocurrency as banking's inevitable successor, the next step isn't adaptation, but activation, deploying Trump misadministrative influence to transmute prophecy into policy. The collision between venture fantasies and stubborn facts becomes avoidable when you own the levers to reconfigure the facts themselves. This, then, is the final gambit. Oligarch intellectuals reconfiguring legislation, institutions, and cultural expectations until prophecy and reality fuse into a single mass hallucination. Courtesy of ChatGPT, of course. Reality, however, maintains its breaking point. A lesson Soviet bureaucrats learned when their carefully constructed fictions shattered against material constraints. The Chinese Communist Party constructed such fictions, yet shrewder in its methods, built multi-tiered grievance collection systems, digital forums, local officials, vetted NGOs or non-governmental organizations, delivering crucial intelligence about potential turmoil that the Soviets never had. The Soviets were all brute, the Chinese all brain. The oligarch intellectuals demonstrate precisely the opposite instinct of the Chi-Coms. Unlike the Chinese communists, who at least have a concept of info-socialism, they are treading the greater Soviets' path to perdition. Musk's dodgy apparatus converts remaining employees into nodding mannequins, an assembly line of bobbing hood ornaments that stroke his dick, while his cohort hunts dissenters across digital platforms with algorithmic efficiency. In selecting Soviet-style reality denial over Commu-Chinese-style reality monitoring, they've fashioned echo chambers that will ultimately fracture their grand designs. The irony cuts to the bone. These men, who see communists lurking everywhere, are about to perfect the cardinal sin of Soviet technocracy, the grand Soviets technocracy of mistaking their sleek models for the unruly reality they pretend to tame. We shouldn't really be all that surprised. When oligarch intellectuals seize history's most powerful apparatus, they transform inevitably into party apparatchiks. This time, holidaying by the makeshift tents of Burning Man rather than at the swanky sanatoriums of the Crimea. Elon Musk might have started as a Henry Ford, but he will exit as a Leonid Brezhnev. Elon Musk was Donald Trump's useful idiot. And with that, we'll close tonight. I gave you 8 hours. That's a day's work. I've more than earned my pay. And your contributions are desperately needed. Please do your part. It's your war. You've got to fight it. No one else will. And if you don't, you're going down. Not by my hand, but your own. And remember, knowing what I do, perceiving what I do, based on experiences no one else has ever had, and yes, in all too many cases, I am terminally unique. Understand, I'm the only one that can help you here. I've identified the problem. I can provide you the solution. And in that sense, you have nowhere else to turn. But in order for me to help you, I'm going to need to survive. I can't do that without your contributions. You'd better commit to them right now. And with that, we close transmission. If anyone on call wishes to say something now, either do so or hold your peace until the weekend. And with that, we're ending stream. Be here Sunday, and we'll go to war all over again.